I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. And we're dreaming, are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real?
siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not ready, baby. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, you run you down. Look behind a fallen angel, fly a siren. I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like Greek lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is pumping and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is coming after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is coming after you.
I can't take it, my heart is breaking, but I know it's for the best. See, we've been taking much too long to finally lay this love to rest. So I put on my jacket, untangle my shoes. This ain't gonna be easy, but we know what we got to do. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it, I want you to know that my heart was sincere. So sincere. Whatever you wanted, ooh, I would have taken you there. But sometimes life changes when nothing seems to work. No, no. The ones you love so dearly are easier to hurt. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it.
begin? Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, turn a gun now.
told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up?
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need it. Need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion, on me roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your love. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 God, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. Are you
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spread worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself, this is still not the end. And pull it through now. And if the pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon, the time has come now. And don't step aside to quit, pull yourself together, whoa. And let it sound it's right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, you're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going. I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and we follow our hearts. We see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. It's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wondering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind.
上回书说到，左右 NG 中原之战刚刚落下帷幕，八方未定。2月尾声的 LPL 赛场风云异变，有西东豪强林立，是群雄逐鹿，诸侯并起。民间也有传闻说，东部的神秘力量正在崛起，常有一胜将军率兵来袭，可有火凤一支，过于交界之所，使东部势力不可寸进。而今东部已定，兵甲已足，当奖率三军，北定中原。中部旌旗之声不绝于耳，可下路诸葛漏锁半招。其时开战，失天时，以何胜之？是任由银龙盘旋于上，还是诸葛落旗，便可胜天半子？与此同时，周末战场麒麟云中线，左 NG 重振旗鼓，是破后再立，延续神话，还是30年河东劲旅威武，踏上云南，莫欺少年穷？欲知后事如何，请听周末分解。
Welcome, everyone. We are here back in the LPL, back in a super weekend, and back in week number 6. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and we are getting ready to get things rolling. You see the movement, you see the fluidity. We're ready to go here, aren't we, Ox?
We are hyped. We're ready to game, as are the players, and got an exciting day ahead of us. But I think first off, we can have a little bit look at yesterday and what went down then.
It was a very, very long day. I was expecting the full day of 3-game series, but we only got the 2. We started off with LGD taking down TT 2-1, and we had JDG taking down AL 2-1, and RA, the biggest surprise of the night, 2-0 clean victory over FPX. They are surging right now.
100%. And yesterday was an important day because a lot of these teams close in standings, valuable wins, and as you said, RA have been beaten RNG now on a 4-win streak at 5-5. They were at 1-5.
Yeah,
they managed to steamroll their place up to 9th, so in with a good shot at potentially maintaining that, getting playoffs. But for the time being, this is our standings. We can see Weibo and V5 tied at the top at 8-1. Still WE 1-8, still trying to gain some ground, and that will be our first match of the day.
That middle of the pack is just so tightly contested, and RA definitely making that run up there and busting into that top 10, but it's a lot to go still in the LPL here as we round out week number 6. Oh, just about. We got one more day, but today's matches, we got Team WE taking on Ultra Prime first, then we got Weibo Gaming taking on OMG, and our final game of the day will be Top Esports versus defending world champions EDG.
Yeah, and I think that there's game 2 and 3, there's definitely favorites in it, but we've seen Top Esports have a bit of a resurgence. OMG's been a bit hit and miss, but definitely looking to challenge some of the top contenders in the league. But our first game is the one we are focusing on for now, WE against Ultra Prime. And, you know, I give the edge to Ultra Prime, but this is, you know, pretty close in the standings, and it really could go either way. And it's vitally important at this point, especially WE. They're kind of on the cusp of, you know, if they lose any more series, they just probably aren't going to make playoffs.
And that's what I want to talk about, because we are getting to that point where these wins every single week matters, obviously in the LPL, but these wins matter that much more. And when we're looking at both these teams in Ultra Prime, Team WE, you have to look at the things that work. And things that work for both these two teams are the enablers in the jungle, because we got a welcome to the jungle segment here between these two teams. It is Weishang versus Hacker, and both these guys are ones that, you know, when they're looking good, when their communication is on point, they can command the team. There's a lot of that early game aggression that works out for both these teams, but they can also be that double-edged sword. As Weishang himself, you know, having had some of that prior greatness coming into this split, not having as much of that big impact, but you see the moments that he does have the impact.
And the main thing I'm looking for from these teams is something that IG has done very well as they've started to build up momentum, is to just make plays, be proactive, try and make things work. So I feel like if you're just sitting back and waiting to lose, you'll get outclassed by some of the top teams. But Weishang consistently has been not only looking for situations where he can be relevant in terms of setting up early game plays, but also in team fights when he finds momentum, has been a driving force in their team fights.
Yeah, and for both these junglers, right, it's that instant trigger pull that I'm looking for. You see the Hecarim there. Both players definitely liking that one a little bit more as it rises into the meta, but I want to switch that focus over to Hacker himself because it might be short and sweet, but Hacker himself will live and die by the sword.
Yeah, Hacker, another player who I want to see him be aggressive, set plays up, looking for dives like this from the bot side, looking to snowball his lanes. I think particularly when you have Crine in the mid lane, so effective at roaming the sides, you have Elk in the bot lane, who's very good at investing resources into. I want to see Hacker using that because I think it's the perfect setup. And I was kind of saying this at the start of the split. I want to see you using the tools that your team has. I think that Ultra Prime have a clear path to victory.
And I feel like as we're building, the Voltron for both these teams to see the giant robots do battle in the end of things, because that's why we're all here, right? You got to start looking at those pieces. What are the arms and legs? What are the pieces that are coming together? And it starts in that supportal combat as well as the jungle, because when these meet up, when they can get that cohesion, it is insane. Shalsi and Kadaya both heavily reliant on those engaged support champions, although Kadaya himself throwing in some spice there with a major part of his play being with enchanters as well.
Yeah, Kadaya's pool has been a bit more varied, but honestly, I feel like the best results for WE team when he's on these engaged supports. Chelsea has just been full on, I'm going to play aggressive, I'm going to look to set up plays, and I respect that completely. I think support such a pivotal piece in the match at the moment. Obviously, we have these super scaling AD carries you can play for, but also the roaming potential. You can help establish control mid. Mid is allowed to roam to the sides. Just you can have so much impact in the fact that you're not tied to a lane to farm. And finding good roam timings is something that both these teams look to do to get their team ahead.
Yeah, and especially, looking a little bit more at Kadaya meeting up with Beishang and kind of getting that duo going. We're on the other side, you're more reliant on the carries. And that's what I want to talk about next. Are the stars of the show here, Ox, because both teams, we've been putting the pieces together. The Voltrons are starting to form. What are the weaponry pieces? What are we looking at to actually find success? And it is the duos of Beishang Kadaya for Team WE and Crine and Elk, who are the carries for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I think for WE, it's really seen that jungle support pair up, moving around, setting up and facilitating plays. Beishang has been very proactive in looking for ganks, particularly top lane. I honestly, if we see this go off without a hitch in this game, it's kind of going to be a little bit critical of Ultra Prime because they do this so often going for those top early ganks. So ZS has to be aware, but also going for these sort of dives on the bot side. Beishang really looking to facilitate with the backup of Kadaya.
And him and Kadaya, giving their lives away in this clip specifically, but making sure that they are facilitating a lot of the other pieces, right? Shanks, things along those lines, getting some gold there for themselves. And I think, when we're looking at TWE, it is those two. And then on the other side, Ultra Prime, who is going to carry on this team? Is it going to be Crine? Is it going to be Elk? The damage numbers don't lie. The percentages don't lie. And these two are on fire when they can be and when they are facilitated to be by Hacker.
And I think it's a real positive for Crine because, there's definitely a lot of criticism for him on RNG, but it's kind of like he looks a lot more formidable on this roster. He is a bigger piece in their success. It's not just about playing for Xiaohu, it's also him having a lot of agency in clips like this where on LeBlanc finding multiple kills in the extended fight, but also still has that capability to roam to sides and set up for Elk. And Elk, I feel like, has been pretty phenomenal in the AD carry role. Obviously, there have been some games where he hasn't been able to succeed, but I feel like when he's given the resources, when he has the space in team fight, he is able just to pop off.
And there is a little bit of a difference coming into tonight, especially, looking at Team WE. Xie will be starting in the mid lane today. So Shanks not in, has been playing the majority of the games on stage. We'll get a little bit of a different taste today, as I do believe we have a little graphic showing off Xie. As, not too bad with those stats, all right? The guys coming in, Team WE needs some life support. Well, Xie might just be it, as that was in 2020 summer split, 2021 rather, for Xie, the last time he was playing on.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like he's a player with a lot of veterancy in the league, and hopefully, because obviously at this point, WE need to bounce back. We've had, I'd say, one of the harder run of schedules, right, this season for them. They have played a lot of the harder teams, and it feels like towards the end of the split, it will be a little bit easier for them. But even aside from that, it feels like the play just has been lacking a bit, and they've been trying to make these changes. They've been trying to find ways to really garner a bit of an advantage for themselves and start to rack up those wins. But it is vitally important at this point. Normally we talk about 9 wins being what you need to sort of secure playoffs. It's normally about that level to be in the top 10. They are 1-8, which means they have 8 games left. If they win every single game, they'll be at 9 wins. So it's kind of do or die at this point. It's not guaranteed they'll miss playoffs if they lose now, but it definitely becomes very, very difficult.
And I gotta talk about Shie here. These wonderful graphics. Thank you to the production team for throwing them up. It's so close to that 3,000 kill mark. But I want to point out his champion pool fits perfectly into what we're seeing in the meta right now. So I'm very excited for him to come in here. And it's gonna be a tall task for Crying on the other side, who we have set up as one of the major carries here, will have a new opponent to go up against.
Yeah, and I think we can sort of segue that into drafts and talk about the importance of having these picks that have priority in the mid lane, right? Often we see teams pick these scaling elements on the side lane, things like the Gwen, things like the Jace, Graves. On the bot side, it's like your Aphelios, your Jinx, your Zeri, and then mid jungle, very much you can still pick things that are effective in the late game, like your Victor, like your Orianna, but having picks that can contest priority early and lean that pressure in the side lane is so important. So I want to see them both looking to contest that in the draft phase and in the laning phase as well.
And I expect a little bit of that comfort to come down for the ADC position down there for both these teams. Find that potentially in the first part of the draft. But I'm specifically looking at the junglers and what junglers we will see today, right? Like the prevalence on the Xin Zhaos, the Lee Sins, the J4s. I specifically would love to see the J4 come out for either of these sides, because J4, I feel like, fits these players perfectly, right? They get a little bit of aggression. They get that forward momentum, the engage potential there for them. But they also have that facilitation towards the other parts of the team. I think that's what's so important tonight, as we do have the lineups coming up. We have Team WE up first. This is Shie taking his place in the mid lane right there in the picture. Can always appreciate that, and love seeing them be able to come onto the stage for the first time of the night, Ox.
Absolutely, and really fishing for that second win in this situation. And this is a matchup where, by all means, WE could take this one, making substitutions. See there, making his debut this year onto the roster.
Can I talk about Shie for a minute, right? Like, it is so incredible to see him coming in tonight, being able to start in this position as well, right? Like, having originally been on the Team WE Academy roster, right? The LDL squad, getting pumped up, then having to move over to Dominus, then LGD, then JDG. Now he's back home at Team WE. It just feels like here we go again for Team WE and Shie. But now we got to look at the other side in Ultra Prime as they take to the stage. This squad has a lot to prove tonight.
100%, and I feel like they should be the favorites in the situation. I definitely think it's a close matchup, but Ultra Prime, honestly, think they are struggling a little bit compared to, making the adjustment, bringing Elkin, bringing Pride in, pretty solid members of stronger teams in summer 2021, and still struggling with only 3 series wins under their belt.
And definitely, as we were kind of mentioning, you talked a lot about already, is like every one of those wins matters. You've got a sparing amount of time left, and if you want to make your way up those standings in any fashion, right, not being ending the season at the end of the standings, you just got to take these wins, right? Especially in a barn burner, I feel like that this series is going to be both these teams vying for that pride, vying for a little bit of stability in their season here. So that, I feel like that's when we get the best competition in the LPL.
100%. I mean, even just for WE, obviously playoffs is a big focus, but also just pulling away from the bottom right now, because they are only marginally ahead of TT. LGD got their first win the other day, second win the other day, so they are now a little bit ahead, and you really want to, even if you don't end up making playoffs, you want to get a bit of a higher standing and break away from that 17th spot, but no one really wants to end up.
But let's go ahead and start talking about this draft, as we're going to be getting ready for it here pretty soon, and especially those early focuses, right? We were kind of talking about the major points of pressure that we'll see around the map that group jungle focus as well, but I think another thing we haven't really touched on is that top lane, and what we'll see today, as we have a little bit of a different take, I guess, on this top lane. Probably not as much focus up there from either of these spots, but we also have seen recently in the LPL meta that top lane is very volatile.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, Beisheng just has this tendency to gank top pretty much the same time every game. Battle 3 just shows up there, goes for a gank. So, I feel like it's happened so frequently that you have to kind of expect it. So I'm hoping that Ultra Prime are ready and don't just fall for this one again. But I guess we'll see when we get in the game. I really think it's important. Obviously, we'll see proactive early junglers. These skirmish heavy picks have been so prevalent. But I also just want to see a mid laner who can follow up on that, right? And it doesn't mean I want a mid laner who's like super aggressive, super roam heavy. Obviously, if Rise is open, you take it. But like even something like Orianna that contests priority and can rotate and scales well is effective. I feel like Corki has kind of lost a bit of favor recently. We saw RNG pick 2 games in a row against Rare Adam and get crushed because Yahoo just wasn't really enabled. There's definitely a place for it, but it does mean you have a little bit of a rough spot mid. You're just lacking the early pressure, and teams have really learned to capitalize on that well.
Well, and something else, I was mentioning that top lane a little bit more, but it is going to be really interesting to see Elias going up against BuBu himself, right? Elias a little bit newer to the squad here into the season, and having a chance to go up against BuBu, who has had a lot of experimentation at the top lane, can maybe give him a little bit of track to run on here into that matchup. But again, as we were saying, does that timing come down like normal? Do we see any adaptations in that fashion? And the next thing I kind of want to adapt to in that track of thought is the mid lane, another solo lane here specifically. And looking at what we'll see, does Xie get a comfort pick? Do we see that priority rise since it is his first time on stage? As we do get ready for the first picks and bans of the day, Ox. Oh, I'm so excited. I smell the competition in the air. Team WE on the blue side. They ban away the Caitlyn and the Thresh. Ultra Prime on the red side. The Zeri ban that we all know and love. Always on the red side.
Yeah, pretty common. We have seen it pop up occasionally, but interesting enough, seeing the Rakan ban away from Kadaya. I feel like this is one of his better picks, so makes sense there. And then TF, a common phase rotation ban, but particularly against Crime makes complete sense. Finally, with Rise, Jinx is the pick that kind of stands out to me as being left open and available that we could look to see W prioritize. I feel like both AD carries happy to lean on that when it is an option, but also we've seen Hecarim as a first pick priority in some of these situations. They're actually going to go for the Corki, so a return for Xie on this pick. It does mean they're probably going to struggle in terms of early priority mid, but the scaling is pretty exceptional.
Yeah, I think it gives Xie a lot to work with, especially when you're looking at the late game team fighting and things along those lines. Also, still at the top of his champion pool right there. So as I was kind of saying when we brought his graphic up, fitting right into the meta at hand at the moment. We do see meta being picked up by Ultra Prime, though. They get the Aphelios and the Gwen locked in.
Yeah, and Jinx as an answer makes complete sense here. Really long range composition for WE. I actually want to see them pick up Xin Zhao though on this third pick, because I think if you give it with Xin Zhao Gwen, you're gonna have problems. The alternative is you pick up something for BuBu to answer the Gwen, right? We see a lot of Jace picked into the Gwen, so maybe it's now or never if you're gonna take that one. And it looks like they will go in that direction. I do think Ultra Prime can honestly just grab the Xin Zhao on their rotation though. And when you look at the composition of WE, great scaling backline carries, but all range, right?
Yeah.
Xin Zhao, Gwen, definitely problematic to go up against them when both of them are basically immortal to that threat.
And I do really like the avenues that Ultra Prime still have, right? Like they're about to pick their third pick of the game. They have a lot to finick with, I guess, into this third pick, right? Do they want to go with this more at the engage? Do they want to set up their solo lane, at least in the mid lane, for that later pick? It does look like they're going to ought to do that because the Nautilus is picked up. And on WE's side now, you've got to think of kind of what you want to ban out going into the second phase, and especially looking at that mid lane, looking at that jungle pool.
Yeah, I think for me, Xin Zhao makes a lot of sense. Again, I think the Gwen Xin Zhao combo, especially when you're playing things like Jinx, so problematic to go up against. I also think Orianna is a particularly rough match for Corki that scales exceptionally. So I wouldn't be amiss to see that banned. Hecarim is also an option. Ultra Prime have gone for the Tom Kench ban as something that offers a bit of a safety net. Could also get rid of Leona if you're concerned about W having engaged tools, and also something that is a fine matchup into the Nautilus. We'll see what they opt for in this situation. But I am glad to see the Xin Zhao combo. I really think Xin Zhao Gwen is just so broken together. So hard to deal with.
Man, I'm sad I don't get either of my favorite LPL champions right now. I don't get Tom Kench and I don't get Hecarim. What is this? Ultra Prime, you target banning Mazel at this point. No, but it is some high priority bans coming across from Ultra Prime in their second phase. And now, the ball is at Team WE's court. Do they want to continue to whittle down some of this proactive jungling from Hacker? They decide not to. They go for that matchup you were talking about in the Orianna ban.
Yeah, I think this makes complete sense. Now, Ultra Prime, you can prioritize a jungle here if there's something left open available you want to take. They have the Nautilus as some sort of single target engage, but they could look for a bit more if they wanted. instead actually going to go for the Trinity, and this is mid as well. This is something we see often as a counter into the Corki, able to really threaten it early and then potentially even dive. The safety of Corki is a bit irrelevant when you're trapped in a tower. They can't go down. Now WE looking for some early pressure, and they need their engage tools between the jungle and support. So I have the idea off this volley bear. So they're not going to obviously lean heavily into the side lanes. First and foremost, they might just lock in this Leon. It is something we talked about as being very popular in the LPL, second most popular support after Nautilus, and a decent matchup into him, so providing a bit of that engage. Now Beishong, there is a range of options. You know, there's still the Lee Sin open, there's the Viego, Jarvan, Volley Bear, that we could see them lean towards. Lee Sin, I'm not the biggest fan of here because it doesn't have the most setup, but one thing I will say, if there's a Gwen or a Trinity charging your backline, the ability to kick them away, very valuable.
Yeah, he actually opts for the little bit of preemptive strike there with the volley bear himself. Nicely picked up there, but changing a little bit of that because you do have that early skirmishing, and now it's up to Ultra Prime and Hacker specifically at what he will take into that skirmishing, what he feels like will be the answer to the volley bear that we've been seeing rise so much in priority here recently as well.
I actually really like the Sejuani pick here. I would think they could actually go for that.
Dirty.
Yeah, so the reason it works really well in this situation is you have melee solo laners, you also have a melee support, so very easy to stack up your passive in the skirmishes, and it means you can just play for mid or top, right? If Gwen ghosts and runs a Jace, very quick to stack up that stun passive, lock him down, easy kill. Same comes in mid. If you're going for a dive, right, Trinamere gets a few autos off onto the Corki, done and dead. So I actually like this coming out from Ultra Prime. I think they have a lot of tools to be aggressive with, and as much as they are going up against like Jinx, Corki, and Jace in the later stages, it is going to be a bit of a pain if it goes late. They have a way of approaching the fight, right? They go aggressive, they dive them. If they get onto the backline, if they flank, definitely an avenue to win even later in the game.
And that's why I want to check into our win conditions, right? For Team WE, it's about how Beishong and Kadaya can get on the map together. That early roam time are so significant for Kadaya. And on the other side, at this point, we got a very strong top side trio with a lot of synergy together. So maybe we see an adaptation in style along those lines, maybe a little bit more given to Eliza and Cryan. But Aphelios for Elk is still a tried and true pick, and they have a little bit of safety going into the team fight later in the game. But as you said, it gets harder and harder as the game goes on. That poke, the multiple rockets, the accelerated shock blast, you've got to be able to dive, duck, and dodge at some point for Ultra Prime. But it's all about that synergy. It's about the teams coming together. And specifically for Ultra Prime, I feel like that is even more heavily indexed here because Hacker will rely on his teammates to really back up the Sejuani pick.
Yeah, they want to fish for skirmishes early where there's a few members, right? Sejuani individually, not the best, and isn't going to win against a volley bear 1v1, but you bring a Gwen or a Trinamere into the mix, even just bringing the Nautilus in to help proc the passive quicker and lock a target down. I think it has a lot of value. I want to see Ultra Prime here setting things up, playing aggressive, finding the momentum. If they go even at that third Dragon Point when the package is synced up, it's going to be a rough time.
Well, we are loading on to the Rift. We'll see whose win conditions come out easier to execute as we have Team WE taking on Ultra Prime in our first series of the night.
You see the Ultra Prime go on top just to make sure, trying to potentially find something, but a ward already placed by WE will mean there are no shenanigans coming out. We didn't get to see too much. We didn't get to see too much of this Sejuani. We've seen 2 games, I believe, which was from Karsa. One game was with the Corki on his team, which was questionable at best. But
I like the wording. Good choice. PR words. It's okay.
The second one was with I believe that Trinamere mid with Rookie playing it, and I think it's a very effective way of playing around melee solo laners, right? We often saw players with Aurelia syncing up very well with the Sejuani, easy to stack them up, and I want to see that pressure, you know, from Cryan coming out the mid lane, particularly when level 6 is hit. It's very scary for the Corki, because one of the things is Corki has some ability, but you can't really match the chase down potential of Trinamere, and your tower isn't that much of a safe haven.
Yeah, it really isn't. We've seen so many times in these matchups where like it's a bit rough, but Shie will be onto the Rift for the first time here in the split and needs to find some of that solid ground to stand on himself. I want to check in on the jungle path. We did say that, you know, this matchup would be very good, as I can't really talk about that because we're getting the 2v down the bot lane. But this jungle is so enabling for both these teams. It's so important on the early pathing, what we see them trying to accomplish early. I will check in and say that both junglers are pathing to opposite sides, maybe relying a little bit more on the strength we saw from the draft.
Yeah, and I feel like for Hacker, there's definitely, he wants to lean towards his Medic Solomon as a play for them. But Beisheng actually going to look for a potential invade. And this is positive, right? You have Cryo top to lean on, and also you beat Hacker quite comfortably in the 1v1. If Hacker doesn't get backup, you will win out. And the only thing I'm a bit concerned about is Cryan can move. So Beisheng, he wants to get this and then move up towards top lane to get out where he has support from his laner. I think he should get some time.
I think Hacker realizes something's going down. He pops the scanner. Beisheng has already gotten the red buff, and now the skirmish is unfolding. Cryan on his way here, and it forces Beisheng off of the fight. But Beisheng gets in and out with the red buff.
Yeah, really positive play in punishing the Sejuani in a situation where, I mean, as much as he'd already stolen the red,
oh my goodness,
saw that, oh yeah, this could be bad.
They knew he was there, Crying. You gotta be careful. He's gonna be able to get out of this one. He's got to spin. He can actually get over the wall. Beisheng just keeps walking because he knows what's coming.
Yeah, just threading him. Does manage to put like both sides skill, but also I think it's just, you know, when you're up against someone like a Sejuani, the strength is the group gear.
Wait, what?
Chelsea in trouble.
This is right over tower, and it doesn't matter. Chelsea gets the re-engage, but he dies anyways. First blood going over to Kadaya.
Yeah, and a critical thing here is Kadaya has Aftershock, Chelsea has Glacial Augment, so significant tank advantage in favor to Leona here. You saw how squishy Chelsea looked there. Obviously was a level down, but just basically instantly bursted in that situation. Layered very effectively with the traps, and we also see Hacker showing up top lane. But BBU, he's in a relatively safe position, does know this is happening.
Early proactivity is key, though, and seeing Hacker try to get on a gank is good, as you've already seen Beisheng being that active jungler in his own right. You know, the invasion coming in there himself. Now, we do have a Dragon coming up in about a minute. Before we get to those map movements and the macro play coming out from that, though, we got to see this 2v2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, so just layers CC with the traps, the zap, and then the last auto able to get it. And again, Kadaya significantly tankier than the Nautilus. Leona is already just the base kit because it's a W tankier than Nautilus, but you add in the aftershock difference and it is night and day.
A lot of bodies heading around this mid lane. We're getting roam timers out for both these supports as we wanted to see. Maybe not exactly how Kadaya wanted to do it, as 4 bodies are in the mid lane for Ultra Prime, but still checking in on both of these supports, the true engagers for these teams. It feels like a lot of leading in the decision making as well.
And if you try and find an opportunity mid, that's the thing, is that if Cryan is able to get pressure from his teammates, able to find solo kills, he can really run away with this matchup and start to apply pressure around the map. I will say that WE being up in gold, the fact they got that kill bot lane, they feel pretty comfortable at this point, right? If things keep going this trajectory, I think a critical thing is it gets to the point where Corki is going to have those packages, and that's where things can be a bit more problematic. Yeah. Ultra Prime, it becomes harder to approach neutrals when you know if we dive the back line and Xie just packages away, we're all going to get toasted.
Yeah, because that is one thing when you drafted this composition for Ultra Prime, is you're lacking a lot of the range. I mean, you have Elk, but still, if Elk isn't the most long range, but he doesn't have the Calibrum. So that's something that we have to take into effect when we're coming into the team fights, especially the setup from Ultra Prime is going to be so important, making sure they're there in front of the objectives and get that front to back that they're looking for, at least to some extent. Now, we do have Beisheng hovering around this bottom side of the map, while Hacker going up towards this top side on the path, and it looks like Dragon will be secured by Team WE.
Yeah, and this is actually really positive. If a team who has the Corki gets the early Dragons, it becomes incredibly hard to deal with the pressure later on when you're dealing with the package timer synced with the Dragon. So securing that first one, definitely a positive move from WE. And honestly, Ultra Prime, not really as much has come from this early game, right? There's a couple of ganks here and there, but top lane is naturally losing as you will on the matchup down. Just got a 20 CS. And Cryan is fishing for these all-ins, taking a bit of damage for his troubles.
Yeah, a little bit of burn back on him as he was walking away from that one. You have movement from the top side. Yubu on his way to help Xie. You also have Beisheng here. Cryan is just in too deep at this point. Over his head. Xie, he's going to flash. What a play. Wow.
Man, that was so close. And honestly, I think that kind of shows how crazy the matchup is. The fact that Cryan just decided, yeah, I'm just going to go for it. Xie has both summoners. And if that was a 1v1, would have died. the team are there to peel. Great roam down from BBU. Yeah, Crying, no range stacked up, just pulse peel. That obviously gives him a fair bit when he gets low enough on HP. And he just charges his Shea, but the critical things is one, this stun from Beisheng the flashed by time, and then also BBU knocking him out of range. I think even if that was just like a 2v1 with Beisheng there, I don't think that would have been enough. So great roam from BBU to secure that.
That's what I was going to say. How bad does it feel for Crying? You're finally like, okay, this is the time. You know, I've got this level. I'm going in. I've got my ultimate. Wait, why do you have two other people showing up in your lane at the same time? Oh my goodness. And I can just like feel that coming off of the stage right there. What a play and what a timing window from Team WE.
Yeah, and now we see Herald spawning up in about 10 seconds. We see supports moving up there already. Kadaya's reset and heading there for mid. Jay just needs to reset and pick up the package, and it is such a massive threat in this skirmish. But I want to see Ultra Prime contest this. Getting that 80 package, getting mid tower broken would be super. Getting that 80 Herald, sorry, breaking mid tower would be very important. So I want to see them move over contested. You have strength, right, in your composition. Actually, Jay very slow on the reset to pick up the package. Aka should just move over, go over the wall, and look to contest this.
This is a little bit slow for Team WE to burn down this Rift Herald. Now Ultra Prime taking position in front of the pit. Looking at that Rift Herald, the engage coming from Xiaoxi. They all pounce like tigers from the jungle. Hacker takes down Beisheng.
Yeah, really nicely played there. And I'm not gonna. I thought Hacker got.
Oh my
God,
God, Chelsea just is on one right now, getting these hooks left and right. Xie using the package, but look at BBU on the side. It is a very split fight, but Team WE are caught out a bit. You still have Crying. He's going to go raging, and big Moonlight Vigil from the other side of Elk. It's still trading back and forth. The Stay is excited, but here comes Elk with the flash over the wall. The Caliber doing some damage. The Chakrams backing him up. Beisheng is here. He's now fighting. The carousel keeps on turning because this is the LPL, baby! As Team WE somehow turn it all around, somehow find a way, and they come out on top.
They crush the fight. WE able to turn it around because the back line, they can't aggress on them, right? They retreat towards the towers. And Ultra Prime, they're short range. It took Elk flashing in to secure that kill. And Ultra Prime, they lose the fight and they don't end up getting the Herald. Massive disappointment for them overall.
Honestly, incredible that that fight lasted that long, that Beisheng was able to come back into it after starting off the Rift Herald. We're going to finally get a replay of that. Crazy. It didn't even show the original pick out either.
The package from Shea pretty instrumental in slowing down Ultra Prime. And then we see Crying ulting here, but Hacker, I feel like the big strength of this composition is getting those stuns off frequently. You see Kadaya has a passive stacked up, but doesn't get procs in time. And this position, very difficult to fight from here, because WE can just constantly retreat towards their towers. And so there, flash over the wall comes out from BBU. They're not able to follow up, and that allows Beisheng just to return. I remember he got burst out instantly, so he has everything available to him, able to clean up the fight. And WE, we talked about how they had these strong scaling elements. Them winning a fight there is a massive win.
It absolutely is. And now we're going to do a check-in on items, and we're having our first mythics come across the board, especially towards this top side of the map for Team WE. They're the ones picking up all the kills, and it's 6-3 now in this lead, but only about a 2,000 gold lead to write home about. Ultra Prime definitely want to make something happen here towards the spot side, as the next dragon spawning very, very soon.
Yeah, and this is one that Ultra Prime should contest, right? No package available for the Corki. Definitely want to stop them from stacking them up quickly, because eventually, obviously, as I've said multiple times, it will be synced up. They do still have lost strength and composition. My only concern is BB, right? Look, this teleport timer coming up sooner than Alias by a small factor, but that could be a difference maker.
Hacker and Xiaoxi still here. They're the only members present from Ultra Prime. Zenith Blade Connect. Elk is here to back them up. The Dragon falls, but Kadaya is just the bait, because here comes the rest of Team WE. They've got one. Stay is excited now. He's getting two. Could he go for the third? The big Gravitum on the other side to stop them, but the Zenith Blade connects yet again, and Kadaya still alive. Kadaya, the madman's running away from Crying. He pops the Unrelenting Rage, but can he survive any much longer to get any kills? He does not. Stay picks up another one, and it's all Team WE at this point, Hawks.
Yeah, Ultra Prime just completely flopped, right? I wasn't sure if they were wanting to contest there or not, and I don't think they were sure either. And they eventually decide, yeah, let's contest the dragon. after it's gone, Elk and Cryin so slow to move over. And by the time they do, Shousy's already dead. Hacker's already chunked out. And WE, so easy for them to win a team fight out in this scenario. The backline can just charge forward without even being really contested. Like, look at the situation, right? Why is there only 2 people here? Eventually, Elk shows up. But then it's still Cryin not really in position to follow. Shousy goes down. Hack is incredibly low. And WE are just playing these fights better. They're working as a unit, as a 4-man.
And that was something that was so integral to us when looking at this matchup. How does that connection between Beishang and Kadaya look? Kadaya has gotten out with a sliver of health so many times this game. The Zenith Blades are like point and click abilities. And this combo for Team WE is shining today in this first game.
Yeah, and now 4-0-5 on that Jinx, 2-0-3 on the Jace. In that winning matchup, has the disadvantage. They're going to take that top tier 1. There is a bit of an answer back on the other side. Elk picking up some plates, but a substantial gold lead right now. 4,000. That's before the tower is even taken.
Blow up even more, just hovering around that 5,000 gold lead. But I want to do a check-in on Ultra Prime side, right? We said at the beginning of the day in our segment, it is about Cryin and Elk who will carry this team. Well, both of them not in a predicament right now to be able to carry, but they still have the potential, the side lane potential from Cryin, the actual team fight damage potential from Elk as we get stacking up into the later parts of the game. That will still become crucial. So, Ox, I gotta ask, how do they get these 2 carries back into the game?
Well, I can talk about it in a second, but I'm kind of confused as to why Shea has his package right now. Because it's over a minute.
We don't talk about that, all right, Ox? We don't talk about that.
Over a minute. It's over a minute before
he hasn't
that
gotten
Herald.
to make you mad yet, all right? This is his first time. He has to make sure.
Well, yeah, what was the point in this package? He just throws it down. No objective. Like, oh, man, whatever. Cool, you know. They're doing so well. And he just... Okay, I'll give him a pass, right? It's his first series back. Maybe he hasn't learned about my frustrations. Either way, they are going to lean down towards the bot side, make things more difficult. Look at Elk.
Elk already pops the Gale Force, but they're coming in anyways. The Stormbreaker, the Mega Death Rocket doesn't connect. Beishang goes golden here, but TWE are to back him up. Flame Choppers connect onto 2. Cryin already has to pop the race. The rest of Ultra Prime are trying to keep up here. They can't, though. And now CA's coming back in with Stay, who's excited. And the double rocket composition is coming alive. You just can't take the heat, so stay out of the kitchen, Ultra Prime.
And WE are so far ahead. They can just death ball them. They can just charge forwards. And Ultra Prime are really struggling to execute on their composition, right? I wanted to see those low number skirmish around the melee top laners. I want to see backline access. But every single time, and we look at this one once again, okay? So the initiators are WE. Ultra Prime kite back in this situation, but Elk ends up so low, not really able to do anything in this fight other than just put some turnaround damage. But then Ultra Prime, they just charge forwards and like look at Cryin, stunned, instantly loses all his health, pops the ult. Okay, well, I guess I have to get out now. And it's like, it just achieves nothing.
The range has been so hard for Ultra Prime to deal with, and we highlighted it going into the draft. Like, oh my God, Team WE, it feels like they got the Exodia range composition here, and they're using it beautifully. We wanted to see, is it going to be Elias able to separate that damage a little bit with the Shroud, or with the Mist, rather? It hasn't come to fruition there, and the team composition for Team WE is fully online at this point, and it still gets worse. The scaling is still there further on in the game, and we're only 16 minutes in.
Yeah, you know, I talked about this coming out of the draft, right? In the late game, if a Gwen and a Tryndamere get on your backline, they can still win, but not when you're this far behind, and it does become harder and harder and harder as the game goes on. Jinx, Forky, Jace scale exceptionally, and Cryin has been extremely underwhelming on this Tryndamere pick. Elias has been sort of muted quite a bit, but that's because the matchup. It's a rough matchup, and then they've been losing out in these team fights. And now with a 7,000 gold lead, WE is setting up for that dragon. They do have the Herald to apply some pressure mid, but no package.
This would be soul point for Team WE to try to get this mid tower. Will not go down, but Rick Herald's only getting that 1 charge off. Team W positioned down towards the bottom side. You see what their intention is. get that charge off and transition it to another neutral objective or a team fight here, as Ultra Prime just walking into it. You're walking into the mouth of a shark at this point. Oh, Hacker on the side though with a beautiful Glacial Prison. The Moonlight Vigil AoE is huge on the side, but you've got to watch out for Stay on the back. He's got the excitedness. He's got Xie on his back pocket as well, and Beishang to frontline it. You see Ultra Prime move out after they get 2 kills. So Ultra Prime come out positive in that one.
Yeah, they managed to get a couple of kills. No package available because someone decided to grab it early, but it made probably a pretty solid difference there, using it to disengage and turn things around. Ultra Prime trying to hold on for now. The BBU does have teleport available, so quickly we're going to see WE get some reinforcements in the situation. Even without them, it feels like they can just, yeah, they are going to get the TP coming in. They're going to be able to secure this dragon. Hacker was solo, you have to reset. Now they're actually going to look for a bit more.
They got to be careful with the rest of Ultra Prime down here. It's everybody from Team WE trying to chase them down. Will not be so just yet. Actually, BBG on the side already finds out Xiaoxi, who just dies outright, and somehow they stuck around long enough for BBG to get 2 kills, 3 kills for Team WE. What is happening? Ultra Prime falling apart.
Ultra Prime are completely flopping here. I said one of the concerns about losing those early dragons would be how easy it is for WE to stack them up later, even without the package. Managed to secure that 3rd one. The Mountain Soul is such a positive for WE, right? We talked about how you need to kill these long-range backliners, get in their face. The extra shield makes it even more difficult, and Ultra Prime have no damage to break those shields from a distance. So, you know, even ignoring the fact that they have a 7k goal lead, things are starting to feel doomed for Ultra Prime. Just feels like they're not able to make this composition work, right? They didn't find the early skirmishes, and in the team fights, this one was initially a positive, right? Stay not really able to get too many auto attacks in this situation. Hacker goes for a great ult here to lock down BBU, and Alias do when things able to turn things around. But the problem is they burn so much, right? They win the fight, but Xiaoxi incredibly low, Hacker crying incredibly low, no ult available for anyone apart from the Nautilus. So despite the fact they win the fight, they no longer have tools to deal with the Jinx who is still full HP.
And I just want to say, one of the beauties of the highlights we did for Team WE and the fact that it is Beishang and Daya who really make the function in mid-game, as well as those engages and really a driving force for the team, is it makes the rest of the members propped up. It is that enablization. You have Stay now, as we were kind of mentioning, 4-0 and 9 on the Jinx, 3-2 and 9 on Xie. The kill participation is huge. Everybody is involved in this win. 5-1 and 5 on BBU in the top side. Like, everyone from Team WE is showing up in this first.
100%. And you know, I feel like we've seen Beishang come in with this Zhonya's on the volley.
Yes, let's go.
We've seen this a bit. I respect this. You know, there's decent AP ratios on the volley bear, but also just being able to dive in, use that status. We talk about how powerful stopwatch is, and Zhonya's, you're getting the repeatable usage off it. Remember, volley bear gets health from his ultimate, so benefits quite a bit from just having an armor item. Doesn't necessarily need to stack so much HP. Oh my lord, that damage.
Cry just almost dies. They are pushing the tower, but they got a lot of people here from Ultra Prime. A lot of damage from the Sky Splitter and the rest of the poke. They're still targeting the tower as well. Tower will not fall this time around, but Team WE will continue to put the pressure up here in the top side.
And remember, right, this is a melee, well, a short range composition for Ultra Prime. They don't have good wave clear. The wave clear is kind of hoping Elkaz the Infernum. And right now, they're really struggling trapped on this tower. They are going to back away. Don't want to overstay and potentially get flanked on. But Ultra Prime just struggling to hold on and defend their tier 2. It's an 8,000 gold disadvantage. That is monumental only 20 minutes into the game.
And can I just say, honestly, good stuff from Team WE to show some reserve there at the top side. Not go for that tier 2 tower. Know that if they get caught, that's an easy way for Ultra Prime to start getting back into the game if they can. And I think that shows a very, very nice level of play in reservedness from Team WE, where I feel like in the latter weeks, we might see them just continue to barrel down that top side, try to take that 5v5 fight under tower, and maybe come away a little bit worse for wear for it. So Team WE definitely crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's this time around.
Yeah, they did a good move to back through the jungle, right? And then clear out the vision, make sure no flanks are going to come through, and then they went back to the tower to secure it. That's the thing, that is the danger, is if a Tryndamere or a Gwen ends up behind your team, right on top of them, it can cause problems. And I think that's what they're just playing careful to avoid, because that's really the only way they kind of lose the game at this point. Now, a minute until that Dragon Soul, they get this. It's pretty much doomed for Ultra Prime. Feels already pretty difficult. And
Look at
GA,
him. Look at him.
he heard me. He listened. He's going to sync it up. He's going to have this package for the Dragon this time. For some reason, some players really struggle with this, but GA only took him half of a game to figure it out.
It was one mistake, okay? One mistake. Everybody makes mistakes, Ox. All right, we got to give them some leniency. But hey, at least they'll have it this time around. He's out onto the Rift. They are setting up in mid lane to try to get that priority to make sure they can secure this soul for themselves. As a little bit ago, I was saying Ultra Prime, their composition, they want to get set up in front of these objectives. They want to try and get the flanks for Cryan, but they just don't have the strength to set themselves up in that way whatsoever here. So they're going to try to barrel it down this jungle entrance to the Dragon Pit, where it's going to be so difficult to do because of the poke from Team WE.
Yeah, so much poke coming through. Very difficult to approach through this choke.
Oh, Chelsea, he misses it. He has to flash away. The Solar Flare was utilized. A big ulti there from Team WE. Glacial. Oh my God, Chelsea just died. No, GA gets the second one too, and it's all coming up aces for Team WE. The Stormbringer backhacker flashes, but he dies anyways. Elias is still alive for a little bit longer, but not much. Cryan is gonna go raging, but he tries to get Stay. Stay goes golden. Cryan, you can't get anything. That's a clean ace from Team WE.
WE absolutely crushed them, and now just will be able to grab the Dragon Soul.
No, he died to the dragon.
He just, okay. Mistakes happen, right? But actually, that might be enough. I was thinking they might be able to head straight over to the Baron and do it, but the Jinx dead. I think they make the call not to risk it. Will have the Mountain Soul secured in hand. A massive win, but definitely a bit of a fluff for Stay just to die there to the dragon.
Stay's KDA is ruined. I'm upset.
Well, everyone else had already died, so I think he was.
He's like, guys, I'm with you.
I want to see what happened to Chelsea and LPL, because I think it was the shock. Was it just
it was the
blast?
rocket over the side, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, the rocket and the shock blast. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Those two in unison. A fair bit of damage. Nice level of synergy between the poke elements from WE just to one-shot them, but man.
It's so hard.
It just feels so hard.
Because in the Mountain Soul, you're forced into these even tighter positions, and it makes Team WE's job so much easier. You thought fish in a barrel was the saying before. Well, try like fish in an ice tray or something along those lines. It's just so easy for Team WE in those kinds of moments to whittle down the opponent and then pounce on it.
And I think it's so hard for Ultra Prime. Like, we're talking about the idea of Cryan.
He gets half of his health taken out by the accelerated shock blast. He does pop the ulti, so he's buying a little bit of time, but he's just like, I don't know who to hit. I'm not going to kill anybody here. And Ultra Prime say, sorry, Cryan, you're out of luck.
Honestly, probably should just not pop the ulti. They're looking here for Gadaya.
The Solar Flare connects onto two, and the rest of Team WE are here. The first rocket connects, and that's soon doomed for Ultra Prime. Stormbringer in, BB on the back, and again, they're getting wiped. Stays here. They get the one. No, they finally do. Okay, GA will take his third death. Team WE still surging forth, and they're pinging onto the Baron now.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime try for a pick, but this Leona is so tanky, and they just don't have the damage to do anything right now. BBU's going to continue to push mid as they pick up the Baron. 12,000 gold lead, Baron in pocket, Dragon Soul in pocket. Yeah, this just feels kind of unwinnable for Ultra Prime at this point.
Team WE are a kill a minute by themselves. How insane is that? 26 kills in this 25.5-minute game. Team WE taking everything. They've gotten the soul. They took the Baron, and now it's just making sure they can finish the game cleanly.
Yeah, literally at this point, right? They can just push in the side lanes. They have the super minions pressure mid, and I understand the decision from Ultra Prime, right? You want to pick someone isolated. It's the only real win to do so, but a great ult from Gadaya buys him time. The aftershock makes him so hard to kill, especially with the Mountain Soul. And then in the end, they don't even get him. Down to slivers of HP, but the rest of WE comes to turn things around.
Every single time Gadaya in this game, there's going to be a whole highlight montage just of him getting out with sub 50 health, I swear.
Pretty much. And it's painful, right? And we can look at the items now. 3 fully completed for both GA and Stay, right? But also, BBU, 4 items. Jace obviously scales exceptionally well with gold, but he is going to do so much damage. I just think we're going to see a shock blast hit someone's squishy, and they'll lose like 80% of the HP. But you know, it'll be kind of funny. So I'm totally ready for that.
Totally ready for it. You got the split lane push coming. Beishong staying in the mid lane, but 4 strong here for Team W on the bot side. Cryan gets 1 rocket for the face. Already out of it. Now Hacker going in with the Glacial Prison. On the side, Mewtwo just obliterates Cryan. He had ulti and he still died. Oh my goodness, Team WE. This is just unfair. This is just not right. They are destroying Ultra Prime. They have 30 kills, and it ain't stopping anytime soon. 31 on the board, 31 mistakes from Ultra Prime, and a win for Team WE in this first game.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, I feel like Ultra Prime are probably just happy it's over. Looking towards that game 2, I feel like they just had the tools, right, with the composition. We talked about what they could potentially do, weren't really able to offer it, and ultimately WE a lot more proactive. Beishong, in particular, doing as he does, making things happen on the volley bear, there to counter the all-in from Cryan mid, and constantly a big threat in this game. And the thing is, WE have this composition that punishes if you're unable to be proactive in the early game. If you're unable to make things happen, it's kind of just an auto lose at a certain point. Like, yes, there are creative ways where you can find backline access 100%, but it becomes harder and harder, especially with the package, and you saw how much damage they were able to do when they got ahead.
It's incredible. And the fact that they got all 3 of those pieces, right? Just to come off the board with all 3 of those in the first phase, I feel like Team WB, we're definitely happy with that. And you know, the bar of execution high on the side of Ultra Prime, but they didn't seem to get close to it. So going to the next game, right, is about changing that up, getting a little bit more comfort for Ultra Prime, and sticking to the win conditions that we had drawn out for them, right? And trying to put more resources into this mid carry, into this bot lane carry, and try to have something to stand on when you get to the mid game, because it was all Team WE. Yes, the early fights were very back and forth, but you see that gold graph, you see the damage numbers, you see just the absolute domination that Team WE had.
The thing is, you can't be having back and forth early fights, right? You need to be coming out ahead. The problem is, right, they have this Gwen in a rough matchup against the Jace. Beishong has a lot of early pressure. Cryan was like your winning lane to play for, because bot lane, you actually saw Stay and Kadaya find an advantage in that lane and find that 2v2 kills. So you were so reliant on mid work, and you're so reliant on finding those small numbered skirmishes around the top side with your melee champions, with Sejuani. And I think the big one was that Herald fight, right? The extended fight that WE won. That should be like the prime fight that they're gonna be able to find advantage in, especially as WE honestly kind of fumbled it. They were so late grabbing the package. It felt like that was going to be Ultra Primes to take, but in the end, they end up falling.
They do indeed. We'll see if they can bounce back, though. We're going to sit to a little break while we get ready for game number 2, so don't touch that browser. On the back, Allah's going ham right now. Lightning get in there to do some damage. Can he get the free fires off? He's excited. He goes cleanse from the death sentence, and Light is starting to pop off. It's starting to look like an MVP performance from this AD carry of LNG. In this new season, LNG and V5 have come roaring back to life. It's beautiful to witness, and now Photic can clean house. That's 3 for him. He'll go for Bin. That's 4. The rest of the team surely gift over the kill of Xiao, who tries to survive, but the cleave through the chickens. It's a pentakill for Photic. LNG has been the biggest surprise. Week in and week out, they have slaughtered the competition. And although the mighty may bleed, they are still currently tied for first under the leadership of the former world champion Doinby.
其实我觉得我这个人找机会就打输出能力，我觉得团战不管是团战还是什么都挺厉害的。这方面我觉得是 LPL 前3吧。不管是玩什么英雄，我觉得找机会能力都特别好。但我只能说，今年 LPL 真的是没有弱队，大家都很强。
Golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomy's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
现在的目标的话，只有冠军吧，因为去年拿了2个亚军，感觉亚军现在对我来说没什么意义，我不想再拿亚军，我想拿冠军。
And just like Doinby for LNG, Rookie's arrival was an integral part to the V5 plan this year. The duel between these two legends will take center stage in this clash.
最近打智能赛，配合也蛮不错的，然后我们的配置也算是我个人觉得也是蛮好的，总体来说还是蛮不错嘛，就是在节奏这方面我们也会做得蛮不错的。
Blast themselves into this game. UB in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes safe. The double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy is she. Triple for Rookie.
Both of these teams have taken the spring split by storm. V5 ended RNG's win streak. The rookie Photic has unlimited possibilities, and Rich himself has played solidly in the top lane. But now, Rich must face Ala, who has been core to LNG's dominance. It seems that this series shall truly be the strongest against the strongest.
Rich could actually be the one in trouble, but it depends. Never mind. Rich survives with one more order to seal the deal.
Just solo kills the Shy in such a manner.
Wow. The jump down the bottom side, but Ala with Xiaolao, who there's no mana on him to flash forward. Solo Molo this time from Ala in the top side.
No matter which way you look at it for both of these teams, this series will be monumental. If either side has any hope at a chance of reviving themselves in the playoffs, they will need to prove it here, as confidence reigns king in the LPL. Our match of the week, V5 versus LNG.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide,
这赛季就打得一般吧，然后就希望接下来的比赛，然后就能多赢一点，多赢一点。下一场打 UB 战队，UB 战队是一个保下路的队伍，然后我们打他们的话就尽量抓下路吧。想对艾克说就小心被抓吧。
Welcome back, everyone. We are right back to it here in week number 6, second to last day in the LPL Spring Split 2022. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and man, was that a game! Very one-sided for Team WE, but it was a fun one all along, and now we got to get ready for the second game before, so we got to dole out our MVP, and it is Bubu picking it up for our first game. Gotta say, the whole team performed very well. Bubu, yes, 11-1 is great. The Jace was insane. It was a whole team effort, and Bubu gets that MVP.
100%. I mean, landed some critical shock blasts. And kind of going back to what we just saw Beisheng say in that little interview, how, you know, Ultra Prime like to focus around bot, so he's going to gank bot. We've often seen him lean topside for his early ganks. He didn't do that this game. It really came down to Bubu being the one to sort of win this lane out himself. And yeah, this play, great roam timing. We always talk about support roam timings. Top laners finding opportunities to do so is stellar. And then continuously in these fights having so much value.
And it's just funny because in all these fights, right, you see all the angles, all the projectiles coming from 3 different areas on Team WE, and it's so hard to deal with for Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime just kind of caught in that fish in a barrel type situation. For me, it was the give and take for Team WE in these fights. You saw they were pretty on point with how they could utilize their pressure in the moment, backing off a little bit, and then coming back into it.
But just seeing him one-shot crying before crying can even press ultimate there, kind of hilarious. Yeah, Jace does things. You give him that much of a gold lead, he'll trash anyone. And I think that the thing you can think about here is the fact that Ultra Prime opted for that blind Gwen, knowing Jace was open and available. I don't think they'll do that again.
Yeah, and I expect Ultra Prime to not give such a range advantage over to Team WE this time, as they will be on the blue side, so changing it up just a tiny bit there and changing up that focus a little bit more so. But that's where I want to dive into right now before we get into that draft is how do Ultra Prime come back from a game like that? First of all, mentally taxing, but they seem to have a decent game plan coming out of the draft and the way they wanted to run things, and especially towards those solo lanes, that top side of the map didn't work out for them. I need them to pull it back to the bot lane, get that elk train going.
Yeah, well, I think the composition was fine. I do think top lane, the matchup's a little bit rough. That is my main criticism of it. Otherwise, I think things are okay. But they weren't able to capitalize on their win conditions. I think I kind of prefer, instead of crying being on this tournament where he needs to be solo killing his lane opponent, pick something where he can roam like we typically see, right? Give Hacker a bit more of an aggressive early jungler. Go a bit back to the basics and have an easy to execute composition. You tried a composition like this, didn't work. Just sort of change things up quite significantly. I don't think we'll see a repeat of what we saw there. I don't think we'll see the Trinity mid. I don't think we'll see the Sejuani.
Now, another thing that was a big focus, at least the 2 main pieces got banned away, was the mobility from the mid lane and the fact that TF and Rise were both banned away, right? We still have the Galio for a little bit of that, but that's usually in response to one of those previously mentioned picks. So going to the second game, I wonder if we get a little bit of that mobility unlocked in the mid lane. Do we get something that can roam around a little bit more? Because being stuck in the mid lane doesn't feel like it suits either of these teams in all actuality.
Yeah, well, I feel like for WE, they were kind of okay with how it ended up panning out, right? Because we saw Shea just able to farm up. On the other side, though, I feel like Ultra Prime, their main identity that's successful for them is that Cryin roams bot, and him and Hacker can play around Elk and get Elk fed. Elk has shown with resources he can be phenomenal. But in this game, they lost out in the 2v2. They didn't really get that attention bot. Trinity didn't really find any windows to move, and Hacker just didn't really find any opportunities to play around the bot lane. It felt very subdued in the early game. And then obviously there was a Herald fight. That was kind of that all or nothing. It is going to be harder because the enemy team has a package, but the fact that they end up losing the extended fight, it was just kind of disaster from then on.
And I'm really hoping we get a little bit of that stability you were kind of foreshadowing to for Ultra Prime in this one, maybe even trying to take it a little bit later in the game. But for me, it was not only the lane advantages that Team WE seemed to be getting, it was the constant objective pressure. It was the constant map movements that were so good. And for Ultra Prime, that's something hard to just immediately adjust to, immediately on the fly, like turn that around. And I think that we have seen that from Ultra Prime in the past, but this iteration today at least seemed to be a little bit off track. So I'm really looking forward to that turnaround and seeing if they can get some of the more stable pieces at least into the early draft. As I do hear, we are ready for that second game picks and bans, and I couldn't be more excited to get into this one. I hope we get some changes. I hope we get some spiciness as we see Ultra Prime on the blue side ban away the Kadaya Rakan, as well as the Jace from last game. Team WE ban away the Thresh and the Zeri.
This actually puts WE in a bit of a difficult situation because they're going to ban Zeri definitely. We often also see Rise banned on the red. I'm kind of confused here, right? I saw the Jace ban. I'm like, okay, Ultra Prime are going to prioritize the Gwen. They also ban the Gwen. I feel like most people, when they ban Jace in this first rotation, it's because they want to prioritize the Gwen themselves. But either way, they eliminate both, and that does leave them open to first pick that Rise for Crying, which is great for him. So I feel like they're in a pretty comfortable spot on the back of that with that first pick. WE potentially going to look towards that Corki once again. Was problematic, will scale exceptionally, but a lot more pressure here for Ultra Prime in the early game. See the Aphelios for stay. Obviously something that can shred through the Rise quite effectively, and I think that just leaves Jinx for Elk. And this is a lot better for Ultra Prime already, right? They have the Roman mid for Crying. They have a great carry who has a lot of long range for Elk that they can play for. Probably just going to go for either support or jungle here, but instead go for the Kennen in the top lane.
That is going to be to Elias, who has a little bit of a track record himself on the pick here in the LPL. His game played at least was on that Kennen. Will appreciate the fact that Shie is being forced onto Corki. I feel like that's now the admission card to the LPL. You have to be able to play a ton of Corki, get those package timings down or something along those lines. Won't have the double rocket composition this time, but I feel like the Aphelios still fits the team fight nature that they want to go for. They're going to need a response to the massive team fight implications that the Kennen brings to the table for Ultra Prime. Their answer, the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, so Xin Zhao really strong early pressure, and also the ult. Just annoying for the Jinx to deal with. Hard to get resets when you can't really damage them for 5 seconds. Now, looking to ban away some supports. Remember, WE, they get first choice after this rotation. So even if they do start to ban these away, they still get priority on those. I could see them throw a ban towards the junglers as well, as they've secured theirs. For Ultra Prime, I feel like honestly, you can look at the top lane. The Gnar was something that was hovered by WE. Maybe they want to get rid of that. Potentially, there could be concerns about some of the other picks that can deal with the Kennen effectively. But all in all, I feel like WE in a pretty decent spot. Happy with what they have so far.
Can I just say that your big brain just blows my mind. You're like, it's crazy how many of these draft picks you're getting right. Like the bans, the picks. I'm just happy to have you alongside this smooth brain play-by-play over here to kind of lead me in the right direction. As Leona was that follow-up ban by Team WE. More solo lane focus, I would have to think, for Ultra Prime here themselves, but could also see them take away their some engaged supports themselves, which Arkadias may say they go for the Lulu. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, so they know Kadaya will play the Lulu, and they also know with those two engaged supports banned away, there's not too much pressure you could apply, especially since WE could have taken the Lulu last. Could be in the Ultra Prime in a position where they can't really combat it. They are going to take the Tom Kench now for Ultra Prime. It's kind of really your jungle and your support. Now, Volley Bear is a common one that we've seen with the Rise, because obviously as a duo, you can lean to the side lanes incredibly effectively. There's plenty of junglers open and available that can lean towards. I don't think there are really too many bad answers. They're going to go for Lee Sin. Does sync well with the Rise if you have that point and click setup. And Chelsea's considering his engage options. They're a little bit further away from the meta, right? Alistair and Rel both provide that hard engage, but aren't seen nearly as much as Leona and Nautilus.
I'm surprised we didn't get the J4 for Hacker. It is one of his most played, but it just feels like it fits this composition so well in the terms of following up that AoE damage that can be there and setting up the fish in a barrel type situation. They go with the Alistair, which I feel like would have made the J4 fit even more, but I'm just going to walk away from that point because it will be Hacker's Lee Sin, which is terrifying in its own right as well.
Yeah, we're going to see what BuBu takes top lane. Aurelia is definitely something that can punish range tops, but I feel like puts such an emphasis on playing around it. Not sure it's necessarily what WE want to do here. Could just go for something like a Sal and have that beefy front line. It would mean that in the front to backs, WE hold up pretty well, right? Such a strong front line here that can soak so much damage. It makes it hard for L to get resets when you have to cut through the Xin Zhao and the Scion. But I look at Ultra Prime, right? They have great engage tools between the Kennen and the Alistair. And actually, I love when you have AoE CC against a Tom Kench. Single target, things like Nautilus really struggle. Just for the fact that obviously you ult the AD carry out of the CC and you're fine. But obviously if Alistair combos in, there's a brief window where he can't eat his AD carry. On top of that, you can even headbutt. You know, like when you mess up a combo and you headbutt someone away and then you pulverize, you can do that on purpose. And you can headbutt the Tom Kench away and then pulverize AD carry. So plenty of options there. Doesn't mean they're not going to have too much pressure level 1, but I think that's fine. Ultimately, WWE play it safe. They go for this, again, front to back composition with a very strong front line. They have less power on the back line this time, but more bulkiness going forwards. But I really like what Ultra Prime have here. I like the Rise for Cryan. I like the Jinx for Elk. I want to see this mid jungle take over the game. That is what I'm looking for. You're against a Corki. You know he's not going to do anything early. Make things happen.
And again, on the other side for Team WE, it's the Beishang Kadaya combo, especially now Kadaya on the Tom Kench is ultra spicy. It fits his playstyle so well, and especially some of that safety added in there going up against the composition of Ultra Prime. Both teams pulling away a little bit of their comforts, a little bit of their specialties here in terms of their focus in the game, but it all comes down to execution. It all comes down to mechanics. Can Ultra Prime bring us to 3 games tonight? Oh, I hope so. As we hit the rip for the second time of the day, Ultra Prime versus Team WE.
If anything crazy comes on the level 1, what we often see, something that's developed quite a bit, is this late invade where red side will push in, just get a ward over the wall on that red buff. We used to see it a lot earlier. They just put a ward at Raptors, but often it's a later one, and there's not really too much that blue side can do to defend in this situation other than stack up. And you'll see here this hasn't really happened, so I expect Kadaya maybe just to move forward and slam a wall down. But now they are just playing like this defensive cover game.
The opposite side potentially being for both of these teams, at least going into this one, because we saw the opposite side starts last time around for both junglers, but it was actually Beishang who went for that early invade into the top side, getting away that red buff. See if that same proactivity is the name of the game for Beishang this time. But last game, that is what I wanted to see from Hacker, the proactivity. Now you have the Lee Sin. You have that single tool to get yourself into the game.
Yeah, but he is going to be tracked, right? They know they have this ward. Actually, this clear out really effective. So now, I said he was going to be tracked. He's not going to be tracked, right? They don't have any vision on either jungler at this point. What I would like to see from Cryan is, because he's going to have the early priority, is move over and put a ward down on the Raptors so they have some information. Both these junglers, very effective gankers. You want to be able to see where they are going, where they are going to end up on the map, because both of them with Leech the Stars, you can predict, but you don't truly have that information.
Exactly, that makes it even more fun. It's like a bag of surprises here at the LPL when we get the jungler's first attentions, but it is all about those first attentions, and especially even Beishang getting the Xin Zhao this time around. A lot different of a kind of utility style than we had seen, and especially, you know, the Sejuani last game, not necessarily working into the synergy that we had set up for themselves, but this time again, as I kind of said with Hacker, you have that tool available to you to be your own carry to some extent. Well, Beishang on the other side does have a lot of the utility there that Hacker had last game in Sejuani.
And I think the big thing for me on the side of WE is to set up in lanes, right? You know, Sion can set things up post 6. Pre 6 is a little bit tricky unless Alez is overextended. But mid lane, no real setup. Bot lane, you know, you have to kind of be trolling to let the Tom Kench W underneath you when you have Flash available. Whereas on the other side, Ultra Prime, every lane has CC to set up. So I think it's a much easier for Hacker to find angles, find opportunities for ganks. So Beishang, if you can track Hacker, see where he is, know where he's going, and just prevent his pressure, it's going to go a long way for your team.
Yeah, absolutely is. We see Trade going back and forth there, especially Stay and Kadaya keeping up the pressure in bot lane, or at least trying to do so with this Tom Kench Aphelios combo. Cryan has priority in mid lane. Beishang wants to pay him a visit, having done his blue and red buff, having the Tanner there trying to get on the other side. Hacker down towards his bottom side scuttle. We have the 2v2 kicking off here. Xiaoxi gets stopped up by the Gravitum, now getting damage traded back on him because of the Calibrum. Halfway down in his health bar. Beishang got that. Okay.
Yeah, Hacker. So Hacker had no smite available. He'd used 2 smites in his clear. and then as a result wasn't able to clear the shield. And that's the thing with Lee Sin, you can't clear the shield without smite. And it, like, if you smite and then Sonic Wave and then recast, you just kill it instantly.
This
But
is so big
smite,
brain.
Not able to do it.
They got the Abyssal Dive in here as well. Xiaoxi gets out with the flash. Bei Sheng's lane gank not going to succeed. Xiaoxi going back in after the exhaust completes. Elk putting in some damage to the Catfish Hackers here too. He joins the fight. Sonic Wave will miss.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I like the play coming off from WE. You get the flash from the Alistair. You still have Hex Flash. There's still opportunity to set up plays with that. But a nice route coming out from Stay into the Abyssal Voyage from Kadaya. And Bei Sheng said, right, he knows Ultra Prime like to focus bot lane. So he's making that early presence known. He's making that early gank, giving a minor advantage over his side. And Cryan is approaching level 6. That's kind of the point where I feel like Ultra Prime really can start applying a lot of pressure on this one. When that Rise gets the Realm Warp, you start to threaten, lean to the side, and really look to punish.
Absolutely, and that's something we didn't get in game 1 because both TF and Rise were banned away. So Cryan getting that pick this time around needs to make it work. He's getting worked on here by Bei Sheng. Has the phase rush though to get some distance between them two.
The Rise movement speed and the phase rush together is so funny because he's become so fast.
Speed!
Next you get found by Bei Sheng there.
Oh my god, the Wind becomes lightning connection there. Yep, Kadaya and Xie here. I don't know, Hacker, if you wanted to be here. The 3-talent strike connects. The Abyssal Dive does not, though. See, Cryan now moving back in. You've got Elias here as well. Not level 6. Doesn't have the Slicing Hailstorm. Needs to be a lot more careful here in his pathing as Kadaya is speedy little catfish. The rest of Ultra Prime right behind, though, as the backup is there. Both teams finding each other constantly in this early game. The proactivity is there, but blood is yet to be drawn.
So you got to be careful. He's on a ward, and I can just praise Kadaya for being here first, right? And Ultra Prime shouldn't have gone for those plays when they know there's a numbers advantage. Chelsea was still walking from base when Kadaya was there, and that's just the difference maker, right? Simple numbers, 3 beats 2 in most scenarios, and Ultra Prime overstay, doing a couple of summoners, and looks like WE still trying to apply pressure, right? Chelsea was trying to help Cryan get a crash so he can reset. For now, it looks like WE will force in aggressively on the enemy jungle.
Kadaya is just constantly pressuring on this top catch. He feels like a different beast on this pick here, getting let through from that second game draft, and he's still pressuring up. It is Kadaya, it is Bei Sheng, the combo that we want to see. Abyssal Dive flashed away from. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught into the tower, the double knock up there, as well as the combo. The rockets are raided again. We're getting deja vu here. Team WE are chasing down Ultra Prime. They're in between 2 towers, but does it matter? No, it does not. A Stay helps get the team off the ground. 2 kills already for Team WE.
And this is actually a really proactive heads-up play coming out from WE. We typically see top of lanes not having too much impact in the lane, right? The TP, you can't use it behind them. WE just drops it on the tower and charges in to follow up. And the numbers advantage is enough to make the dive work. Elk misses so much of that wave there.
What a play from the side of TWE. We'll see that startup here, but again, this has been Kadaya and Bei Sheng walking from the top side of the map all the way to the bottom side, and Pew pulling the trigger on the engage.
And what's massive is that Cryan, look at him, half health, no mana. This Realm Warp is useless, right? Absolutely useless. And the fact that they've been here, it's quite a long cooldown in the early game. So their main proactive tool we were looking for at level 6 from Cryan is unavailable, right? The main thing we were hoping to get out of Ultra Prime was proactive moves around the Rise. That has failed, at least for the time being. And it just gives WE such an advantage. In fact, you make a successful play and you burn that massive cooldown. Big positive. They're looking towards the Herald over here. Kadaya is already there, and Kadaya has been a lot better than Xiaoxi so far this game in terms of being where he needs to be on the map. Although it looks like the call for Ultra Prime might be to go for a cross map play. You can see Cryan has pushed the wave in. They may threaten a dive and a stay. He has no summoners, so I want to see them look to capitalize on this heavily. Get some plates for Elk, since you're not going to be able to get the Herald.
Still, though, I have to say, Kadaya on every roam timer finding something is so incredible. Now we're getting the blue side scuffle at least between DW and Ultra
he actually grabs that.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, he used the headbutt to dash out on the blue buff and ends up just taking it. Now the thing is, right, as much as the cross map from Ultra Prime makes sense, right? Enemy team has package, you just lost a play, let's not contest them. The problem is because Shea had package and because WE very quickly knew that Ultra Prime weren't contesting, they can then just lean back towards bot side. Beisheng still gets the Herald, but they can't go for a dive or anything. They can't really threaten. They got 2 plates bot lane. Nice, but the Herald can often translate to more.
Yeah, and you get the first Dragon of the game for Ultra Prime. At least they pull away a little bit of a neutral objective, but as you were kind of saying, the trade definitely goes in favor of Team WE just yet. But we'll see if Ultra Prime can capitalize on the bottom side. Abyssal Dive coming out, but they found the double knock up on a Stay. Stay tries to pop the Moonlight Vigil, but he just burns to a crisp, and Chelsea gets the kill. He's got the blue buff, he's got the kill.
Everything.
He's got everything, man.
You could even see they were leaving it for Els to take, so a bit unfortunate that ends up going over to the Alistar there. But again, happy to see proactivity. This is what we're looking for. This is what we wanted from Ultra Prime. More of that, please. More of the same. And critically on a window where Kadaya was level 5. When that ult does become available, is a fair bit more challenging to pull those plays off.
And it's been so interesting that we had all those kills, all that craziness in the first game. And I feel like it's rightfully so. We get a little bit more reserved going into the second game. But this is so interesting, the way that this has played out and the way that we've seen so many face-to-face meetings between these two teams, but we're still only 3 kills in.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, not too much actually capitalized. My big question. Oh my god.
He popped the scanner afterwards. No, if he didn't pop the scanner afterwards, it would have been fine. It would have been a play he was doing, but
I still would have called suspect on that one, but
oh man, that feels so bad. But hey, at least
and
get the
only
charge
he
off.
gets the gold as
But
well.
that's it. It
You
was
know what?
all the plan. All right, Ox Beisheng is in it for himself, but Chelsea is in it for his team. He goes for the engage on Kadaya. Kadaya goes back in, double knock up from the Abyssal Dive, and a fried catfish on the menu for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I think Kadaya wishing he could ult himself and just disappear from that play, because overcommitted quite heavily. You are not that tanky right now in this game. And the thing is, we talked about the trade-off earlier, where WE got the Herald, Ultra Prime got the Dragon, and 2 plates bot. That is now actually a favorable play for Ultra Prime, because they only got 2 plates from the Dragon. From the Herald, sorry.
Nice pick back. UBU in some trouble. Slicing Maelstrom popped, and the Scion goes zombie mode. Hacker picks up the kill.
Yeah, positive things for Ultra Prime, right? Firstly, the Herald was badly utilized. Secondly, they get this gank off on the top lane, equalized in terms of gold. Now, I am a little bit concerned about bot. Elk under a lot of pressure, and you know Beisheng will look for a dive if he can find an opportunity here. And this Rise, this is my big talking point, right? Crying. Think about all we talked about with him on RNG, that roaming play style. Take a look at what's coming down on the mini-map. This is Shea moving first.
Is the Corki showing up here. This is a 4v2. Chelsea just headbutting Beisheng away. Nice. Realm Warp will bring Cryin into the fight and actually turn in some damage onto Kadaya himself. Phase Rush pop Mega Death Rocket utilized as well. Been seeing a lot of early Mega Death Rockets as well from the Jinxes in the LPL, but it does dissuade Team WE from diving.
Yeah, it dissuades them. Definitely nice, but you don't pick Realm Warp to dissuade the enemy team. You pick Realm Warp to make proactive plays, right? It's the fact that WE moved down bot and set this play up, set the dive up. Cryin has to use his Realm Warp. And this is the second Realm Warp, by the way. Neither of them have gained any advantages for Ultra Prime. First one was a complete flop, but they actually lost out. This one just stopped WE. You don't pick these globals as like just a defensive tool. You want to be able to use them proactively to get the ball rolling, especially when you're up against the likes of a Corki. Obviously scales exceptionally well. Really, the fact that Shea is moving first on these plays, a little bit underwhelming for Ultra Prime.
You know, with the lack of actual sustainable leads for both these squads, right? We're neck and neck, still 13 minutes in. I would expect to see a little bit more priority around the team fights, around these objectives, right? Because teams are going to be saying, oh, we got to get something on the Rift, right? And we got to get something going for us as we press into the mid-game. And we do see Hacker down towards this bottom side, about a minute till that next dragon spawns, would start that stacking up for Ultra Prime, something I feel like they're going to need here.
Yeah, I mean, if Ultra Prime get the first 2 dragons, it relieves a lot of pressure, because we talked about this a lot back last game. Third dragon is when Corki will typically have package synced up with it, right? Because you normally, the first one is for the 8-minute Herald. Second one, this was actually a little bit early for that second Herald, but is synced up with the dragon. But the third one is like, that is the point where it's guaranteed every dragon there will be a package, and it becomes so hard to contest. So we saw last game, it was WE who had the 2 early dragons, and then there was no way for Ultra Prime to stop a very quick soul. Here, if Ultra Prime already have 1 dragon, if they can get a second, even better. Just means they have a lot more wiggle room. And also, if they do start winning dragon fights, a position to capitalize.
And something else I want to check into is this jungle matchup that we were highlighting at the beginning of the day, and a lot of this entire series so far. But it's the different approaches that both of these guys will have going into the fights, right? Bei Sheng wants to get in there, get the crescent guard in, separate the fight, get the rest of Team W to pick off the stragglers from Ultra Prime. Hacker is one of the engage tools, maybe the main engage tool for Ultra Prime, and he's also going to try to steal this dragon away. The package used, Hacker in, but it's taken by Xie. Here comes the TPs, the fight ensues. Hacker already down, he made the mistake, and Team WE capitalized.
And honestly, I feel like I don't understand the TP coming in from the cannon, right? In this situation, that was not a fight for Ultra Prime, that was a steal attempt. Pick one, right? You either pick the fight or you pick the steal attempt, but you shouldn't have burned the TP if you're trying to go for the steal. And now WE translating that pressure mid.
Just have the slicing Maelstrom for Elias as he gets into mid lane. The outer tower falls just in time for Team WE though.
Yeah, positive play, right? It means you can push mid up deeper, harder for Cryon to apply the pressure outwards. We talk a lot about the impact of taking that mid tier 1. Definitely solid, despite the fact that it's even in kills. WE pulling ahead, have the advantage in terms of towers on the map. But on top of that, look at Xie on this Corki, 2-0-1 already. Going to be an absolute monster in this game. And that's the thing, I feel like WE, their composition isn't that complicated to play. It's just a front to back, right? Really strong front line, you can still get some damage. Ultra Prime is where it gets a bit tricky. You're looking at cannon flank angles. You're looking at finding these big engages. They are on the Herald right now.
Xiaoxi, oh, I thought Xiaoxi was gonna go for it. When you see 4 members group up like that, you want to go for the engage. The triple headbutt pulverize. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught in the back. Bei Sheng is already down. Hacker into the back line now. The kickback, beautiful on its stay. And this is the fight Ultra Prime wanted. This is how they want to take the fight. The Realm Warp coming through, and the knock up. There you go. It's 3 down. Maybe they get to Kadai as well. Elk chasing him down under tower. The catfish is strong, but is it going to be strong enough? Elk, one more shot will do it, and that is huge for Ultra Prime, who resurged themselves back into this series.
4-0, and it comes off Xiaoxi on this Alistair. Beautiful engagement of the 3-man. The Tom Kent E comes out, but the Kennen is there to follow up, and they all dive in. WE, we talked about the front to back, how strong it was. Doesn't work if those beautiful engages are found by Ultra Prime. And they'll get that tier 2 mid and more.
They're going to snowball this. View dies. Bei Sheng is now going in. They need to be careful, but they have the TP coming in from Xie. Does not have the package, but has the damage. The rocket's coming in, but nobody can chase it down. Moonlight Vigil from Stay goes wide. They're still chasing it down, but this is a bit of an overextension. Heal pop by Elk, and Ultra Prime get out.
Yeah, just a heal burn there at the end to get them out, but everything felt like it missed. Prime will pick up this tower on the bot side. Massive positive for Ultra Prime. Huge team fight that I can't wait to have a look at in the replay. And really, it came from Xiaoxi. Perfect positioning in that brush. And WE just didn't check it, right? That was the problem, as they approached without having any ward down. Kadai should have walked forwards and watered this brush before everyone moved in. Both the backliners get comboed. This great Kennen comes in. And stay here, save the Tom Kench. But this kick from Hacker securing his fate.
Yeah, it's the multiple ways of maneuvering in these fights. The Xiaoxi startup and Hacker able to slam it in the alley-oop as well, and it's back to the Cry and Elk show. These 2 carries are what gets Ultra Prime off the ground, and they are very much off the ground at this point.
And honestly, the Kennen as well, 3-0-3. Really solid performance coming in from Elias on this one, and he will be a massive part of the threat, right? One thing is WE's composition, their main carries are this Corki and this Aphelios. If you make one of them unable to play the game, if you kill a Xie or Stay in a later team fight, let's say Elias trades his life for one of them, that can often be winning, just because there's only one other carry left to follow through on the fight.
No, Elias in some trouble. Unstoppable onslaught utilized, but he dodges out of it beautifully. You got 5 members down here. Slicing Maelstrom popped. You got 3 from Ultra Prime. Kadaya doesn't hit the Abyssal Dive. They still get the kill, but they got to be careful afterwards. Everything's still pretty much up for Team WE. Hacker makes it to the fight a little bit too late, but it's already Elias down.
Yeah, Elias just going down. Okay. Big shutdown from the Kennen as well. All comes through, but not really going to be able to achieve much. It is still even in gold, right? Despite discrepancy in kills, and they are setting up for this dragon. Should look for a reset here for the Corki to get the package here. And that's where things get a little bit difficult, right? Because critically, Elijah doesn't have the slicing maelstrom, right? No cannon ultimate means you lose a lot of the team fighting power that we saw before. Luden's just picked up. Look at Xie's items. Luden's fully stacked man immune with the package. They're hex gating. They're getting in. Right?
We gaming here. It's the Hex Rift onto the stage here, and it's beautifully utilized by WE to get into the space for this dragon. This is the second dragon game for either of these teams, but no response from Ultra Prime as TWE too quick on the trigger pull.
You can't contest this without cannon ultimate. It's such an instrumental part of your team fight. Nice block from Kadaya there as well, ensuring that there's no chance to steal. I don't know how intentional it was, but does ensure that they're not going to lose that dragon to anything untoward. So second secured for WE, definitely a positive, especially as the dragon fights get better and better for them as we go on with those packages syncing up. And Ultra Prime gonna trade on the opposite side though and pick up that tier 1, get themselves a tower lead, and they are up in gold. That's a big thing to take into account. You know, the early game was in favor of WE, but that big fight win gave Ultra Prime a pretty significant advantage.
And that's what I was gonna say. It's a lot about, you know, the tools available at the time.
Whoa.
Oh my God, Ultra Prime. Well, they have Slicing Maelstrom now, so that's a tool available for them. I was gonna say we're gonna be waiting for the 3-item spike from the ADCs. We're gonna be waiting a little while to get the scuffles going. Ultra Prime trying to bait out Team WE with the early Baron start though. Not gonna go through with it.
This is something we often see by teams up against the Corki, is they will be so aggressive around Baron because they know, right, every drag, like Baron isn't as a sort of time thing, right? Dragon spawns, teams fight, one team takes it. Baron is like, you have to find the opportunity to be able to do it, and as a result, Corki package won't be synced with it. Corki package is synced with the dragon. So by forcing Barons very aggressively, you find windows where WE aren't at full strength, where they don't have that massive team fighting tool. And so as much as nothing really came from that, it was quickly scoped out, they backed away. I like the Ultra Prime has shown they sort of understand that. That's one of the limitations of the Corki, is that you are kind of, a big chunk of your power is tied to that package.
Yeah, and Ultra Prime knowing that, trying to play with their win conditions a little bit, and especially around that top side pressure. Something that we saw TWE utilize a lot last game was the map movement, was the quick macro decision. I feel like Ultra Prime has definitely put themselves in a better position in this game comparatively to DC. Ultra Prime right back to it, right back around the Baron pit, because they know they have this pressure in top side they can utilize.
Pushing the lane deep where someone has to answer. Now, trying to aggress in, but they are once again starting up the Baron, so really set on making a fight off the back of this. They will get spotted out, so they back away.
Unstoppable onslaught. He's gonna walk into it here. He uses the unstoppable onslaught away though. Unstoppable stops the headbutt pulverized combo from Xiaoxi, but now that is a big tool. Utilize that, won't be there for the engage, and Bubu won't be that big train running into the fight. Kadaya just finished backing as well. Xie has to use the Valkyrie away. Luckily, Ultra Prime not taking that moment to burn down the Baron, and the Hex Gate will bring Kadaya right back to the fight.
That's one thing to be said, right, is doing a Baron against a Corki, package or not, that poke is scary. You see how much health just got chunked out there. They will have to back away and reset on the back of this. 2 minutes until the next dragon, and I feel like the Baron attempt, the pressure there, cannot be nullified. WE doing a good job. Keep eyes on it, because that's the thing, is that 20-minute Baron, a lot of teams might not expect that, might have just lost it there. So credit to them for keeping things sharp, but now we'll clear out the vision in the area. And I think at this point, this is just going to be teams resetting and starting to move towards that dragon area. Baron probably not going to be on the cards.
How many times do we just get this setup around the Baron over and over again? I was about to say, do we get it for the 3rd time in a row? Just the back and forth, let's get my vision. No, okay, it's my turn to clear out the vision. And just, you know, playing a little bit of keep away in front of the Baron pit. But as you kind of mentioned, about 1:30 until the next dragon. Again, sole point for TWE. Ultra Prime using this time, though, to move into the top side as they've done time and time again.
Yeah, playing very aggressive here. Isn't on the side of the map of the dragon. We're going to steal away this red buff. And I think one of the things that they can threaten WE, if they sweep out all of this vision, it becomes very difficult for WE to commit to the bot side of the map. But there is that one ward placed by Kadaya critically that still spots them. So now WE are pushing up mid. It's a minute before the dragon. Xie can reset in just a second to pick up the package. Probably will go for it soon. And they are looking, look how tanky that Scion is already, by the way.
is a bit terrifying.
And what I really like is something we've been seeing more of is this Bloodthirster second on the Aphelios, especially with the Severum, like red-white. Look how big that shield is. It's so hard to kill him easily. If you're single backline threat diving like the Kennen, you just don't have the damage to burst through his shield and that quickly.
Can I just say that like the team fight for Team WWE is so set right now? You got the package, you have red-white for Stay, you just have that second item completed as well. You're getting to that third item for Shie, and this fight's gonna be tough for Ultra Prime.
Absolutely is. I want to see what the Kennen can do. Lies on this pick. If you can get in the backline, can make a big difference, but so many safety tools. Remember, WWE are looking from front to back. Backline hits, frontline soaks damage. Ultra Prime need to be a bit more creative. Find the angles of approach. Watch the Corky poke and see what can be done.
Everfrost utilized by Cryan. They won't have that to lock down any members. You had Elias on the flank, but he's just rejoining the fight here. Ultra Prime, no, they need to get in here. The Hex Tech on the side. Elias wants the flank. The slicing maelstrom over the side. The 3 knockdown, but it's not enough. The Crescent Guard from Beishang is huge to separate the fight. And Team WE realize they don't need to go into this one, and they give up the Dragon to Ultra Prime.
Yeah, that was enough. Even though they didn't manage to find the kills, the threat of that cannon, the fact that it just forced them to all disengage. Look at the Summoner's Burn as well. Flash from Corky, Felios, and Tom Kench there. You cannot toy around with cannon ults like that. And remember, he was exhausted as well, but so threatening that situation. I love this engage from Chelsea, right? Looks to punish the Corky for the bit of hubris you have from the package, but it's this cannon Hexgate behind. GA gets jumped on, all of WE are grouped, and then the flash over the wall, and yeah, he ends up getting exhausted here. He gets Crescent guarded away, he doesn't get any kills, but the threat of that cannon, so real for WE.
Yep, and that's the team fight execution you need. You just got to make sure those ultimates are available, and you can get into position to press that R button. But
that's what you need. Just get a 5-man cannon every time. That's it.
No problem. It's easy set and easy done. But it is, in all actuality, something that can harm them as well, and something that Team WE has taken advantage of in this game specifically. When that slicing maelstrom is down, Team WE are filled with confidence.
Yeah, and the flash as well, not being available for the cannon, does make a big difference. Obviously, it's kind of a trade-off because Elias doesn't have his flash, but Stay and Kadaya and Shea also don't have theirs, so it's like kind of a little bit more even. But honestly, I think the cannon flash is more important because one, there's Tom Kench on the side of WE, but also like often the cannon can flash, get on top of them, stun them. Doesn't give them much of a window to even flash away sometimes.
I want to check in though. We are on 3 items for a decent chunk of these carries, right? We have our 3-item completed for Elias, 4 as well, Elk 2 on Ultra Prime. So their item spikes are coming online here.
Yeah, and at this point, honestly, Elk should start being able to shred through Bubu, right? Bubu obviously scales exceptionally well in the later stages. There will come a point where very hard to cut down, just because you'll get so many more items. Because right now there's an item disparity. So much gold is put in the AD carry. The Lord Doms is a massive factor. So I think this is probably the best opportunity for this Jinx to look to shred through the tanky Scion.
We're getting a lot of Ultra Prime presence in mid lane. Unstoppable Onslaught is not there for Bubu. You saw in the picture-in-picture it was utilized in a catch-out by Hacker. But Team WE definitely needs that and start off a lot of these fights. But again, on the other side, Elias has Slicing Maelstrom available, and I feel like Team WE have their spider senses tingling.
Yeah, WE trying to play defensive around this Baron. Bubu playing on the edge of things sometimes with that ultimate, but managing to avoid getting caught out. And there's been a lot of back and forth in this area throughout this game. Almost like a constant thing. It's 2,000 gold lead for Ultra Prime, even on Dragons. And that's the thing, is that Ultra Prime would love for things to happen in between the package timers. Whereas WE, I think they're very content with just waiting for them, right? And why wouldn't you be? It's such a massive tool to play around. We can look at the items as well. 3 items for Shea completed, got that Ravenous Hydra. And you know, the Ravenous Hydra, the AoE damage from the item itself isn't super exceptional. It's the raw AD that scales so well with the Corky.
I was going to ask you actually, because I feel like that's something we're seeing that's a little bit new to the build itself here recently, and seeing that kind of come in these last couple days especially. Adds that AoE damage, but as you said, it's that raw AD that adds to the build itself and kind of spreads that damage a little bit.
Yeah, you sort of, with the Corky build, you tend to see an AD item, and sometimes it's a defensive one like Maw or even Death Dance to give resistances, but you need like a high AD item because that's what he scales best with rather than AP. The AP items you get are the Magic Pen. Shadow Flame is a great option, but normally that's against Squisher targets, and Ultra Prime are fairly bulky now. They kind of sense the Baron's going down. They will try and move over.
He doesn't have the Abyssal Dive to go over as well. Ultra Prime are still burning down the Baron. 5,000 health. TWE don't feel confident going in. Crying is the wall here between them. Ultra Prime, get out with the Baron. Oh my goodness, Team WE. No confidence in that moment.
Yeah, so slow to approach, and I think they were so concerned about Elias with the cannon. Just very, very late to get over there and try and contest that. And it's the fact that it was just two-man by the Jinx. The Jinx now doing a really significant amount of damage. With that Phantom Dancer as well. Phantom Dancer Kraken Slayer great at killing neutral objectives with all that attack speed. And now Dragon in 40 seconds. I still think WE can potentially fight this. Yes, they're down in gold, but they do have the package in hand. A big tool to play around here. If they can win the fight, get the Dragon, and wipe all the Baron buff, it would be excellent for WE.
Remember what happened last time, though. Gotta watch Elias with those slicing maelstroms. The Hextech gates are still available for those flanks. Little early skirmishing happening in front of the Dragon Pit here, but Ultra Prime definitely feel in advantage as they have priority in mid lane because of the Baron buff, forcing Team WE out of this position.
WE struggling to approach. That's the main thing, is trying to work your way through. Yeah, you just can take this down so quickly. I don't think any contest really comes through from Ultra Prime, from WE, sorry. Now they're going to Realm War bot. Remember, they have the Baron buff. They will make this push a lot faster than WE, and WE are resetting. Will be a little bit late on this.
Package utilized there, but the towers are already burning down. They could just go for the inhib tower here so quickly. The rest of Team WE are running down here. Maybe this is where they can catch Ultra Prime overextending, but the inhib tower is already down. Quick movements from Ultra Prime is huge. Bew taking a ton of damage. That's that Lord Dom doing work. Oh my God. That's the Jinx damage. That's Elk coming in clutch, and that's Ultra Prime moving into the base of Team WE. They're just going to snowball this to the game end. No way this is happening to Team WE right now. Bew as a zombie doesn't do anything. One rocket from Shie does some work, but he's got TP to come back. Crying and Elias can just come back to this bottom lane. Looks like the decision from Ultra Prime is to back away, but Elk survives with the flash. Beishong with the quick trigger pull can't get it.
And they can keep looking, though. Elk is too low to fight in this situation. It's kind of a now or never situation.
Beishong in some trouble here. Crying with some damage back. Mega Death Rocket for Elk. This is the signal of the end. This is Ultra Prime coming in. Slicing Maelstrom from Elias. Doesn't do much, but it gets Kadaya at least. And you know, Fish ain't a fan of electricity there. And this is Ultra Prime bringing us all the way. The resurgence from this team. The change up in the draft priority. It all comes up big. It all comes up clutch for Ultra Prime, who push us to game number 3, tying up this series.
And honestly, just great team fight execution from Ultra Prime. The Jinx for Elk makes such a difference. And the Baron calls, right? Not waiting for the Dragons where Koki would have that package available. They committed heavily onto the Barons, and it paid off pretty spectacularly. Elk, we talked about him at the start of the day, how instrumental he is in those late game team fights, absolutely delivering in this one. And ultimately, WE will get equalized 1-1 in this series.
What a way to do it as well. Off the back of that first game where it was macro play, Team WE strangleholding Ultra Prime. But this is the kind of bounce back I wanted to see, that I needed to see from Ultra Prime, because they have had some success here recently. And it comes off the back of the team play of Hacker having that more proactive style early jungle, where we saw that come up with huge dividends for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the big thing, is you pick the Lee Sin, you have the priority mid. We didn't see the Rise be too successful as we'd hoped, right? Cryon wasn't able to move as much, but did mitigate some plays. But the Lee Sin was just able to find those angles in. Hacker delivering, and it wasn't a fast start, right? It was actually WE who managed to find that advantage. But when it came to those team fights, Elias was such a threat on the cannon, and WE just weren't able to find the front to back angles, despite the fact Shade did so much damage. Really struggling. And Xiaoxi, a little bit of a rough start, but the Alistair finding these really solid engages to set up the team.
And I think the biggest difference with Team WE is Bew not having the Jace, not having something that can be a huge pressure point. Yes, the Scion was able to get some unstoppable onslaughts, some big engages early on at least, but in the later game, it just felt like he was a target to sink damage from Elk into. He was getting those huge pop shots from the Lord Doms and range of the Lethal Tempo on Jinx, and it just felt like Bubu never really had a say in anything. He was just walking in and getting blasted by every which way of Ultra Prime, and going into the next game, right, I want to see that change a little bit, get a little bit more presence up there for Bubu.
Yeah, just kind of crazy that he had this carry performance game 1, and then game 2 put onto the Scion on tank duty. Didn't really do anything there, wasn't able to. So again, now we get a chance for WE to go back, look at what went wrong in that one. I think definitely the Jinx is something they could have taken and opted not to, and Elk is stellar on this pick.
Absolutely is. We'll see what those priorities come out to be in our game number 3 as we send it away to a little break. We'll be back. So, I gotta ask you, Mr. Big Brain Man, we found Uzi. We finally found him. He has been unearthed. He has been uncovered. But, sadly, not the entrance you would want to have.
No, came in, played against IG after Doggo absolutely trolled his game 1 on his Ezreal. Yeah. My God, it was rough watching Doggo just E in aggressively so many times and get caught out. But yeah, came in and... Right, they didn't win. They lost to IG, which overall is a failure. Not even just for Uzi, just for BLG as a team, right? I mean, you're stacked. We were calling them the super team. But I want to say specifically to Uzi's performance, I think it was probably better than I expected. Because I wasn't buying into a lot of the hype in terms of like, okay, it's Uzi, he's just going to come back in 1v9 and be a god. It's like, no, I think Uzi's going to come back in, be solid, show like those glimpses of, you know, he was walking forward aggressively in team fights, repositioning quite well, looking for those moments. Laning phase was good, but as would be expected of an Uzi roster, BLG did put a ton of jungle attention down towards that bottom lane. Did have some mistakes, though. Did have some, like, either, like, weird flashes or, like, weird, you know, ability usage. He was not hitting his zaps on his Jinx to save his life. But, you know, he's going to need time. Sadly, he didn't play the following series against anyone's legend. So I have no idea what BLG's plan is in regards to
just trying to, you know, dip his toe into League of Legends a little bit. For me, it was also looking at the player cam of Uzi while he was playing that game. The guy was having fun. He was so stoked. Oh my God. Like, you watching like the interviews at the end of last year, especially when he was playing the show matches, and like seeing the energy he felt when he was up on stage, and like he was happy. He was always talking about reminisce, like watching people playing, wanting to be there, wanting to experience the stage. And for him to finally do that is so amazing. It's got to be invigorating and maybe a little hypey. So maybe that's why we were getting some of those errant plays from him. But I as you would have expected a lot more rust. But he still was able to play to the mechanical level we would expect of an LPL AD. Yeah. Still, as you had said, you know, not getting to see him the second time around, not getting to see him again yet is interesting to me. But getting to see him for once with Crisp and get that duo out onto the Rift, it brought a lot of things. Like I'm foreshadowing to greatness, I guess.
I gotta say, I'm actually pretty surprised they didn't use him against AL. Like, the more I think about it, and the more I think about it in terms of like my experience as a coach, it's like, okay, you were willing to put him in for one series because game 1 went bad. So I just don't understand why, if you're willing to sub Doggo out on such like easy snap of the fingers in that series, why would you not just be like, okay, hey, well, we got Uzi on stage. Maybe there is a bit of rust. Let's keep seeing how this works against a team that I won't say should be easier, because AL and IG I think are, you know, around similar levels, but still, like, giving him more of that time. The only thing my mind can come to is maybe Doggo was the one who, after that terrible game 1, maybe he went and say, hey, you know, like, I played bad, just put Uzi in. Like, maybe it was a little bit tilted. That's all speculation. But with how it went of him just being out one game, it reminds me a lot of how EDG just brought in Junja in playoffs last year after he only played one game the whole split. And it turned out once EDG released the videos that it was JJ getting like very down on himself. Like, no, I'm playing so bad. Just let Junja play. I cannot play to my best right now. So maybe that was the case with Doggo. If not, I do expect to see Uzi more since he has, again, since BLG were willing to use him.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun.
因为经历了这几场连败嘛，然后我们在之后的调整就更多的是我们的心态，还有我们自己的沟通吧。所以说就是我们在后面就越打越好了。因为下一场就要对战我的老东家的 WE 了嘛，然后也是我自己第一次面对老东家吧，然后下场就希望大家都一起有一个好的结果吧。
Welcome back, everyone. And you hear it there themselves, going up against the old team, getting that mentality check in there, and it all worked out for Ultra Prime as they push us the distance and get us to game number 3, tying up the series 1-1. Really quick, we got to dole out the MVP from last game. It is Shousey on the Alistair. What a play from that guy. The headbutt pulverized, constant and consistent.
Yeah, finding these great angles, these great opportunities. That fight around the Herald in particular was one I remember specifically, with that big engage that set up Kennen to follow up. I like the Alistair pick, I like Shousey on it, and I think it was a good answer to the Tahm Kench.
Absolutely is. And one of his most played, so the comfort coming through there as well, and just a great answer into the Tahm Kench, where I feel like on the other side for Kadaya, the Tahm Kench was trying to be that aggressive moment. He was on those roams, but it was always the counter from Shousey.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is Kadaya was moving more effectively in the early game, but then Shousey in these later stages, finding these angles where he's out of vision to turn things around, and Kadaya a little bit overeager on this play, I will say.
The fact that how many times Shousey was just standing in a bush and letting people walk up to him and getting like a 2 or 3 man pulverize is insane. This is a giant cow man, and he's just hanging out in the bushes, making people have nightmares.
Yeah, really heads up. Moments like this, the W into the flash Q to burn the Tahm Kench ultimate. I think it was just a solid performance from him, especially when he was banned off the typical champions we see being picked up in that Leona and the Nautilus. Still had an option to bring out that was excellent in this situation. And we obviously have one more piece. I feel like Ultra Prime, they got what they wanted with that composition, but and they managed to execute on it. So the fact that they now lose out on the Rise, pretty significant here. Ultra Prime looking towards potentially taking the Corki themselves.
Team WE on that blue side this time around, switching up every game so far. Kennen, TF, Thresh banned away. A lot of that mobility and the strength for Elias last game. Like
I'm gonna say not this again, but Jace banned, so
yeah,
this makes sense.
It does, and it all works out, it seems. Things are panning out just how they wanted to, but that Rise for Team WE is going to be terrifying. Corki 2 times for Shie, 1-1, but now the Rise coming out finally. The Jinx locked in for Elk, though, and you can see why with the amount of proactivity this Jinx pick has had so far.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that Jace and Kennen are banned. These are both picks you normally take. Oh, Karma Ezreal. So we saw a bit of this from EDG. A lot of pressure in the bot lane from this. You kind of need something to answer that. And interestingly enough, they're not going to commit to a support now. It's not looking like. Does mean that you potentially have a rough matchup in the 2v2. One thing I will say is there's a lot of options Ultra Prime to take here. The Corki, long range double rocket composition. I think when it comes to this stage, Ultra Prime can look towards top lane picks, because there's only a couple left that actually do well into Gwen. Things like the Akali, the Jax, they could look in that direction. Could also just ban away junglers that might cause concern. Remember, there's no engage on WE right now, right? That's a critical thing. The volley bear we've talked about before syncs very well with the Rise. Because you have the Karma, you want something that can charge in. For WE, Xin Zhao definitely will be banned here for sure. I'm certain of it. Too good with this front to back composition with the Gwen. And then for Ultra Prime, yeah, I think junglers here, just engaged junglers, are probably your main concern in this situation.
Yeah, not giving Beishang any comfort or anything along those lines. The proactivity for Beishang being important himself, but it's that link up with Kadaya that needs to be going off flawlessly. And they even got that last game. It didn't work out for them. So definitely looking for the priority and picks to go up a little bit more in that jungle, see what they want to give them. The Jax banned away, as you were kind of mentioning.
Yeah, Jax, one of the champions that can answer this Gwen. The Nautilus will get banned away as something that can potentially apply pressure onto WE's bot lane. I feel like here Ultra Prime could just take a jungler in this situation, but support also an option. I feel like they're pretty flexible if there's something that they really want to prioritize. If they want to be able to aggress on the enemy bot lane, Leona is probably the standout, but really have a lot of choice. But it's going to be a rough matchup into the Ezreal Calm. A lot of poke, a lot of harass. Now looking towards the Heck Criminal, I really like this, partially just because it's a denial, right? You have a Karma with movement speed. WE need engage. I feel, with that composition. So I think a lot of value in taking the Hecarim themselves. You can see WE looking towards the Viego. Viego is a decent matchup into Hecarim, can shred through him and then, you know, obviously steal him. Also does well into Gwen, but it does mean that WE don't have that reliable go button so far.
Yeah, so far. I still am so sold on Hecarim for LPL junglers. It just enables them so well. You get the trigger pull from the Onslaught of Shadows and everything that follows in after that, and especially in the double range composition, the double rocket composition, it all adds up very, very nicely. But the Akali locked in for Team WE. They're changing things up just a little bit.
Yeah, so Akali is like the last pick left that people take into Gwen. That's a good matchup. Because normally it's like Jace is like the best. Kennen neutralizes it in team fights well. Jax can beat the side lane later, but Akali post 6 there is kill pressure, so WE kind of having the last available. In the composition, they have that roaming potential from the Rise, good skirmishing in the early levels, and a lot of pressure bot. When it comes to team fights, Ultra Prime, so much engaged potential, so much strength. I really feel like WE, this is their game to take control of and charge forwards on, because if they end up taking it late and they aren't ahead, I really think Ultra Prime should just have this one in the bag.
Yeah, it all comes down to that ease of execution again, right? And I feel like this game in particular means a lot in that fashion, where Team WE went with a little bit of that extra spice, maybe trying to get that snowball, trying to get that early advantage for themselves. But if they don't, as you said, it gets a little bit more difficult, and that bar of execution is so much easier on the side of Ultra Prime. Love that we get stay on the Ezreal. Love that we get the karma for the bot lane. But again, I want to reiterate, the main focus is for both these teams. What gets these teams wins? It is Team WE getting Beishang and Kadaya together. This time around, that's not the option as much. Kadaya on the Enchanter, on the Karma. On the other side, we have Cryin and Elk, the main carries for Ultra Prime, and Hacker trying to facilitate that. It all comes down to this final game of the first series of the night. With all these champions, with all this chaos, the craziness that we've had in this best of 3 already, I am locked in and ready to go as Team WE taking on Ultra Prime in the final game of our first series of the night.
The big one for either side if they can secure this win. WE kind of on the edge of any series loss might just end up locking out them out of playoffs in the long term. We normally say 9 wins is kind of where you want to be in line for playoffs. WE would have to win every single series from now on, including this one, to hit that 9 wins. So still possible if they lose today, but it becomes really, really difficult. Now, I think the big thing to talk about here is potential jungle pathing. So I think for Beishang, you definitely want to path towards bot lane. This Ezreal Karma are going to be pushing in early, batting priority, threatening. You need to be able to cover them. The Rise also will have priority, so you can sort of be on that bot side and have both lanes able to move. For Hacker, top lane is kind of your lane that's going to have prior early. I did talk about how the Akali is favorable this matchup. Not level 1. Takes a bit for the Akali to get going. Her level 1 is atrocious. Alternatively, if he did end up heading towards bot side, he could look for a gank, but I think it's so risky. And you'll see, right, just as I'm kind of talking about, Beishang is heading top side, he will path towards bot. Hacker is heading bot side, will path towards top. So won't really interact too much on that first play with each other, I wouldn't expect.
And we got to see a little bit of that interesting jungle pathing last time around. I doubt we'll get it this time around. We don't have the Lee Sin, right? That early aggression as well, the easy mobility there. But still, the skirmishing for both of these junglers is still going to be pretty prominent in this one. And we'll see where those first kind of targets lie, I guess, for both these junglers. But this one is set up a lot more for both of them to really have something to say here. A lot like what we had last game, but it was Hacker taking advantage of it.
Absolutely. And there is like a brief window, right, where Viego's still on the top side. That Hacker could do his blue camps and then head down, but I think he's already quite low on his clear. I don't think it's a good idea. It's so risky when sums are available to WE. And Ultra Prime is actually a very fast push from WE on wave 1, which means Ultra Prime actually managed to match the level 2. The problem is anytime Xiaoxi isn't engaging, he's just standing there taking poke. It's so painful.
Look at this, though. We got Beishang going for that aggressive invade, just like he had done previously in this series, trying to steal away the red while Hacker is doing his chickens. But this is a Hecarim. It's a lot quicker of a clear than last time on the Sejuani. Been making his way over to the red buff. We'll get our first kerfuffle here, but Hacker decides to give it up, realizes the red buff is in a finicky spot.
Yeah, critical thing is Shea already moving over to cover the power of that mid priority, right? Elias could have moved, but so far away in the top lane, wouldn't be there in time. And critically, you can't punish the Hecarim earlier, right? He doesn't have the flash available. Not super strong. Oh, they're actually looking. They're not even going to let Hacker get the scuttle.
Hacker immediately bolted down to this bot side, was pathing like he wanted to go for an invade, but Beishang was meeting him right there. He was making sure the Hacker, if he goes into the enemy jungle, will be worse for wear. Hacker does get the scuttle crab, though.
Yeah, so able to get something, but still obviously not ideal on this Hecarim. We'll head up towards the top side, and actually, if he reads this, could end up just grabbing the double scuttle. But the problem is now he's moving away from his bot lane once again, and look how much trouble Elk and Xiaoxi are having right now, just being pushed under the tower and harassed.
Really rough down in the bot side. The heal back as well that Kadaya provides on the Karma is huge. As we see Hacker complete the double scuttle, will be looking for a dive on a Bubu up here. Ignite is available for Bubu, but no defensive summoner spells here. And Hacker starting up the devastating charge. Bubu in some trouble here. He gets hit and he's dead. First blood for Hacker.
Good angle, right? There's no shroud available for the Akali. That's one of the biggest tools to make dives difficult, because if you get aggro and she hits W, can't really hit her for that period of time. So nice punish. And this is when you want to really apply pressure in this lane. You can see Eli's winning out here. Post level 6 is when things get scary, especially level 9 for the Akali, when her Q is maxed. So good job from Ultra Prime to capitalize. But on the bot side, all Beishang has to do is just show his face here, and it's very difficult for Ultra Prime to step up. Fortunately, we do see Stay take a tower hit, but look at the harass and poke that just ends up coming down. This is the power of that Ezreal Karma, just constant prio, constant harass, constant poke.
The thing is, though, there is a quick turnaround on Ultra Prime's bottom lane, right? Xiaoxi gets a good engage. The Glacial Augment connects, and Elk backing up the damage with the fish bones. That does hurt, and the health bars are not that tanky for Team WE with that bottom lane, but it's still a lot of pressure to deal with for Ultra Prime.
And the problem is now at this point, there's such a health advantage with WE. There's also like cleanse on Stay, so Stay's not a great option. It becomes a little bit tricky in the 2v2, but they are actually looking for a gank here from Hacker. I think WE can sense it. They know their jungler's topside, right? They know this is the window where they can't go super aggressive. And I'll be honest, Xiaoxi, that was a little bit telegraphed, right? This whole time, you're kind of like hugging the tower and then suddenly just charge forward. Yeah, it kind of seems a bit sus.
Just a little bit, maybe. Yeah, letting his cards show a little bit easier this time around. But Hacker headed back up towards his top side, will be invaded on by Beishang. He takes the chicken.
And continue to do so, right? I feel like that's the main thing, is you're putting this Hecarim behind. This is something, if anyone remembers the Hecarim Udyr meta we had earlier last year, where Udyr, who is like an aggressive fast clearer, would just cut the Hecarim out the game and constantly invade him. Obviously a different matchup here, but still Beishang applying that concept, challenging the Hecarim early. We saw Ultra Prime trying to make moves down bot, but WE's mid jungle will stop them. Won't allow anything to really come of that.
It's just so interesting that how quickly Beishang is able to turn around the movement from Hacker. Hacker has tried to go for the response every time that Beishang has invaded, but every time Beishang cuts him off on the invade into his jungle. And it's just really good timing from Team W and Beishang in particular as they take the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, easy pickup. And this was what WE need to do. Use that early priority on the bot side to find favor. We do see top is a fair bit behind, right? And obviously the Akali doesn't win this matchup early, but still missing out a lot of farm. That dive hurting Bubu as well in the matchup. But I can't remember specifically which game it was, but we had this matchup before where the Akali was down like 0-2, 0-3 and still managed to solo kill the Gwen. It gets really bad later on for the Gwen if the Akali can find the all-in.
And Bubu himself definitely wants to make that happen against the Lies, who on that last game on the Kennen was a big reason why Team WE were having so much trouble, and especially the top lane matchup was not going Bubu's favor. So maybe a little bit of revenge there coming into this game. We'll see if that pans out for Bubu later on in the game, though, as we did get resets coming out for both junglers, at least from Hacker, and now Beishang is resetting as we speak. But it's going to be a next little lull period until about 30-45 seconds the Rift Herald spawn.
Yeah, and that's what we'll see. Cryan usually grab the package for right to play for that. I do think that WE, there's a very good chance that they could just make their way over there first. You can already see Kadaya in the vicinity And Chelsea obviously there as well. But now the reset comes in for that package. But WE, they're not really giving space. They're just constantly pushing in this mid lane, trying to poke Chelsea out as soon as possible.
You see the entirety of Team WE is does this top side, except for Stay, who has to stay in the bottom lane. Team WE using this moment, using this tempo to their advantage.
Yeah, and I think at this point, probably can just start it up. The package is coming in. They're actually fishing for a pick here onto Chelsea.
The ward comes out. Chelsea caught there, though, and just deleted. Kadaya gets the kill.
Yeah, they got the harass down, got this Leona low HP, and all it took was that route into a kill there. Chelsea really not expecting it. And now they should just be able to start up this Herald. In fact, Kadaya applying pressure onto Cryin.
He's doing so much damage.
Package.
Yeah. Cryin is not winning that trade right now. He needs to hit a couple more rockets, but now Eli's Hacker here as well. Team WE go there onto Cryin, but he uses the package out.
Yeah, they forced the package, but Ultra Prime bought time for Chelsea to come back. So I still think WE are happy with the turn of events, but now it is 4v4 once again. Herald is getting lower. We'll see. Hacker is coming in with the ultimate.
They come through. The Rift Herald stolen by Hacker. And after the fight, the onslaught of shadows. The focus from Ultra Prime is a little bit scattered, though. Beisheng makes it out. Yeah, it's going to come to fruition here. Team WE, they get out alive, but they lose the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and critically there, Beisheng didn't actually have Smite available. It was a couple of seconds away when Ultra Prime charged in. The Herald was like 300 HP, so WE, little bit overzealous, didn't expect Ultra Prime to contest. And that's the thing, right? They spent so long trying to burn that package. It allowed Chelsea to come back and get back on the map. Now, still wasn't... Oh, Elk.
I was going to say, they had about a 20 CS lead or so just floating around that for Stay. But now that Kadaya has gone out of the lane and this has returned to normalcy, everything's even.
Yeah, and honestly, Ultra Prime getting the Herald, Ultra Prime being even in gold, really solid for them. We'll see the replay. So yeah, Beisheng, you can look at the bottom of your screen, doesn't actually have the Smite available, goes down to 90 health right at the end, able to go for Beisheng, and they nearly kill him. The burn is coming through, and this flash shield from Kadaya keeps Beisheng alive. And yeah, no one dies from WE. Beisheng was definitely close, but Ultra Prime get the Herald and get the lead on that despite not getting any kills. And now Stay forced to stay here, right? Ult comes out from Chelsea just to keep him on low HP, and this Ezreal is useless right now, really not enjoying being in the situation, and now going to be zoned away from the tower. So really nice heads up play. TP defense will come in, but Ultra Prime doing a good job of applying this pressure.
The stark contrast for Chelsea in the confidence we're seeing out of Leona and how much he's playing forward now on the bot side, where they have been pressured the entire game. It seemed like Ultra Prime just finding their stride here so far as Rift Herald utilized in mid lane.
Yeah, critically, because they see the Rise teleport bot, they know they have this window.
Wait,
oh, Realm War coming in.
Okay, they don't get him. Beisheng survives. Cryin does not, though. Xie splashing in for the kill.
Overzealous there from Ultra Prime, right? They use the Herald. Great. You're going to get 2 plates. They even get initial plate as well, so it's 3 in total. You're not going to take the tower, though. Not when Beisheng's there. Not when the enemy team's moving. A big overstay results in a kill for WE and a plate for them. So a bit of a trade back thanks to that mistake from Cryin.
He just took 3 tower shots there. It's all mental advantage for Team WE. Xie just maybe getting reacquainted with the towers on Summoner's Rift in the LPL, but Team WE getting reacquainted with the dragon here, as second dragon of the game will go over.
And this is something they need to do. We talked about the early prio, mid, and bot should be leading to dragons, right? And on top of that, the package will be there to contest later dragons. So important they secure it. It's going to be a Cloud Soul. Not going to lie, Cloud Soul pretty nice for a team with a Hecarim. Ultra Prime will get a be out. I mean, Cryin took a tower shot initially, but just a massive overstay. You're not going to take the tower there. Just ends up giving over a free kill. Now they are looking.
He's in some trouble here. BuBu getting the dive initiated on him, but they can't pull it off. The needlework already utilized by Elias. BuBu steps forward, taking a little bit more damage, but the dive goes wide for Ultra Prime.
And you can see the difference when BuBu has the Shroud available. Remember that dive they made earlier was when it was on cooldown? Just able to pop it and not be targeted.
Oh, Stay has to pop the cleanse. Luckily, he is the Ezreal, and he has Kadaya backing him up, so that engage from Chelsea not finding too much. But you see the fear in Stay's eyes in that moment.
Yeah, Clansburn and Kadaya missing the Mantra Q meant they weren't really even able to turn things around on Elk. Now, it is an Essence Fever complete for the Ezreal. Basically means you have infinite mana. We saw Stay before. That won't really happen again just because every time you proc it, you get a fair bit of mana back. So you can easily just charge it back up again. So they'll be playing aggressive around bot once more, pushing in here. But look, Hacker is on his way. Has the ultimate. He's charging.
Don't want to overextend here, but there goes Xiaoxi. Hacker does have the Onslaught Shadows coming up soon, but it's not available yet. There he goes. He again initiates that. The double rockets are raining hell right now on the Team WE. Xie steps up, but is that going to be the difference? Xiaoxi goes in and dies. Here comes the devastating charge, but it's not pulled off. Eliza's on the side here now. The reinforcements are there. And Team WE, they're dusted. Eliza gets the kill into Kadaya.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty big overforce though, right? And it's 2 for 2 with the TP being burned from Ultra Prime, so not exactly ideal there. You can see this gives BuBu a little bit of alone time in the top lane. Might actually be able to get a plate here with this wave. So heavy committance from Ultra Prime, and it was honestly just a little bit of a missed execution. They couldn't find Stay. The CC didn't connect from Xiaoxi. Hacker not able to find their way in. And we'll see WE punished on the top side. So they will get a plate for the Akali on that tower. They will also steal away the red buff for Xie.
Get something back up there after that crazy fight. We'll see the initiation.
Yeah, so Zenith Blades onto Stay, but doesn't manage to get the stun afterwards. Flash away from the ultimate. The Stay's not really a great target. And then they do make a good call to burst Beisheng. If Beisheng survives here, he will start to get resets and be very scary. But at this point, the front line very low. Xiaoxi trades his life for a second engage. You quickly see that Hacker tries to do the same and just goes down. Just messy. Those two shouldn't be the ones diving in. But the problem was, because they committed the teleport, they were like, okay, teleport bid, we have to make this work. And they end up just trading 2 lives only for 1 on the back end.
I will say the eyes are still all on Xie. You know, coming in today, not having played in the split so far, coming in for Shanks, who we did feel like was a core reason why Team WE were able to find success. Now him finding success in game 1. Now here in game 2, 2-0-2 on the rise, being able to be that extra mobility on the side of Team WE. We got to keep our close eye on this mid lane, as we do still have Crying on the other side, whipping up a storm on this Corki.
Yeah, so has the TP and the package ready and available for the Herald. And it is going to now TP, and they really want to secure this one. And I think WE, you just let it go, right? It is going to mean your mid-tier 1 will likely get taken down by it. But at this point, you're not really in a position to contest. They'll apply some pressure on the bot side from BBU. And critically, this means no package available for that dragon in a minute 15. So WE could well move towards securing that 3rd one. And people always like to sort of slam Cloud Soul not being super valuable. There are certain champions which sync with it extremely well, right? Great example is Gwen or Hecarim. If Ultra Prime got Cloud's Soul, it'd be fantastic. But even on the other side, just the passive movement speed 10% is pretty big.
I feel like movement speed in League is so underrated itself, and you know 100%. We get the movement speed now back with the Cloud Soul. It's so detrimental, especially if you're already in a deficit itself, right, where we're not too much of one here for Ultra Prime, but it's still scary to think about, as we did see the outer tower and bot lane fall to BuBu.
Especially with the Karma as well, being able to just speed everyone up at that point is really valuable. But yeah, I mean, mainly if Ultra Prime got Cloud Soul, I'd be extremely worried. So I like that WE have secured those 2 early dragons. And now 3rd one coming up, resets have come out from both sides to move over. No package for Prime, and critically, if you look, he's not even in too much of a strong item point, right? Doesn't have the fully stacked mana immune, doesn't have that Luden's finished, can have a bit of a power drop right now. And we see as well, you know, Elk has that 1 item that Kraken Slayer completed. Yes, Stay doesn't have his mana immune done, but working with a little bit more in terms of components. So both teams posturing right now.
A little something here is the Shurelya's completed from Kadaya. The engage from Xiaoxi is already there, though. Can they turn it around? Oh my god, they actually found Beisheng! But it's a trade back because Kadaya gets it right back. Ezreal will use the True Shot Barrage. Not going to find too much. It's just a trade back and forth, but Hacker is the one that's still alive and feels like Team WE lose out because they don't have their jungler.
Yeah, and I feel like WE, the health bar difference is a significant thing here, right? They engaged on a Xie, this tank rise. I mean, even though he's not really built too many tanky items, he's still already so bulky. Hard to burst down, and the turnaround damage, despite the fact it was a support for jungle, look how low Crying is, right? Hacker had to clear a camp to heal up. WE can just apply this pressure and wait for their junglers to respawn, and they'll be really comfortable.
And Team WE, they actually looked like they wanted to do the dragon, but they went into mid lane instead. Elk has to burn his flash, but a decent amount of damage returned onto BuBu. I thought this was the moment that they could go up to Soul Point, but the confidence wasn't there. Now that they have Beishang back towards this bottom side, they will continue to force that. But look at top lane. Elias is pushing the side lane and is just now going to be responded to by Xie.
Yeah, so I think the call there was wait for a jungler. We don't want to flip because it's very, very hard to keep a Hecarim out of smite range, because he'll just charge in, ult through, untargetable, and then try and contest it. So they wait for the jungler, and in the meantime, they just apply that pressure mid to force Ultra Prime back. Yes, Ultra Prime do manage to get a bit of alone time for Elias in the top lane, but it is that third dragon for WE. The gold still pretty even, right? And I feel like as much as it's a positive you've secured those 3 dragons for WE, I am still concerned. You are up against a Gwen, a Corki, a Jinx. Going to the late game against those champions, not a fun time.
It is definitely not, but I will say being able to force macro decisions from Ultra Prime will be a good. The fact that they are on Soul Point here will dictate the next fights. If they can play off of the Baron, if they can play off of this map movement that they have going for themselves, and the speed, the mobility that Team WE have. As we do see Xie taking the top side of the map, we'll get that outer tower for Team WE.
And they will be on big spikes the next dragon, right? Xie is nearly going to have that Thimble one to finish. He's got the full stacks already. Day is going to have the mirror mana by that point. The 2 item for Ezreal, we always talk about how strong that is. So big spikes for them to play around for that soul. Now, everyone's going to get thrown down. This actually might go down before charges. Ooh. Critically, no smite for Beishang available. If you had smite, they maybe would have been able to finish it off there. I think it was 9:15 when it charged. They might be able to get like an auto smite in. But unfortunately, mid lane tier 1 goes down. That's the payoff Ultra Prime get. But now the response is coming in. BuBu on the flank.
Alright, BuBu is terrifying on this call. He will still burst people down even with the little bit of a tankier build here. Stay taking shots from the tower, though. I understand that they want to get the tower, but you cannot take that damage if you want to have a sustained fight. Ultra Prime pushed them off.
Yeah, a little bit desperate there to try and get it done. Now, Stay does have the red buff to heal up, and realistically, there's not anything really to play for right now. But still unable to pick up that tier 1. It is extremely low, so I don't think it's too much of an issue that survives for the time being. It's not even worth a particularly large amount of gold. We do see the reset stock coming in. So Fimbulwinter for Xie. Very big spike for the Rise. Now super bulky and still outputting a good amount of damage. Stay has got that mirror mana completed, not quite fully stacked. This is kind of where WE's composition is hitting like the peak points for the itemization. Ultra Prime's composition will continue to scale exceptionally, especially into those team fights. So this next dragon will be a pivotal moment of this game.
And unfortunately for us, we still have a little while till that's gonna happen, which having only 9 kills in 21 minutes is a way to go about it in the LPL, but I'm expecting a lot of explosions here in the next 5 minutes or so when we start getting those forced fights over the dragons, when we start getting a little bit more decided here on the map. True Shot Barrage takes health down to about half, and the mid tower will fall to Team WE as well.
Yeah, they finally get the mid tower. Now is also an opportunity where if you end up burning things like summoners, they're not going to be available for the dragon fight. Sometimes you see teams opt into aggressive fights, burn the enemy's flash, ult back up for the dragon. That window is starting to close now. Minute 45. Be a little bit longer before we start getting the resets coming in, and vision needs to be established in the area. Already Hacker is moving through, trying to sweep out. But we'll think twice moving through when he's isolated and alone.
Luden's Echo just now completed with that Gromp take from Tryon. So at least you have the 2 item spike there as well, just getting ready for this 1.5-minute timer that Ultra Prime seemed to be on.
Yeah, reset's coming out. So critically, Kedaya reset with the full inventory awards. You can see they're moving over, but already there's a little bit of vision there for WE. Ultra Prime have nothing, right? They have no wards in the vicinity. It's going to be very hard to approach. The big thing is they have the Corki, right? The Corki is such a massive advantage because you just charge forward, slam some poke down, really helps you to make your way in. But they need to start moving there now. A minute before, Cryon will recall pretty shortly to grab the package, but already it's WE have control of the area, and they can start layering down some poke from this Ezreal.
And we've got similar spikes. This is the moment that Ultra Prime can take an even fight, it seems like, right? We have 2 item spikes for a majority of everybody on both teams. Shalsi takes the Zenith blade on Beishang. Not exactly who you want to engage on there, and immediately pulls back. But Team WE keeping the pressure here, and BB on the side of with the flank as well.
Yeah, now Cryan is recalling. What he actually did was he
God.
used all of his rockets so he could reset the package. But the problem is,
no.
you're no longer posturing. Look how low Elk is, right? Already, the poke coming in return is more significant. I feel like Cryan should just grab the package earlier because now they have 20 seconds. And look at that dragon area. No vision at all. There's an Akali who's permanently trying to flank. This is very
They got
hard
it.
to contest.
Xiaoxi goes in unstable. The cleanses pop. Package still not used. Cryan goes in, but the rest of his team is getting taken out of the back. Stay is still alive, and Team WE, they get one, but do they get chased down here? Hacker is down, no jungler, which means the dragon is free, but Stay gets taken out by the rockets, and this is the double rocket composition. This is the setup for Ultra Prime. As they move in, Beishang is still alive, still there, but Team WE actually back out of the fight.
Yeah, and Ultra Prime just play this slow, right? You wait for your jungler to respawn. It is a hacker, and we can get that fast. But look, TP flank coming in. I think this is both of them.
They got double TPs in Team WE. Bubu already so low, but look at Xie. Xie separating them. Bubu down now, but Xie is making it happen. No, he's down. He's separated now as well. Beishang tries to go for the Heartbreaker, but can't find it. This is such a split fight. Hacker has found Xie, and Beishang has to get out. This is tragedy for Team WE. They get wiped.
WE overforced there. As much as Shea was doing so much in the backline, they were too deep. There wasn't the follow-up from the team. And now Ultra Prime able to secure the dragon. Despite the fact that WE managed to take out the enemy jungler, they don't win the extended play. They'll secure that dragon and deny the soul from WE. Critical to be able to secure that. And Elk as well, 3-0-3 now on the Jinx, picked up so much in that fight.
Getting the check marks in the win conditions for Ultra Prime. I just still cannot believe that Team WE let themselves be dragged into a fight like that.
Yeah, so this was just the initial setup was kind of messy from Ultra Prime. The fight comes out, but Hacker just gets deleted so quickly off the start. And then it's only Cryan with the clutch rocket coming in later that actually makes this close, right? If Stays alive here, definitely problematic, but he's hanging around way too low. And then this is when they teleport in together, but look how far away the rest of the team is. Bubu just gets chunked out by the AoE instantly. The follow-up isn't really there, and he's doing so much here, but he eventually runs out of cooldowns, and they are just shredding through his health bar.
Yeah, a couple of those skill shots going wide would have made a big difference, especially on the Cryan there, but Hacker coming in clutch at the last moment, right? He was the first one to get caught in Ultra Prime schemes, but he comes back clutch. I feel like that's been a consistent thing happening in this series so far, is the fights go on so long that the resets are there, and we're getting the addition of dead members into the ends of fights.
Especially when it's a Hecarim. I find it so funny how quickly you can get back on the map. It kind of reminds me of, you know, ages ago we had top lane Hecarim and he would rush home guard.
The home guard boots and just get to lane in like 2 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so funny.
That was my go-to. That was like my first champion in League of Legends, by the way. Top lane Hecarim. Don't judge me here.
What an abuser. Now, you can see Chelsea constantly fishing for these engages. Remember, no cleanse. It is coming up soon for Stay, but it's not quite available yet. And no flash. So, Ultra Prime feeling confident on the fight.
There's ARAM gaming going on right now. Team WE back out of that ARAM gaming as Heartbreaker used by Beishang. Luckily, the cooldown pretty short on that one.
Yeah, but I like the moves from Ultra Prime, just forcing pressure. Look at these engage windows. And this is why WE are playing scared, right? Because the engage is in the hands of Ultra Prime. There isn't really great engage tools from WE other than just run at Ultra Prime.
Got a lot of peel back tools, but that doesn't help the initiation. Oh my god, Beishang is just dead to Elk. Elk on the side, but he's not dead just yet. Xie finds him, but can't get the blasting damage. They still can't get him. Team WE, what is happening? The Mega Death Rocket on the side. Xie dies, and Ultra Prime are fighting it all here. Devastating charge onto Bubu. Bubu dies to Hacker, and they're pinging onto the Baron now.
And I just don't know why WE were opting into that, right? They're just sitting there and waiting until Ultra Prime get engaged. Eventually they do. Chelsea does just get over the wall there without getting pushed up. It's now 5 members strong. Stay in Kadaya. They have to try and poke them off, but it is so risky, so dangerous.
Barrage not available. Can't get the steal damage in there. They just back off, and the Baron secured by Ultra Prime. What a turnaround.
It was so close. So many clutch moments that allowed them to deny the soul and get the advantages in this fight. But, I mean, they're just staying around for so long. Beishang keeps trying to look for, I don't know what, right? Keep dashing forwards, but you don't have your ult, you don't have your flash. And Ultra Prime are the ones who have the hard engage tools. So they find this window where Beishang just dashes forward, instantly burst out, and then look at this beautiful ultimate by Hacker. Fears the two targets running at Elk. Yes, Elk still gets chunked, but he manages to disrupt the Akali, save his AD carry. Shea then goes down thanks to the super mega death rocket, sorry. And then BuBu gets taken down in the follow-up. So Ultra Prime just expertly playing that fight in that one. Really heads up play, but I have to question WE. It feels like they're just trying to like posture when they don't have anything to back them up.
They're getting dragged into the playstyle that Ultra Prime wants. They're being taken advantage of here by Ultra Prime's composition. And something I want to reiterate on what we talked about was Team WE needed to get a snowball going. Ultra Prime, you do not want to go against this team as we get later into the game. And we're about to crest that 30-minute mark. And Ultra Prime have found themselves a constant lead here, 4,000 gold in the advantage, and they're finding side lane pressure. Might be a little bit too much though. Look at the rockets. The Cry's just killing people. Oh my god. Elias gets the kill. Here comes Hacker. Do they just keep going? Does the carousel keep turning? The horsey wants it. Here comes the Realm War from Chie, but Hacker is still here. Cry dashes away as well. And Hacker separating them. Now Ultra Prime are here. Mega Death Rocket connects onto 2. Everfrost used to stay the advance of Ultra Prime, but Ultra Prime will take it. They will continue to shove this snowball down Team WE's base.
I mean, they're just crushing them, and look at Elk on this Jinx. 405, 3 items and change with the stopwatch and the crit cloak. And look, he's just doing so much damage, so long range, so hard for them to deal with because they don't have the engage tool.
The excited buff is down now from Elk, and Shea says he needs to go forward. True Shot Barrage across the broad, but it's not going to be enough. Cryin has the package available, lands one rocket, BuBu backs, but the pressure in the mid lane is still there for Ultra Prime as well if they want to continue to push. But it feels like they're fine backing off of this. They've already gotten what they came for.
Yeah, they can spend a bit of gold and also pick up that dragon, make sure that we aren't able to secure the soul. More movement speed for the team. Remember, they did change the Cloud Soul to give movement speed.
Pride's damage is going to be insane, man.
It is so
like
nuts. I mean, it's already nuts. This is what happens when the Corki snowballs so incredibly hard.
And we do see that adaptation. We had seen the Ravenous Hydra already both games before, but now it's the Maw coming out from Cryin, realizing that the AP burst damage coming out from TWE is something to be dealt with.
And the thing is, it's kind of hit the point where it's a 7,000 gold lead, right? I am struggling to see the angle. I'm struggling to see the angle for WE, right? Especially as like Soul, even if they got Cloud Soul, it's not that much combat power, right? Again, movement speed's underrated. There's definitely value to it, but it's not going to make you do more damage, right? Yeah. It's not going to make you survive more hits on like Infernal and like Mountain. It's going to make you faster, but at the end of the day, I feel like you can be as fast as you want. You're still just going to get beaten out by the raw stats of Ultra Prime. Level 16 on all their carries. The Gwen, the Jinx, and the Corki. Look at the harass coming down.
True Shot Barrage gets about half of Elk's health bar down, but it's still the pressure from Ultra Prime here. This is where, you know, Team WE want to wait for a mistake of Ultra Prime, want to capitalize on one of those mistakes. They don't really have the composition to have that instant turnaround, that instant engage. And we said that was one of the biggest issues for Team WE's composition. Is Stay almost just dies to the Super Mega Death Rocket, but they just don't have that consistency right now in their composition.
Yeah, and this is why we see a lot less enchanters in the LPL. Teams relying on the engage tools that the supports often offer. The Leona and the North
on the side. This is it. Team WE want to take it. Shea stopped on the side. He's in. He's got the Everfrost. Can they do it? The resets are there for Beisheng. If he can, Heartbreaker's there. BuBu is getting the damage done. But look at Elias. He's still in there on the Gwen. Cryin still alive as well, but it's a 2v4. Can they get out? Elias sacrifices his life. And this is what we talk about. There is never a sure thing as Team WE take out Ultra Prime.
The flank is the critical element. They make it so Elk isn't able to fight. They have the Carly coming from one side, the Rise from the other. And the thing that was different about the previous fights is that it was synced, right? Everyone was there to threaten at the same time. They take down the Jinx, and it just feels like there wasn't enough gas in the tank afterwards. We'll see the replay of this. So Bravo comes in as BuBu is flanking. And look, the front line commit their tools onto Beisheng. They now try and turn around. Shea flashes in for the root. Obviously, Elk does stopwatch, but you're now trapped in the middle. And Hacker a little bit early with that ultimate. fear ended by the time the stopwatch ended, and they just instantly take out that AD carry.
UBU's mechanics in that fight were actually pretty nuts. I mean, he was in the middle of the thick of things, still finding Elk as well, and then getting Crying outside of the fight there. UBU coming in clutch in the later parts, but it's the holistic advance from Ultra Prime that was just capitalized on by Team WE. That's exactly what you want, right? So in these kinds of situations, in these series, when we're at the bottom of the standings, it's all about capitalizing on mistakes, and Ultra Prime definitely got caught there with their hand in the cookie jar.
100%. And also, I feel like one thing is Elk hasn't opted for the low doms yet, right? When you look at the enemy team, as a very tanky, that's a tanky Viego. That's even a fairly tanky Akali with the Rift Maker, but the Rise as well. Like, you kind of need someone to cut through them, right? Corki got the voice stuff now, so the penetration's there, but AP Corki not the best at cutting through tanks, right? And I feel like Elk just does have the GA as a defensive tool, but she is very bulky right now.
Prime moving in the mid lane. Beishong on the side here. Got to be a little bit careful as Beishong actually connects it. Elk in some trouble, but Xiaoxi is the one that's really in some trouble here. Xie tries to connect the prison. Won't do it just yet as Hacker making his way out of there with devastating charge. That means Team WE turn right onto the Baron.
Yeah, recess will come in. Crying, I think, might have the package up pretty soon, and they will force them away. There's vision there. They're not going to do it. Now, Dragon in 45 seconds. Package going to get picked up. This is a big tool for Ultra Prime.
They're going to force this.
Super Minions pressuring.
They can't do anything about it. I mean, BBU can clear this, but they're losing a big member, and TP's there, but can they get there in time? Team WE are trying to keep Hacker out of the pit. Hacker a little bit low, but the shielding coming out from Kadaya helps keep Team WE in the fight. The bottom lane is cleared now, and Kadaya is in front of everybody. BBU can TP if he finds the ward, but their base is getting pushed in by these minions.
I think Ultra Prime, you just need to back away from the Baron and move over the Dragon. I think started there was so risky. Hacker ends up so low. They are going to start it again, though. They want this fight. They want to play around the package. And it's up to WE to push in.
Hacker now joining already at half health as the Baron. Hacker having some trouble getting into the pit, but he has the onslaught of shadows. Baron getting so low. BBU not here just in time. The Baron is secured by Elk, but can the fight go after? Xiaoxi dies on the side, and now it's a 5v4. But no, it's evened up now as you've still got Crying, you've still got Elk. The main carries we've set up from the beginning, and you've got to target them down. You have to find a way to get them, but you just can't. Elias dies, and it is huge for Ultra Prime. Xie chased down here. Kadai just left out, but Elk and Crying are the ones that are still alive. Hacker, the facilitator. Xie will go down.
They managed to find the Baron and the fight. Remember, Hacker committed his ultimate.
Kadai, what are you doing?
Oh, he was trying to clear the wave so they couldn't end. Critically, Beishong, the only one who's going to respawn in time. Ultra Prime joining the Dragon. They have the Baron to push mid. They win the team fight, even though Hacker uses his ult to get over the wall. Even though no combat value from the Hecarim at the start of the fight, they still have enough gas in the tank. They still have the lead. And they'll close out this series 2-1.
The reverse sweep from Ultra Prime coming from game number 1, where they were literally beaten into the dirt by Team WE. They come out and whack them right back. What a turnaround from Ultra Prime. What a turnaround from these dual carries, and especially Hacker on the Hecarim. The entire team just pulling it through in the end.
It just feels like WE didn't find the early lead they needed to. Yes, there was moments. Yes, there was that team fight turnaround. But Ultra Prime drafted themselves exceptional team fighting tools and were able to execute on it. Very needed win for them. Going to put themselves a little bit closer to that middle of the pack. But for WE, this has to feel rough right now. 1-9. Playoffs feeling like it's pretty much going to be, well, at least very difficult, if not impossible at this point.
And I got to give huge props here over to Brian, right? Xie coming in, well-known name in the LPL, right? And coming into this year, having his first series onto the Rift and having that incredible game number 1, and honestly having impressive performances along the lines of all 3 games. But the fact that we got to see the shutdowns coming through Brian, the fact that he was able to temper that storm from Xie and come in clutch in the end with the Corki in game number 3. It's just incredible that we get that whole addition to the storyline where Xie gets denied his first series win in the LPL of this season.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like at this point, Ultra Prime have made a decent amount of headway in the standings. They are really a team close to playoff contention, right? They are
Yeah.
not far away. Only a win separates them from OMG in 10th place. So definitely making some solid progress. Definitely looking better as the weeks go on. And I think Elk to me is just such an instrumental aspect of this team. I feel like in this meta with Jinx available to them, I feel like Ultra Prime, as long as they get resources into the AD carry, can pretty much hold toe to toe with a lot of the lower end teams.
And that's where I want to go into the problems that we did see from Ultra Prime in the first game of the series against Team WE, because they were very evident. And it was a lot of the macro play that just wasn't working out for them. But that is exactly what a break in the series, rather, going into game 2, going into game 3 is for, to get that mentality back in check.
Yeah, and I think they had a creative comp game 1. It just really didn't suit them, and they really couldn't execute on it, right?
Yeah.
And I think WE, again, creative composition, it has some windows to punish, but I feel like this composition just wasn't that. They just weren't able to really pull it off, right? The lack of engage tools made it feel very difficult, and they aren't clean enough to convincingly crush a game, right? Like, you saw they did generate a gold lead, but if you have this composition, you need to like crush the early game.
Yeah.
And again, it's hard to like find that momentum without the engage tools, but it just felt like Ultra Prime, as long as the game is messy, they'll just find some way to come back, right? As long as they can win a couple of fights here and there, the gold comes in, Cryon becomes a monster, L becomes a monster, and you can look at the damage graphs, like look how much those two did. I know Stay did more than them. The fact that you have 2 carries pumping so much damage makes such a massive difference.
And for me as well, right? You look at that game 1 composition from Team WE, and they had a plan, they drafted it, it worked out for them, right? But does it only come down to a set plan, to a set strategy that you need every perfect piece? The Jace in the top lane, plus the Corki, plus the extra range there with the Jinx and everything. Or can you find success in these kind of more unique comps? Beishang on the Viego yet again. It's all so interesting, but that game 1 is what I aspire to for Team WE, right? That is when things are working. That is when the win conditions are set, and you're checking off those boxes we set up at the beginning of the day. But you have to stay consistent in that, and consistency reigns king. Ultra Prime, maybe not the most consistent, but they were consistent on the day.
And I think the big thing for me when I look at lower end teams is ease of execution. If you have a comp that is we team fight, we have several go buttons, we have great scaling carries, like that comp plays itself. That comp in the final game from Ultra Prime is not hard to play, right? Whereas I feel like the composition they had in game 1 is trickier to play. I feel like the composition WE had in game 3 is tricky to play. And if, the top teams are playing these, there's definitely value to them. Completely understand it. But when wins are so vital for you, right? And when you're out at the bottom end, keep it simple. Keep it easy. Pick comps that are very straightforward. And then you can stick to like the things that you have been messing up. So stick to the basic macro, stick to sort of execution in team fights, right? And don't try and overcomplicate things too much, because I think that really goes a long way. As much as these teams are still in the LPL, in the best league in the world, right? There is still a lot to be said for making things simpler when you just need to capitalize.
Exactly. In the simpleness, the having at least a source of engage, at least like a basic game plan is so important at these parts in the standings. But something else I want to go into as we're waiting for our MVP in our interview is the Kadai versus Xiaoxi situation that we had, right? We said at the beginning, engage is the name of the game. We got Kadai to pull out the Lulu as well this time around, but in all actuality, it just felt like Xiaoxi was performing on the day. The Alistair was insane, but it wasn't just that. It was the fact that it was all the engages he was able to pull off as well. So interesting. I do hear we are ready for that interview, though, as Elias is going to be the one we're talking to. So let's send it away.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Elias, the top laner from Ultra Prime. Congratulations on your reverse sweep today. Firstly, I want to touch on the game 1. Did you guys make any special feedback or adjustment after losing game 1? 让我们欢迎我们的UP 选手UP 的上单选手 Elias 来到赛后采访。第一个问题想要问到的是，今天你们第一局输掉之后做了什么样的反馈或者调整，以重整旗鼓能在2、3局有一个这么好的表现呢？
第一把说的话，我们教练就跟我们说，我们还没有睡醒吧，对。然后第2把的话，就让我们打起精神。
Our coach told that told us that maybe we didn't wake up in game 1 just to change our momentum and to try to be more proactively in game 2 and game 3. Yeah, your enemy opponent put a lot of pressure around the bot lane in game 2. How did you guys manage to deal with it? 第2局的时候呢 ，WE 可能针对在前期的时候针对你们的下路频频发难，面对这种情况，你们是如何应对处理的呢？
第2把的话，我们就下路被抓了一波嘛，在塔下被越了一波，然后之后的话也打不了下路了，就下路就发育打团吧。
Actually, we got a lot of tower dives by the bot lane, and we made a few mistakes on that. After that, we decided to stall in the game into the late game to have team fights with our enemy opponent. So in game 3, maybe I think Rise farmed so well. Did you guys make any special special strategies to into this champion because he really maybe brings a little bit hard problem to you guys。想问一下，在第3局的中期的时候呢，瑞兹发育的其实特别好，并且他很多次绕后找机会，这样可能给你们带来一些小小的麻烦。在针对这个点上，你们有做什么样特殊的处理吗？
对于对面瑞兹的话，因为他是出肉的嘛，然后其实也不用怎么针对他，就小心他大招绕后就行了。
Because our enemy's mid laner Rise, he purchased all the tanky items, so we didn't plan to target on him. We just to be careful, don't be back through by him. So my final question is about your team's condition. We feel like Ultra Prime played better and better currently, and we noticed that there is a top laner rotation on roster from you and ZS. So who is the main shot caller in your team, and how would you evaluate your team's current performance? 最后一个问题想要问一下有关于队伍的状态问题，因为最近我们也是有注意到，在上单位置轮换中，你和 ZS 选手也是有一个轮换嘛？想问一下，你是觉得现在队伍状态有一个什么样的水平呢？怎么评价队伍的状态，以及现在队内的主 call 是谁？
我们现在的状态挺好的嘛，算是中上游的。然后我和张帅的话，就是谁状态好谁上。然后主 call 的话，其实我们就是5个人都有沟通嘛。其实我们5个人好像没有什么主 call，就我们5个人都在沟通。
Actually, we think we are in the good form currently. As far in terms of the shot caller in our team, there is no shot caller in our team. It's everyone in our team will to anticipate the decision making. So as far as the rotation on the top laner, it depends on me and ZS who will perform better and who is in the good form. Thank you so much for joining me. 再让我们再次感谢 Alliance 选手来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you so much, Elias. Always love hearing from the up-and-coming players in the LPL and hearing a little bit more of the breakdown on it's just who plays better. Well, Elias, you're playing pretty darn good, as I do believe. I didn't hear who quite it is, but we do have our MVP to give away from that final game on the side of Ultra Prime. It is Elk. So, very much deserved. 35% damage. Not too bad, huh?
Yeah, and honestly, that damage share looks more considerable considering we had Crying and the Corky doing a ton as well. But just, I feel like Elk on Jinx, if Ultra Prime get that, it's like such a clear win condition. He's so good in the team fights, consistently getting the damage off and able to clean up. It felt like he was really pretty much untouchable. There was that one fight where they managed to get onto him around the inhibitor in mid lane. Other than that, though, it just felt like he went unchecked, constantly able to get these resets and this damage out. So huge credit to him. And I feel like this is why, despite the fact Ultra Prime have struggled, I feel like they have such a clear win con for their team when they play towards bot lane. It's so powerful to have this reliable AD carry. And we saw summer last year when WE made their deep run, how valuable Elk is on a team who can play for him.
He is, and the ADC meta working out perfectly for him, at least at this point. But Ox, that is it for us here for the first series of the day. It was an absolute pleasure to watch Ultra Prime take a 2-1 victory over Team WE, but the action does not stop here. We still have the Super Weekend to get through. The rest of the night's games are coming up. We've got Munchables and Mr. Lyric himself coming in to bring us Weibo Gaming versus OMG coming up next.
TES 吧，很真实。
感觉每个角色都挺喜欢的，就一定要说一个嘛。
杰斯吧，就完成了男人都想完成的梦想。
范德尔吧，因为感觉他人很好。
金克斯的那个养父，就是他挺帅的。
I think Jinx the most because I like to play her a lot when I play ED carry.
看过一点点吧，喜欢那个金克斯可爱吧？
应该比较喜欢金克斯吧，因为感觉他们跟我蛮像的，就是在打人的时候很凶，然后会发疯。
我比较喜欢抱抱吧，因为看起来很疯狂。
抱抱吧，金克斯好像是，我也没具体看，但我觉得应该挺好的。
抱抱吧，因为他是主角。
抱抱吧，因为他长大了。
我个人比较喜欢，我觉得是魏吧，对，我觉得魏那种性格的就就是感觉在双城之战里面比较凸显的比较明显吧。
바이나 캡틀 좀 정의로운 걸 좋아하는 것 같아. 比较喜欢维克托吧。
我更喜欢一点维克托吧，因为我觉得维克托很纯粹，他就是为了自己的梦想，我觉得在努力着。我觉得他那个挺好的，而且他也挺励志的嘛。都说他其实是从下城区来的，然后一步步的走到了至少在上城区的那种科研室里面，而且他也是一直很努力的为着自己的梦想吧，就是自己所想要的一直去努力做着。对。
说实话，我喜欢希尔克，因为我觉得他就很像一个，就算他前面有点小坏，但我觉得他后面就是感觉很 man。
喜欢希尔科吧，感觉描述的比较有血有肉吧，感觉。
希尔克他也是比较有自己，就是坚持自己的内心，然后发现坚持到最后，然后发现他和就是人遭遇了一种事情之后，他给我的影响是最深的，就是人遭遇了一些，就是遇到了可能相同的事情，大家可能最后都会被磨平棱角变得一样，所以我可能我觉得感触挺大的。
没看过。
没看过。
我没看过。
我没看过，肯定也没有。
没有，听的最多的就是鲍尔，还有维克托那个。
我没怎么看过，那些角色什么我还是知道的，就是那个议员，我最喜欢玩的英雄。对，那段时间打排位选角色，也不知道为什么大家都在刷，后来就慢慢了解了。
剧中的角色都挺好的，都是英雄联盟世界观的，希望后面再多出几集。这还是个从很小的地方刚开始讲起。搞点简单的，人在塔在。
飞机的台词，王牌飞行员申请出来。
I'll choose for Zed. The unseen blade is the deadliest because my name is Shadow. You know, attacks from the shadow.
XDDDDD。酒桶的那个，你买单我就来。
你说的对，颗粒好像。
因为打的是韩服，所以记不住。
我将杀，不是说怎么念来着？
我于杀戮之中身上一如黎明中的花。
我没有很喜欢的英雄台词。
勇士无爱，举目破败。
背班的时候，德莱文会说德莱文走了。就瑞斯的我们走了，因为刚玩英雄联盟的时候，就那种450的英雄玩的比较多吧，就听这种台词听的比较多的。
我觉得豹女讲的话还挺酷的，就是她有一个就是有个原因是什么，懦夫的味道，就那一句还挺酷。
就选维克托嘛，加入光荣的进化。
没有吧，就是感觉没有太注意这个吧。
모르겠다. 나 다 대사 다 주는데 한국서 먼저 할 때는 대사 따라하면서 게임해가지고.
结束了，为了更美好的明天而战。
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope that they choose. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause you rest shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face
我们队伍每个人都表现得很好，然后每个人都很积极的参与沟通，就感觉挺好的。赛季初我的状态，对版本的理解还是不是很懂吧。然后到赛季末的时候，我版本理解好了，然后自然也打得好。
How could he possibly know how good his understanding will be at the end of the split? We're not there yet. He's a future reader. My name is Munchables. I'm joined for the first time ever, except for a bunch of casts, by Lyric. How you doing, mate? It has been way too long.
I was gonna say, I saw your sad tweet on Twitter that Dagda left you for Medic, which, let's be honest, is kind of reasonable. So I thought I'd step up, come in, and reunite the Lunchables.
This is the trick, right? We've got to make Dagda jealous. That's how we're going to pull this one off. But enough about us. Let's talk about the series we've got coming up today, because we're going into a Weibo series, which I don't know if you guys knew. Kind of a fan of this Weibo squad. They are on a roll right now. And especially when you look at the way that this team drafts, it's so much fun. That's the exciting thing about this team, is that they play all kinds of stuff. Every single player on this team has a Champion Ocean. It's nuts.
Yeah, these guys, 7 series win streak right now, just coming off a win against LNG. And I feel like a large part of that is because they're able to play so many different picks, especially in their top side of the map. I feel like it comes out really impactful, right? Being able to, whether it's get on red side or say for second rotation of blue, bringing out things like the Syndras, the Akalis, the Lucians in the top lane. We've seen the Shy gravitating towards all these tank top laners. Heck, for SOFM, bringing out things like the Kazakhs. It's so much fun, and I think it makes them so hard to draft against when they have pretty much a counter pick ready for any situation.
Yeah, and look at the wide range of styles as well down in that support position from On, a player that last year was getting criticized massively. This year, I feel like he's been more on than off. We still get off showing up a couple of days a week, but generally speaking, he's been looking pretty damn good comparatively to last year. So really exciting to watch this team. Really exciting to see how they draft. And it feels like it's difficult to predict exactly what you're going to go up against from the opponent, right? So I think it makes it that Weibo are a difficult opponent to prepare for. So it's exciting to see that continue to develop across the course of the split. But up against OMG, I feel like drafting, it's kind of an opposite end of the story, right? Where there is a style of drafting that has worked really well for them. There's also a style of drafting that really hasn't worked well for them.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to what we've seen from OMG, the picks they get for their mid-jungle have been so crucial to if this team is able to contend for a win or just get outright blown up. We can see in OMG's wins, the common thread is if they have a mid-jungle 2v2 that can either win or at least contend with the early pressure that the enemy's putting up, right? So whether it's things like the Lee Sin LeBlanc or having Ryze in that mid lane and something like a Hecarim, which can go for ganks, as compared to in their losses, we'll see Cream on, the Corkis or the Victors. It's not that Cream and Aki are struggling in those situations. It just means typically their side lanes get left to being blown up. We've seen especially with their bottom lane, they get heavily focused by the enemy team, 3-man ganks, 4-man dives consistently. And yeah, OMG haven't really been able to shore that one up. So for OMG today, I feel like it really will be crucial to get Cream on something that can impact the map so their bot lane won't struggle so heavily.
Yeah, it feels like if Cream can't have a big impact, the rest of the team struggles to have an impact as well. It feels like he's kind of him and Aki at least are the leading forces, and the rest of the gang will rally behind them. But like you're saying, when he's on something like Corki, can't have that same level of impact in the early game. And that leads us then to talk about the matchup that he's going into, right? Because he's going to be up against Angel today. And when you look at these two mid laners comparatively, Angel is a very, very flexible player. And that's one of the things we've started to see from Cream across the course of this year. Obviously, the last year kind of known just for those assassins, the Kiana and things like this, right? But he's become a much more diverse player. But there's still a certain style that he's much better on. Especially things like that LeBlanc, I think, are the big picks that I really want to see Cream on today.
Yeah, and we've seen, right, Cream is a standout in like a few areas when it comes to solo kills right now. Tied for first in terms of mid lane with Rookie. Damage percent, he's, being the big carry for his team consistently. In terms of his laning stats, they haven't really been there this split in terms of like his CS numbers, but it's because, again, when he is getting on other picks, he's really showing up to make those roams. When compared to Angel, I mean, his stats aren't necessarily there, but like you were hitting on, Angel's making these massive clutch plays in a lot of team fights that Weibo rely on.
Yeah, and also that flexibility that we talked about before as well. With Angel, he will play whatever the team needs. There is not a style that Angel is afraid to play in that mid lane. So you never quite know what you're going to go up against. So Cream, I hope he's done his research. I hope he's watched a few VODs, because I feel like Angel is quickly becoming perhaps the most underrated mid laner in the LPL, where he will manage to perform consistently. And sure, he's not going to dominate the lane, but he will make those fights happen later on into the game. And just watching a lot of these Weibo fights, honestly, Angel, especially on this Rise, the way he uses the Realm Warp is really creative in a lot of situations.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just the best example of how Angel finds his impact, whether it's things like creative Realm Warps on the Rise, or like the clutch Orianna shockwaves that come in. It's always like these defining moments that won't show up in the number, but it's like, my God, that changed the game, or that cemented a lead that Weibo already had and allowed them to be able to close out. So we know when it comes to Weibo today, right? In the early game, it is going to be a lot about like their strong laners in terms of their side lanes and like the Shy, especially enabling SOFM. But in that mid game, it's going to be all about Angel. So for Cream, he's going to have to try and find those advantages early and hopefully keep racking up the solo kills. Because again, right now, tied for first.
Yeah, and I'll be keeping my eye on Angel as well, because realistically, I'd say the weakest point of Angel's repertoire is the laning phase as opposed to team fighting, right? So against Cream, he could actually have a bit of work cut out for himself, even as the guy in the favorite team coming into the series in terms of that matchup specifically. But either way, we're heading onto the stage here. As you can see, the Weibo lineup moving out onto that stage here in Shanghai. And I'm curious to see what version of this team we get coming out today, because while they are right at the very top of the standings right now, they have had some games that look a little bit suspect. When you look at the most recent series that they played, you know, against LG, they won 2 of the games very convincingly. But that game number 2 in the middle, I don't know what was happening. I don't know what looked so juicy about that Grump, but basically the entire game was thrown away over a Grump. And it's like there have been moments like this a few of the Weibo series where you're still left with some question marks of like, is this the top team in the LPL? Like, you need to cover these mistakes up if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, they have had some weird ones. But speaking of weird ones, I feel like OMG, who are running the same roster as they always do, have also had some very strange losses. Sure, like OMG obviously not in the same level of standings right now that Weibo are, but we've seen them throw away games over like really weird dives coming out from them in bot. Specifically, the Amumu game coming out from Cold is one that sticks out to me. Or Aki walking into the enemy jungle by himself when he sees 3 members, sees that his laners are getting pushed in. So for OMG, it'd be nice to see if they can get through the early game decently with the mid jungle that we talked about and just get into that team fighting zone. I feel like that's where the series will be explosive, because OMG's team fighting has been their best part. And when it comes to the side of Weibo, I mean, their team fighting also insane. We were talking about Angel a lot, but the Shy causing so much chaos. Even SOFM having that beautiful kick in their last series, which was almost troll, but the Shy Scion ult did make it just a beautiful 2-man setup coming out from himself and SOFM.
Yeah, they coordinated, I promise. Yeah, I do actually want to switch up to that top lane a little bit here, because not only do we have the Shy up there, who the Shy is always fun to talk about. He's always a player that's worth a conversation. But he's up against Shanji, who was a rookie coming in this split, right? And already has made a big name for himself. We've seen him playing Tribrush Shen, where he basically refused to go to the top lane. We've seen him playing tanks. We've seen him playing his Pocket Rumble. We've seen him performing on things like the Gragas and the Gwen as well. It does feel like Shanji has shown a lot of cool stuff, but he's also had some games where he's left a lot to be desired. A lot of games where he gets counterpicked and loses out massively in CS on that top side. So I feel like against the Shy, OMG really needs to focus on getting Shanji a good matchup, because you've got a guy that sometimes struggles in lane against the guy that created the lane kingdom top lane, you know? That's a brutal matchup.
It's really interesting too, right? Because we just did the whole Champion Ocean thing for Weibo, and the Shy included on that. Shanji's played more champions than the Shy has a split. The Shy's played 10, Shanji's played 12. The difference is, like you're saying, I feel like Shanji has like a few very standout key picks that he is absolutely insane on, the Rumble being one of them. His Gragas has been really good. His Aatrox, really impressive. And then again, the Shen leaving more to be desired. The Malphite, I remember casting that game, the full AP, but really defensive itemization that came out from him. So Would be nice to see Shanji kind of like stick to those key picks he's been able to deliver on. And again, if they can get him on a more comfortable matchup, if they do come in, let's say play red side, maybe saving that counter pick for last for top could be good. The Shy, though, might just be fine going, with his usual blind pick tank special. So Shanji would have to be willing to pull out something, maybe more aggressive. Maybe another new champion, actually. Bring out something like the Fiora. We did see, the Shy's tank pick struggling up against that one when LNG did pull it out. So there's definitely some answers here for Shanji. I definitely feel like the key for OMG will be mid-jungle. No matter how they decide to put that pressure, whether it is in top or bot, it just has to start from there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the priorities are. Because the thing is, both of these teams, like we said, they can go in different directions. They can change it up on the day. So we'll have to wait and see. Rakan, Lee Sin, and Gwen banned away by OMG here, with Zeri and Hecarim taken off the board by Weibo. And I love how two of those bans are essentially respect bans from the side of OMG. The Rakan and the Lee Sin are both like, okay, on SOFM, we can't be having you having these champions.
Yeah, and OMG straight away going to go towards the Jinx. Not too surprising. Corki being left open. Both of these guys have really loved just gravitating towards that one. We were hitting on Okream, of course, has just been going back to that rather than going towards those more like early game prominent picks, or at least picks with more agency like the Rise coming out. So wouldn't be surprised if Cream ends up going for that one later on, because for Weibo, we have seen that they do like saving their mid lane pick for later on in draft and kind of rounding out their comp with whatever flavor Angel could bring, whether it is things like the Vex or the Akali like we were hitting on before.
The Thresh feels very early in the draft compared to how priorities have been recently, but with this specific matchup, I kind of like it because Aki has loved the Jarvan in the jungle. He's played it 6 times. I think that's the most of anyone in the LPL, if I'm not mistaken. And the Thresh does incredibly well, obviously, with the Aphelios, but also works as that tool against the enemy jungler as well. So it kind of limits what Aki can bring to the table.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising just from the rise of the Tahm Kench priority that we have been seeing. And obviously Tahm Kench, not until level 6, once the death sentence does come out, always having the ultimate available. And just the aggressive options Tahm Kench brings these days, I feel like he is such an exciting pick to watch here in the LPL. He's been doing quite well in terms of wins and losses lately. But the Corki is locked in. Weibo now hovering over the Vigard has been one of the go-to answers in recent games up against it. Take that Predator, look to have a bit more agency on the map, chase people down. And yeah, it's going to be quite nice as Angel has already played it once, so not adding another unique champion to the list.
No, the
Vigard didn't die in that game though.
He did not die. He had a very, very good Vigard game. I will say, it feels like Vigard is one of these picks that was a kind of side of the meta pocket pick for a couple of players, and now it's rapidly becoming standard. Like, we're seeing Vigard in so many games at the minute. It's because the game's so slow. Why not have a champion that scales insanely well and at beyond 2 items can one-shot the enemy AD carry? It sounds pretty good to me. Volibear going to be banned away by Weibo. Gnar going to be banned by OMG.
OMG paying respect to some of those. Again, more niche picks that the Shy is willing to pull out. And, in terms of like Weibo's bans, I like them focusing on Aki's champion pool and especially focusing on some of these champions who can bridge the early game for the side of OMG. Because you can already tell coming out from OMG, right? Their plan is going to be full scaling. It's going to be about hitting, those 3 power spikes, playing in front of dragons, using that package timing. So if they can put OMG pretty much on the back foot and also have a jungler who needs more time, whether it is something like a Viego or if they fall down to, answering with like a Poppy or Trundle or something else, I think that'll be really good to putting OMG in that place where we said if they can't get their mid-jungle ahead, typically they aren't able to ever find an advantage and they do just kind of bleed out.
Yeah, well, Viego going to be locked in here for SOFM, which a little surprising with the Xin still open and available, but this has been a favorite for SOFM. 75% win rate so far on the Viego. But over to OMG here. So far, long-range peel composition from OMG. See where they're going to finish things off. Shanji hovering the Gragas right now. That has been a go-to for him, but changes to the Renekton.
Oh, yeah. Different look coming out from the side of OMG. This will be Aki's first Nidalee game this split, and also just putting more resources into top when we've seen OMG love playing around their bot lane. Abel and Cold really do like to play aggressive, but again, going to pivot that one this time around. We're going to see if Shanji and Aki can be that bridge into the mid and late game where Abel and Cream are able to take over. And the Scion Hover's coming out. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one come through with the fact that OMG are very clearly saying they're going to focus top lane. You are now on a tank as the Shy. The Shy has shown many times he can completely dominate with this pick while still completely disrespecting you. That's exactly how we want to see the Shy play.
Yep, the Scion for the Shy once again. And if you missed the most recent series, this Shy was an absolute chat on Scion. One of the games he completely ran it. But the other two games, he looked fantastic. So, you know, that is the dichotomy of the Shy. We'll see how he's going to do against Shanji's Renekton. Certainly feels like Shanji at least has the more aggressive side of the matchup. So when we talked about that top lane matchup, that was one of the big things we were looking out for. The Shy on a tank, perhaps there's a way that Shanji can bully that one. But Renekton Nidalee from OMG, I'm liking the proactivity we've got on this top side.
Yeah, you have the proactivity there, and then kind of rounding out the game holistically, right? OMG have essentially drafted themselves a poke composition, Jinx, Corki, and Nidalee, so keeping that range, winning contests over mid-wave, being able to get in river first, make sure you can poke them off coming off objectives. That's another reason why I really like Weibo ending up with the Scion pick, because they're going to need to be the aggressors in these mid-game teamfights, look for the engages, try and pick them off before they are able to get that poke down, and it will be all up to the Shy and on.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, honestly, about Weibo here, because when you look at the amount of range on each composition, if OMG can just stand at arm's length and throw these rockets, throw these javelins, like throw zaps out as well, there's a lot of long-range poke damage and the potential to get resets and finish those fights off. Whereas for the side of Weibo, they really have barely any range whatsoever. I mean, Vigar and Aphelios both notorious for being incredibly short-ranged carries, so we'll have to see if Weibo are able to close the gap and start these fights and get up close and personal. But whether or not that's going to happen, we'll have to wait and see. We're on Summoner's Rift as we kick off our second series of the day. It's OMG versus Weibo. Weibo currently #1 in our LPL standings. They are 17-6 on the scoreboard on a 7-win streak. OMG are looking to play upset today, but Aki won't be able to. What is this combo right out of the gates? Angel gets first blood.
I totally love that the second that the Shy was able to get the knock-up, that On saw the opportunity, goes for the flash instantly, does not hesitate, and sets up for that first kill to come out. So Weibo already finding a nice bit of momentum coming into this early game, especially when, for me, in terms of the laning phase, I don't think SOFM needs to make a lot happen. I do feel like, despite the fact that OMG do have like the scaling on their side with the Jinx and the Corki, you're still fine being like, hey, we're gonna wait for, you know, things like the Rift Herald fight. We're gonna wait to be able to have ultimates and then use those engage tools to find the 5v5s, right? For Viego, you can just look to go for the full clear early on. You have laners who are fine farming up as well, right? Vigar and Sion in that top side, and there's a Jinx and Tom Kench on the opposite side bot, so probably would be pretty hard to make anything happen in bot lane anyway. So the fact that they're able to get a bit of a gold injection before the time where they spike really hard, I feel like was going to be very impactful.
Yeah, not to mention, obviously just having gold is very nice, but also Angel, he gets to start lane with a tear and a corrupting potion. Like, he basically will never have to recall. He gets to just sit here and farm stacks on his Q all day long. Another hook for On. That's 100% of hooks hit so far. 2 out of 2. On, definitely living up to his name so far today.
I mean, if there's one champion, you know, you don't need to doubt On with is the Thresh. I think it's always been his standout. That and things like the Rakan, of course, coming to mind. So nice to see him getting back onto Comfort. Funnily enough, I feel like one of the champions that On hasn't really performed on is the Tom Kench, so it makes sense that Weibo are one of the teams who aren't going to follow the trend of like, hey, we're first rotationing Tom Kench on blue side or on red side or second rotation on blue. So thank you, Weibo, for not doing that. My God, my eyes. I think he was like 0-7 last time I saw it.
Look, if there's one thing Weibo have been good at, it's drafting totally differently to everyone else. They really don't care how everyone else is drafting. They're kind of doing their own thing recently. Although I say that, this is a relatively standard meta draft in the grand scheme of things, with maybe the Scion being the exception.
I feel like they've also had solid drafts overall, right? I feel like that was one of my criticisms for Weibo over the past 2 years, is the fact that again, they always did feel like a more meta-dependent team, and they were always willing to pull out wacky picks, but it felt more, I'll say, cheesy rather than like, hey, it fits this draft and this situation very good. So now you see one of our big question marks with the Shy coming onto Weibo was like, hey, is he just going to do his own thing, force the team to be all about him? But no, even his picks fit with the drafts that Weibo are putting together.
It feels like he's changed as a player somewhat, right, to fit in with this Weibo squad. Honestly, I think one of the most interesting things in the entire LPL right now, I'm going to hold my thought, is Aki's moving up to the top side. I think let's just focus on this top lane play first, and then we'll return. As the Shy could be in big trouble here. Has to flash. The stun comes in. The spear lands. Are they going to go for the dive? Shanji goes forward. Aki doesn't follow up, though. And the Shy just chatting it up at the top side.
Yeah, amazing damage return coming out from him. Even maybe going to be able to get a little bit more of a trade. Aki not seeing the opportunity. The Shy already, of course, under turret. Aki is squishing Italy, not wanting to jump in for that one. Shanji's well, probably 2 turret shots and he'd be dead. So I think it was a good call to not end up going for that kill. You burned the flash, you got what you needed. Even the Shy's wave pushing into Shanji now. So potentially as Aki can look for a return play on top side after you do, you know, Raptors, maybe look around bot, try and get some vision back. But potential play will still be there.
It just blows my mind how consistently the Shy is able to trade positively on Sion. It's just mental. Insane stuff coming out on the top side there. Good effort, though, from Aki. I like that he is being proactive on this mid-league. He's got a Renekton up in that top side. You should be trying to make plays there. And as you say, I think smart decision not to actually pull the trigger and dive. But yeah, we were talking about the Shy and how he's fit into this team. And I feel like it's similar for Rookie as well. Both of these IG solo laners have found these new homes so successfully. On might not off though. Gets a shield on himself. Death sentence to try and buy some time. Play, but not under the tower. Cold will walk away with his life. One Fong bullied away. And a really nice 2v2 kill from Abel and Cold.
Yeah, On playing so far forward. I mean, Cold's literally able to walk him down and set up for that kill to come out. Let's remember that On has not had flash because of the earlier play that we did see where he landed the hook level 1, but gonna get some more top lane aggression.
Aki is here. SOFM's on his Krugs right now, so this is counter-gankable. I'm not sure how far off of level 6 the Shy is. Cream toying with the idea of moving up, but he's spotted on a ward. SOFM, he knows something's up. He knows something's going on. He's going to be here for the play. Turns his stealth on as the Shy just walks at Aki. He's looking for the knockup, but they turn onto Shanji in the end. Domina's popped, and the Shy surely will go down here. Does get a knockup. Maybe SOFM can find some resets here as the Shy charges forward. Power fisting everybody, and now Angel arrives as well. Somehow it's a 1-for-1, almost one-shotting Aki.
Yeah, and Angel following up. Doing so much in the skirmish. Aki able to land a nice spear on the way out, but still, Weibo able to find a return kill and get something back. Even able to get the wave pushed in from Angel to make sure that they're denying some CS from Shanji. And you look at the minimap, the Shy able to walk mid and pick up the wave that Cream is about to push in, but looks like they might try and find a gank here as well. Cream is flash.
Does. On is here too. I think they're just going to get the wave in the end. Not an opportunity there. Cold is here as well. Maybe we end up with a 2v2, but a Hex Splash out from On. He'll be okay.
Gonna be able to get away as we go into the replay of what happened topside. Of course, OMG wanting to keep hammering on this top side. They go for it. I like the Shy kind of walking around, then walking back into his own minion wave, making it harder for Aki to find these opportunities to layer the spears. They all in him, and SOFM able to turn this around, but the key thing is, since Cream started to move a bit earlier, it gave time for Angel to push out the wave a little bit, move first. He gets the cage down. They're able to guarantee the kill on the Shanji and also force out that flash from Aki, which is super good for the side of Weibo, who now we're going to pick up a dragon.
Yeah, this is snowballing nicely off the back of that play. We're still even in gold right now, but the fact that they're able to get a dragon, very nice stuff for the side of Weibo. And again, Angel with another assist there. 1-0-1 now on that Vigar. His tier already pretty much halfway stacked up as well. Feels like he is in a perfect position to start running around the map. Because remember, this is a Predator Vigar as well. He can influence these lanes in a big way.
Yeah, and it seems like he's going to be hovering up towards the top side, denying some of the vision that OMG have been keeping up there. Because, again, like, Weibo does a nice job in terms of, like, the counterplay on top. But OMG are still, I'd say, the team with a bit of momentum, right? Shanji obviously with a massive CS lead from all the attention they've been putting towards the top side. The fact that Abel and Cold were able to get a 2v2 kill, which just you know, hitting on that for OMG real quick, one of the things that made OMG look so strong right out of the gate, sure, they did an easy schedule, but was also by the fact that their bottom lane was doing so well in the 2v2s. Because Abel and Cold typically do like to play very aggressively. That's why we've seen OMG typically play towards that bottom lane rather than putting resources into Shanji. Nice to see. Even with them playing up towards the top side, OMG's bot lane are still able to hold their own in the 2v2 and come out ahead.
Yeah, really great stuff. And against Huanfeng and On as well, this is a team that, generally speaking, have been very stable in that bot lane 2v2 as well. So finding an opportunity against them, not a small feat. As SOFM moves in to contest this Herald, Aki was trying to just do this one solo, but now some reinforcements from the rest of his squad. It's a 3v3, but with Renekton moving over, SOFM got to take that Dark Passage and get on out of there. This will surely just be Herald for OMG, as Weibo will back away.
OMG able to pick that one up with the fact that they had the package. I'm surprised Cream didn't go a bit sooner. I feel like there was an angle where you could have knocked SOFM more towards your team, maybe force out a flash from him, or I guess the Lantern still would have been there, so he just would have taken a bit more damage. Anyway, they're able to get the Herald, so OMG going to be able to look to use it, I'm sure, in the top side. Skirmish coming out.
He doesn't even want his blue buff. He wants to go for SOFM, but Cream has been caught out without swords. And SOFM gets a reset. Valkyrie over the wall as he gets to play the Corki for a little bit. And now that's his blue buff. Aki, you get the crab, but at what cost?
And one of the key things was the fact that On stayed up in the top side, so OMG trying to capitalize on Huanfeng being alone in this bottom lane. They are going to force out the cleanse. But once again, nice find coming out from the side of Weibo. Again, for OMG, you expect them to want to look to use that Herald on the top lane with how much attention Aki is putting up there. So if Weibo can find some of these preemptive plays towards the top side, it is going to be very crucial. We see this play coming out. Again, keep your eye on. He is here. You see Cold making his way down towards that bottom lane. SOFM getting the smite, and I love it. Instantly just turning towards Cream, who walks up to get the rocket out, and they're able to find that kill.
And how decisive has On been so far this game? Sure, going down in the 2v2, but the map plays, right? Flashing forwards for that first blood onto Aki. There, seeing the opportunity onto Cream, immediately Lantern over to SOFM and getting that CC chain down onto Cream as well. I love to see this version of On where he's just running around the map. And usually you see Thresh Aphelios, you're thinking, you know, Thresh sits in this bottom lane, plays protection for the AD carry. Huanfeng basically solo laning at this point.
And this actually isn't anything new for Huanfeng. He's one of the lowest duo proximities in the LPL. On has, I think, gotten a lot better from when he first came in terms of like linking up with SOFM and the rest of his team, because of course that was the role that Sword Art filled so well back on the day in Suning. So nice to see that Weibo have adapted, because like you were hitting on earlier, Huanfeng, I feel like, just being so stable in terms of being able to absorb the pressure that enemy teams who do play so heavily around bot lane have been able to put up. So again, did go down earlier, but nice to see that he can hold his own when he is laning by himself. Is SOFM this time looking at Shanji?
Shanji's surely in trouble here. Dominus going to be popped, though. He is 2 levels up on SOFM right now. Kind of whiffs the slice and dice, though. Doesn't get the reset on that. So has to flash up in the top side. Now Cream has a Herald to work with. Remember, Aki got that Herald earlier on. Cream will be able to get 3 plates for himself here, or at least we'll get 2. His Shanji suddenly has company in the top side, trying to duke it out with SOFM, but the Shy comes into the play, and it's going to be an easy 2v1.
Yeah, sad to see for Shanji, right? The gank comes out. I assume he thought that SOFM backed off. Did have the ward in the brush. I was more paying attention to the fact that Herald was coming in mid, so I'm not sure if like SOFM like was waiting, you know, around Enclave area or what to force Shanji to walk up so far and contest his wave, but they're able to find it.
I have a horrible feeling that Shanji wanted the 1v1 with SOFM and kind of forgot about Sion ult.
That'd just be so depressing, because I feel like one of the reasons why Shanji popped Dominus and disengaged so quickly when we first saw the top lane play was he was being conscious of the fact that the Sion ult was there. But hey, anything's possible. As hey, the observers are actually super cool. Give us a bit of a replay. So he does walk away out of vision. That's what makes Shanji feel comfortable walking back up. But I mean, the fact that SOFM was just showing in the lane,
yeah,
I don't think that was a lot of time to
I don't know. Either way,
I don't know if it's time you should feel confident.
Let's move on. Let's move on, because Drake's been taken by OMG. We'll give Shanji the benefit of the doubt on that one, despite evidence to the contrary. Mr. Shiren says this top lane once more. We'll be able to shove this one in, because Shanji moved all the way down to that play. Did have teleport available, but won't need it to return to that top side. We'll be able to get there in time for the wave.
Also interesting to know, Angel once again going to go back to this Vigor build that he's the only one I've seen who consistently goes towards this, where he goes for the Shirelias rather than the Everfrost. Of course, Shirelias is a cheaper item, so you know, can get it very early on to get a nice power spike, get the movement speed for your team. When you are trying to run down the enemy composition, I do kind of get it. Not quite sure on the math in terms of like how it would pan out. I'm sure, right, the fact that you are getting less battle stats, you need to make more work of this early on, which we have been seeing Weibo playing quite aggressively.
Now, one thing I will say is we talked about the compositions earlier on, and one of the issues we identified was the lack of range on the side of Weibo. Well, we've got a play on the bottom side. Aki almost gets one shot by Wanfeng. That's an early game of Felios. He's only got one item. Just nearly 100 to 0. Aki beautifully played. Now Cream's in trouble as well. Out of mana, but has a blast cone, so he'll get out. And Weibo across the map here, just layering pressure onto OMG.
Yeah, doing a nice job denying some minions away from Cream. Even as if I'm going to be annoying and delay his back. Also, the answer coming in bot side. Wanfeng Gale forcing forward, finding the Moonlight Vigil when they were the ones kind of on the back foot before in that matchup. So nice to see the recovery in their bottom lane.
And now the Shy has got more than one tier 2 item, and it means that he can apparently now win this matchup. He's winning the trades against Shanji. It's not getting any easier up on that top side. He just waits for the W to come out, then goes for a shield. Or in fact, no, I'm totally wrong on that one. But duking it out, both of them far too tanky or don't do enough damage to be able to actually turn this into a proper 1v1. But Shanji wants to. The knockup from the Shy, though, denies the engage.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? When you are playing the direct inside of this matchup, especially when you are higher levels, have things like the dominance available, you do better in the extended trades, especially with the Conqueror as compared to the Shy. Just its cooldowns off.
Here we go. Attempted dive. The Shy in trouble here. Gets his shield up, but it's too little too late. Shanji happy to tank that tower. The Shy not respecting the potential. Gank goes down.
Yeah, I think even just in terms of like how the map's playing out, right? Shanji's definitely the one who wants to make it volatile because you know your jungler is going to be playing up towards top side. So I think the Shy kind of egoing a little bit in terms of trying to assert his dominance in that 1v1. He has caught up a lot in CS, which is quite nice, but will lose a wave right now. Weibo going to punish on the spot lane, though.
Try, but won't find the opportunity. Good respect here from Cold and Abel, and, you know, they can't commit too hard because that's a time catch. If you try and get in front of Abel, Cold will be able to save him. Aki getting a Herald at the top side in the meantime as that tower went down in the bottom lane, but Shanji will be able to answer instantly, so it's an even trade across the map here with the bonus of the Shy going down on top of things. But it was the first tower for Weibo, so all things considered, relatively even trades. It is a 1,000 gold lead for OMG so far. They're doing a really good job in this early game to match Weibo.
Yeah, I feel like OMG have been doing right everything we expected them to do in terms of how they're playing on the top side of the map, but really coming together, especially around their bottom half with Abel and Cold. Nice to see them answering in top lane after all the pressure they put down. They got a ton of plates with the Rift Herald that they had earlier in mid lane. So still, despite the fact that we've really been praising Weibo quite heavily, OMG have consistently been in control of the gold lead. So for OMG, they're scaling into this mid game quite fine, and it's just going to be about being able to kite out or disengage the the first boom coming out from the side of Weibo. So how the Shy uses his ultimate is going to be extremely crucial if OMG are able to dodge that one out, or again have things like their summoners up, which right now all of them do, right? Flashes up on all your carries, working the Jinx.
Yeah, Cream TPing to the mid lane here. They're going to be able to destroy the tower before this charge. Perhaps an opportunity for OMG as the Herald will get a charge onto the tier 2. Shanji has moved up as well. They're playing to try and bully this tower. But Weibo will be able to answer. Both solo laners were in the base for Weibo at the time, but Angel had TP, which he will now use in that mid lane because Drake is up in 20 seconds time. We need to see a contest because this would be second Drake for either team.
Yeah, so OMG so far having control over that mid push that we were highlighting. They need to be careful of that ultimate coming out from the Shy because the Shy has moved first. Shanji trying to get control of that bottom wave push first.
I mean,
this one could be a little bit rough.
There's no package for Cream, right? That's inevitably a huge issue for Corki in the early game. That is the strategy around the Drakes that we usually see is Corki goes for the package to set all of that up. But for now, just play it at arm's length, which I'd say definitely favors OMG.
Yeah, 100%. Weibo are going to have to be the decisive ones, right? I like that they're going straight onto the Dragon because they need to force OMG in.
Yeah, they're just going to start things off here, but the rest of the team engaged upon by Shanji. Dragon taken. Shanji trying to make things happen, but he actually has to flash away, and OMG can't make the engage happen, but also can't contest the Drake. Very nicely done by Weibo.
And I feel like part of that comes from the fact that OMG were so stuck on like getting that bottom wave pushed out before rotating Shanji in. Because, right, OMG playing the poke comp, playing the comp that did win the contest over mid wave to get in river first, were immediately pushed out by the fact that Weibo had 5 members compared to OMG's 4. So then Weibo have the onus to start up that dragon and just make you make a choice. You aren't able to get all the poke down that you need.
1v3, somehow the Shy manages to get that red buff. They would have loved to have it on Huan Feng, but even still, the Shy somehow managing to win that contest. And I have to say, pleasantly surprised by, you know, Weibo. Hang on, Abel's in trouble. That's a lot of chakrams. We'll force out a bit of damage on that one, but now can just push onto this tower. And Weibo, again, consistently just putting pressure on here. And still actually behind gold. It feels like they're in control of this game, but still behind financially.
Yeah, they've done a nice job of not giving over too many opportunities to the side of OMG. In terms of the gold lead, like, I'm actually a little bit surprised that OMG even have one, considering when you look at the CS across the board, it actually looks like it's slightly trending in favor of Weibo.
Yeah, I guess it must just be tower plate diff. That's the only thing I can think of at this point. But
Shanji also did have a call in lane.
Yep, Shanji had a call. We had a call for Abel as well. Both AD carries, in fact, going for the call early on in this game. But it is, as we said, 1,000 gold lead for OMG, and a very positive start to things. Because remember, OMG, a definite underdog coming into this series. Weibo starting to make a name for themselves as Shanji's in trouble. The Shy starting this one off, and SFM's coming on over. Shanji goes for the Dominus, but I think he knows that he's up the creek, and he doesn't have a singular paddle here. SFM taking a lot of damage, though, and this Crop doing some serious work. It's not going to be enough, but it's a valiant effort. Oh, wait a second. OMG are on Baron. What a play from OMG, the decisiveness. I love to see it. Aki here with the smite. The Shy moves in, though. SFM's on the wrong side of the map, remember. But looks like OMG won't commit. They do stop the Baron from resetting, though. 3,000 on that one. I don't know why they don't just burn it. They have a smite when Weibo doesn't, but they're not willing to commit to the play. The Baron resets, and Weibo maintain control of the situation. Now the Shy trying to play keep away, but won't be able to move too aggressively into the jungle.
I mean, overall, right, Weibo find the pick on Shanji, super good by them. The response by OMG was great because they realized, hey, they're dedicating 2 members down bot. We need to go for this Baron play. I do think it's correct for them not to look for the burn. Like, it'd be very close, right? Maybe they would be able to burn it down, but then obviously they're giving easy positional setup, especially for Angel, to be able to get into a massive amount of damage. Huan Feng having the Moonlight Vigil in that situation. So you could have very easily ended up getting completely wiped, even if you were able to get the smite off and get the objective. So overall, they made the right choice, and they also made it so, sure, Weibo found the pick onto Shanji, but they weren't able to turn it into anything because they were forced to react to what OMG were doing.
So OMG, some intelligent macro play. Oh, that's a baby cage, and Cream forced to flash away. Angel getting teleported on, but wait, no he isn't. Oh, it was cancelled by the Shy. The Shy, actually, that was a Q that cancelled that as well. His ult is still available right now. Nicely done by the Shy to save his solo laner up on the top side. Shanji now trying to win some trades just as a bit of vengeance.
Yeah, Shanji getting that tower, so getting more gold injected onto the side of OMG. Seeing this top side 4v4, Weibo just trying to lean so Angel can get some damage down on this turret, but looks like Weibo kind of trying to answer on both sides of the map as they sent Huan Feng down to get his blue buff. So nice by them, making sure that Shanji isn't able to steal that one away, being able to cover both sides of the map.
Really nicely done as, I mean, that replay is just a little bit tragic. Shanji, perhaps shouldn't be teleporting in the eye line of the Shy against the champion that has a boatload of CC available to him. But it happens. It happens. Shanji gets the TP cancelled. Now, SOFM on the Baron currently, just clearing vision away, making sure that Weibo have control of this top side of the map. But Drake coming up again in 20 seconds time. This would be sole point if Weibo were able to get it.
Yeah, and it'd be, again, another extremely early one where they have been able to dominate in terms of the Dragons. For the fact of, you know, just how OMG drafted, right? We expect them to pay attention towards that top side. Is Cream this time around does have the package, so does have the massive impact from that. The Shy also not here yet, so going to be looking for OMG to get some of that poke layer down before the Shy is able to arrive.
Very similar positioning to that last Drake, though. Once again, playing towards the bottom side from Weibo, but this time OMG are being proactive, being a bit aggressive, and wrestling some control in for themselves. Check out that bonus little overlay at the bottom. I've not seen that one before, but a lot of flashes available. So the Shy looking for the engage here, trying to be that front line as Weibo move forward and start to contest this. Is this just going to be a 50-50? Dragon resets, hook goes out, but Bauer saves Abel's life. Nicely done by Cold, but that's a big cooldown for the side of OMG. And in the meantime, SOFM is just on that Drake once more. Now an engage comes through from the Shy, forced to flash away here. And OMG, they're in position, but they just can't get the fight.
I'm also just really surprised that OMG even aggroed the Dragon at the start of that fight, because, right, OMG were the ones pushing Weibo back. For OMG, extended standoffs are in your favor, but they kind of, you know, started the action as On goes in.
On is on fire! Flashes forward for the death sentence. The box is there, but Aki able to flash out with his life. And this protects Weibo from the macro play OMG were trying to do into the mid lane here. Now, follow-up from Angel. Good damage onto Cold. SOFM on the flank.
Ooh, Pink's coming down for the Baron.
Yeah, the Shy gonna reset here. Does have his TP available.
I was going to say, yeah, there's no way OMG should be looking for this one, right? You know, if they have any wards getting a bit of vision down, I think makes sense pivoting in that, sending Cream towards the top to take up this wave. But had they started the Baron, that would have been very, very bold. But resets are just going to come out. Right now, we're waiting for Abel to make his way towards that third item. Speaking of items, Swanfong picking up the Bloodthirster. I mean, when you're contending with all the poke coming out on the opposite side, right, just getting more sustain under your belt makes a ton of sense coming out from his side. Gonna wait for the Shy to get a bit more magic resist as well, as do have double AP threat coming out from the side of OMG.
I have to say this game is boggling my mind a little bit here, Lyric. We're still 1,500 gold in favor of OMG. They have lost the last 2 Drakes. There were bounties on SOFM, Angel, and Wobfong just a moment ago when I looked at the scoreboard. Like, it feels like the way that Weibo are playing, the way that the map is going, like everything feels in favor of Weibo. And yet, somehow, OMG have managed to maintain this gold lead. And they do have incredibly
look at the
good
CS
scaling as well, right?
Well, again, just look at the CS right now. We see Angel's 40 CS up. We see Huanfeng is like 20 CS up. The Shy's up in CS. SOFM's up. The whole side of Weibo up in CS against their counterparts. Even the 3 CS on supports, it counts.
Yeah, they're up in kills as well, but that said, 2 towers in favor of OMG, so perhaps that's where that influx of gold is coming from. Otherwise, I just can't explain it, but Cream, oh no, mate. This is not the place to be. The Valkyrie over the wall, but he still gets stunned, and he is gone. Must be a ninja or something, because he vanished in a cloud of smoke right there. Baron available, and a solo laner down for OMG. Perhaps Weibo can levy this.
Oh, I definitely think they could, right? Because they do have good turn potential coming out with the fact that they have, I mean, pretty much everything, right? Vigar, Scion, and Thresh all easily able to set up the engage in the turn. Shanji being forced to TP in.
Another hook from On, but no follow-up this time around as the Shy trying to zone Shanji away, takes a Dark Passage, rejoins his team. 5k on this Baron, and Weibo, they might be looking to just 50-50. This one, Aki over the wall, gets a Javelin on in. He's going to jump into the bait. Can he get the steal? No, Huanfeng grabs it in the end. And now the close range fight. This is what Weibo want. Knockups coming out from the Shy. Resets in. Angel just chilling off on the side as he picks up the last hits. It's too easy for Weibo.
Yeah, nice by them to take advantage of the opportunity with the pick that they found on the Corki to pivot that into the Baron. A bit of a funny start to the fight as well. I can't wait till we get the replay, because the Shy started his ultimate pretty much right as Shanji TP'd in, so just by happenstance, Shanji kind of able to walk in and block that one, or the Shy could have found a massive ult. Didn't matter in the end. Weibo still able to force the fight with that Baron. Cream
is in big trouble. SFM can't finish it. The burn.
Oh, is he gonna burn down? He's burned down!
Red Smite and... No, not even a red buff. That was just Red Smite. Massive damage coming out. Beautifully done.
And just able to pivot up towards the top side as well. The Shy's pushing in bot. They have pressure everywhere, Munch.
Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal. We were talking about gold leads. We've been talking about OMG's gold lead all game long. Well, it's now 6,000. in favor of Weibo. Let's take another look. The TP
Look
coming
at
out
the Shy.
from
Look at the
the
Shy.
Renekton.
Channels the ultimate. Bam! Right into Shanji. So Shanji, nice job blocking that one. But again, in the end, still a 5v4 for Weibo. And Weibo are still keeping up the Baron, right? So for the side of OMG, they are going to need to walk in to look for the steal. They're going to go in. Do both smites go down? Nidalee already doesn't have smite, and Viego doesn't get the smite off. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate for the side of OMG, but they still had to go for it. And like you said, this was a close quarters fight, so there's no surprise that once OMG get into the pit that Weibo do pull it out. A lot of their damage does, again, come from those extended standoffs, damage over time, so not able to, or if they're all able to luckily hit their poke on one target simultaneously, but that would be a bit of a godsend.
Let's return to the current game though, because in 3 seconds this Drake will come up. Weibo complete control of the Dragon area right now. It looks like they might just get Soul uncontested. There's a package underneath Cream right now, but no chance of contesting. OMG concede Dragon Soul here. That's Cloud Soul now inside of Weibo. And remember, in that last fight as well, Cream was still dead. He did not participate at all in that last one, so remember it was a 4v5 for OMG. Shanji's in trouble. Graviton gonna get a bit of CC. Another great death sentence on. It's been completely on point so far this game. Bonbon will happily kite out the Croc. An easy kill for the bot lane of Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, Shanji did get the objective bounty. You are behind. You're in like a desperate situation, right? Enemy team is Baron, enemy team is Soul. So you're just trying to find any gold you can, but this can very easily lead into Weibo just being able to outright end the game as Angel kind of hovering around, hoping Cream walks forward to be able to find the pick for himself. Cream does have flash up, so shouldn't just be able to go down, but Angel's looking for it.
Angel's going for a 1v4 dive. He's an absolute lunatic. Has the Shirelius, has the Predator. He can move real quick. And Cream finds out firsthand. Looks like Weibo will back away. Obviously, the one really big thing about the Shanji play up the top side is he got the tower, but also 2 people had to answer from the side of Weibo, neither of them with TP. So it has stopped the push from Weibo ultimately.
Yeah, buying time, you know, extremely good for them. And, right, again, they still have the Jinx and the Corgi. So, like, theoretically, there is a way, you know, having Lord Dominic's on Abel especially so impactful when you are going up against a Scion! Woohoo!
Cold. Absolute Superman there. That was as close as it comes. Angel's ult was about to just completely pop it. And that's a perfect example of what Vigar brings to the game. This is a 4-item Vigar. He's got Death Cap and a Void Staff. And he will happily one-shot you if you recall too greedily.
Yeah, also just, you know, with the amount of damage able to come out from Angel and Swanfong, sets up so easily for SOFM to be able to find those resets. His Swanfong throwing out his ult liberally, doesn't even care anymore. Trying to hope to find the pressure on, misses a hook munch. It's a key moment.
Oh my goodness. Fire that man. It's not good enough. It's not a perfect game, not good enough. He has died as well, so disaster, disaster. Another hook goes wide from On. It's all falling apart here for Weibo. They've only got 3 inhibitors. I don't know how they can ever come back from this.
No, you know, they only have 8,000 gold lead. He hits
there
one!
We go.
Shanji!
He hits a hook and instantly the Croc is exterminated. Angel charging forwards, but immediately gets hooked by On. Nicely done. This will be game. And Weibo, it was a relatively slow and steady game from them, but a confident game and a dominant win here. Despite being behind in gold for most of it, it didn't ever feel like it. The Nexus will fall, and a comfortable lead ensues.
You know, I gotta say, with the amount of games where I've seen in team fights, or like at the end there, or in the Baron pit, where Abel like runs forward and tries to be a frontliner, maybe they should pull the old switcheroo, you know? Put Shanji in the bot lane playing AD carries and put Abel on the aggressors. Because Abel playing super aggressively there, you know? Change can be good, Munch. We saw it from Shahu last split, but I'm going to stop kind of memeing on OMG.
Hang on. Just on that thought, the Shy likes AD carries in the top lane too. We could have an AD carry matchup up at the top side, like bring out the Shy's Kalista or his Lucian, you know?
There we go.
I think that could be fun.
There we go. But yeah, I think, you know, it was a bit of a messier game, obviously from both sides. I think the early game coming out strong for the side of OMG, but not able to find as many opportunities as they had liked. We saw, especially once we got like 5-10 minutes in the game, once we started getting around the neutral objectives, That's where Weibo were really able to bring it in strong. And then just a lot of really weird fights coming out for OMG in terms of, like, we think of the first Dragon where, again, Shanji was prioritizing pushing out that bottom wave to get in. It allowed Weibo to get on Dragon first. OMG not able to get down their poke. They aren't able to find the fight. Second one, they're the ones who aggro Dragon, which just forces us into a situation where both teams have to get up close and personal to look for the smite. Once again, OMG not able to layer down that poke. And then by that point, hey, Weibo able to find the one pick on Cream that leads to Baron. And that was pretty much the game. We had, I'd say, 3 impactful objective fights that really dictated who won.
And I feel like with these drafts, if Weibo had been less decisive of the team, this could have gone really well for OMG, right? But Weibo was so decisive in every single one of these moments. Weibo were like, this is how we're playing this, and just went for it. And it didn't feel like OMG were quite ready for that level of decision-making coming out from Weibo. Like, every single Dragon, they were like, we're happy to 50-50 this. We're happy to just go for this one. The same with the Barons. They were more than happy to just flip it in the name of finding the fight afterwards, right? That was the goal, was just make sure OMG has to come close to you. Well,
yeah, just nice to see as much I get to do this for once. Weibo just won. We're going to a break. Stay tuned. Munchables. Lyric. We'll be right back after this. Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona tells them to back off, but again, if you just heighten out and pedal them off.
Elk is wide in this replay!
Oh, wait, Elk is wide.
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Drops onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my god!
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color.
He's got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what to.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from resetting.
How are you missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. 6-9, he's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 3-6-9, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just Spin saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the neck. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We have an
my god. Oh my god.
Alright. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to the rest of the team would join them for the back.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. Glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. Are you with me? Oh.
我觉得我们跟微博队伍的风格的话，就是他们比较稳，然后喜欢从中后期打架嘛，然后我们的话就是前面比较喜欢打架，就面对他们的话，就看我们能不能把他们冲掉吧。我们现在队伍的状态的话，就希望不要突然打到中间有个鬼点子出来就好了。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I've wrestled control of the hosting duties back from Mr. Lyric. as we head towards game number 2 in this series. Weibo OMG. And I have to say, OMG doing a decent job in the early game, doing a good job of controlling the game for a good portion, but it felt like Weibo's macro was on a totally different level to what OMG were bringing to the table.
Yeah, and you know, we just saw, you know, that interview where they're saying, hey, we as OMG feel like we need to play more aggressive in the early game. They did draft for that, but still not able to find any type of massive gold lead. And going into the mid game, Weibo able to find every skirmish that they wanted and able to pull it out.
Let's take a look at our MVP off the back of game number 1. As I felt like there was multiple people you could give that one to, but SOFM really the man leading the charge on a lot of these plays. 6-0 and 6 as well. This Viego continues to rack up these incredible statistics. Like every single game that he gets Viego, every single game that he gets Lee Sin, it feels like he takes over.
Yeah, and right up until like the very end of the game, he actually had 100% kill participation. So really dictating a lot of what was going on in the early game for the side of Weibo. We hit on a draft, right? Like, hey, Xin Zhao's open, but no, wanted to go towards the Viego. And we can certainly see why he did so here. And I feel like overall, just this split has been really good from SOFM. I feel like maybe the first 1 or 2 series came in a bit slow, but really finding his footing after that. Again, working with his top side has pretty much primarily been his game plan. We've seen them working so well around enabling him as well. As again, we have so many clips of the Shy, like going into the enemy jungle at level 1, delaying their clear, and just allowing SOFM to be able to get ahead.
Well, we came into today, Lyric, saying that OMG needed a winning mid jungle if they were to win a game in this series. The Nidalee coming out alongside a Corki, I'm not sure that was the draft. We'll see if Weibo... if OMG changed things up. Now they're over on the red side of this one, but the LeBlanc and the Akali taken off here by Weibo. So trying to remove more aggressive mid laners. I think Weibo on a very similar wavelength from what I was just saying.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too, right? Because like they swap sides, so sure your bans are going to change a bit, but the fact that Weibo on blue, they have a completely different strategy coming in, changing all 3 of their bans, completely focusing down OMG. We still have Zeri open, the Hecarim still there as well. 2 picks that, you know, you would think should be banned away. I wonder if OMG will just go with the Zeri, leave open the Hecarim. SOFM hasn't gravitated to that one all too much, but has played it a few times, and you know he still would get his hands on it if it is left open.
Well, it will be the Vega banned away, which I went and double-checked the pronunciation during the break. And there
English is just too inconsistent of a language.
There's no consistent rules on it because if you look, there's a lot of different words with EI that aren't after C and they're pronounced in all kinds of different ways. But it's an American game. The developers pronounce it Vega because they hate me. So we'll just run with that. Zeri going to be the first pick here. Nautilus is the answer. And then hovering a Rise here for Cream, which definitely has been a highlight pick for Cream. This would lean in to that mid jungle that we were talking.
Yeah, 100% win rate so far. Has only gotten his hands on it twice. But like you said, Zeri going to be on the side of Weibo. Huanfeng has already pulled that one out, so wouldn't be too surprised to see it kept in the AD carry role. But like we highlighted, Weibo are very, I'd say, they have a lot of charisma when it comes to what champions they play and where they're willing to put them. So going to keep an eye on it if it is a potential flex. Hecarim, also something we highlighted coming out that wasn't banned. I'm actually a bit surprised that OMG didn't just opt into picking that one away. And it's going to set up for the Orianna and Hecarim combo. So Zeri now confirmed in that bottom side. I shouldn't say that because the Shy's on the Rift and you really never know. And the quick answer of the Tristana, which we know, right, can look for those early all-ins to try and set the Zeri behind, take out of the game. You have the Buster Shot later on to really keep some of these foes away, like the Zeri and the Hecarim.
I'm just saying, Tristana pretty good against Orianna, is my understanding, in the mid lane as well. So we could see Shanji on Rise. I'm just throwing it out there. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. So it's an option. Alistair going to be banned away by OMG as they look towards the support pool here. Weibo, I think they're going to assume that Rise is to the mid lane and perhaps could go for some jungle bans.
Yeah, and taking away some of these junglers that can look to early pressure the Hecarim, that's been something we've been seeing a lot. We saw it earlier today in the first series as well, where just consistently look for those early game invades. I remember Ox was hitting on it about like the big thing last year, right? When you had the Udyr versus Hecarim, Udyr just consistently being able to shut the Hecarim down in the early game. So nice to see, you know, Weibo recognizing, taking away some of these early pressure junglers. And for OMG, right, us hitting on that would be their win condition coming into this series.
Yep, certainly would be. Sin's out gone, and Lee Sin already taken off the board earlier on in the draft. Hecarim also in the hands of Weibo. Feels like Viego, perhaps the other standout jungler that could be taken off the board here by Weibo. But in fact, just combine the Renekton, try and remove that safety from Shanji.
Yeah, and they're going to instantly go towards the Graves. Has been another pick that Shanji has hovered over towards. And just another real standout in terms of blind pick top laners. Once Gwen's off the board, I feel like Graves has been what we've seen most consistently blind pick for that top lane. Of course, technically could be a jungler, but I really do wholeheartedly expect it to go into the hands of Shanji. Now for Weibo of where to answer. I wonder if the Shy just going to go towards the tank once again. Jace, though, being left open. Nope. There we go.
Shy's like, you'd like to see this, wouldn't you? But I'm playing Scion again, because that's all I play nowadays. He is just becoming a Scion one-trick here in the LPL as he locks it in once more. Now to decide on the support lock-in. We're seeing a lot of big tanks here. A lot of Set hovered, a lot of Galio hovered as well. We want some engage and perhaps some protection for this squad. But will be this Set locked in here for On? That's an exciting support lock-in.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see it come out. Again, of course, Set usually taken to look for these really aggressive early plays. The fact that you're able to blow your flash level 1 because you're going to take the Hex Flash, just try and set up like a really nice E and blow the enemy 80 carry flash. But Zeri, not usually the champion who wants to go for these types of early skirmishes, will bring some value later on, though, especially, you know, Cold looking to go to the enemy team, maybe set up for a really nice showstopper coming out from On straight into the enemy team. And then another Shanji special, a champion he's gravitated towards, I think has looked phenomenal on in team fights. So far, 2-0 on the Aatrox in this split. Does have a favorable matchup into the Scion in the early game. Again, you can just look to keep out-trading him with those Qs. And OMG coming out with an aggressive option. They did decide to put the Graves in the jungle. And for Weibo, more scaling, more team fighting. Again, it's all about the insane 5v5 that is able to come out. So kind of similar dichotomy to game 1, but I will say it's more holistic for OMG. OMG's whole comp in each of their lanes able to play aggressively. There is setup for Graves, especially in mid and bot. So we're going to see if OMG can just pummel through Weibo. They were able to find the gold lead game 1. We're going to see if they can get a bigger one this time around.
And I like that they've completely changed tack coming into game number 2, right? We saw this ranged composition game number 1 didn't really work out for them. Changing things up, going way more aggressive, having that mid jungle 2v2 that can be aggressive. And also Shanji up in this top side, now having a counter pick, having this Aatrox as well, right? This is a pick that we've seen from him a couple of times already. 100% win rate so far. Shanji has looked fantastic on this Aatrox, almost 5 KDA over those 2 games. So I feel like Shanji will be much more comfortable up in that top side. And with Aki and Cream having a strong 2v2, a good 2v2 down in that bottom side with Abel and Cold on Nautilus Tristana as well. This feels like plenty of avenues for OMG to find leads.
Yeah, and especially when you're hitting on like going in the enemy jungle, abusing the Hecarim, trying to find your own leads, with the fact that you are going to be able to get prio pretty much throughout all of, at least through top and bot early. Orianna should be able to win the isolated 1v1 against the Ryze for the, you know, early portion of the game before Ryze does get a few more levels under his belt. Point is, you have push inside, you should be able to find avenues to go and look for some of these aggressive invades, maybe try and put SOFM behind and get Aki ahead.
Now we'll see. We'll see if it's going to happen. In the mid-jungle 2v2, we've got 3 phase rushes out of the 4, and all 4 running sorcery runes. Not that that matters at all, but just amusing to see. I am curious to see what Weibo's game plan is going to be here, because I feel like on the scaling conversation, I'd definitely give Weibo the advantage. But from what we've seen, Weibo quite happy to match pretty much whatever, even if it's not necessarily the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where SOFM will put most of his attention. I kind of surprisingly expect it to be bot lane, which is not where SOFM usually plays towards, really almost ever. But On, again, taking the set this time around, having more aggressive options come out. You have double aggressive summoners in Huanfeng taking the Exhaust and On taking the Ignite. So Wouldn't be too surprised to see SOFM after the early game, right? Maybe go for that full clear, then come out strong and just play with Fong and on. Set Abel and Cold behind and don't let Tristana be able to find the advantage that she's looking for.
Yeah, that'd be the goal. Try and deny Abel finding the snowball. Because the second that Tristana does get ahead, man, you never get back in that. Tristana is so oppressive when she finds an early lead. But also, Tristana, very likely to be gankable, right? That was a very close very close hook from Cold and an emote coming out from the Weibo bot lane to answer it. But this Tristana naturally will push that bottom lane. And yes, you do have the rocket jump to be able to keep yourself somewhat safe, but you inevitably will push up in that lane and therefore make yourself vulnerable to ganks.
Yeah, so for SOFM, that's the expected plan. Again, once he does get through this first clear, for Aki, you have more options. I think a lot of it's going to be just like hovering around mid, enabling Cream to get the push, and then looking towards bot as a 4-man unit. That is where we saw OMG be successful earlier this split, and again, covers their bot lane from some of the weaknesses that they have shown. They didn't show those weaknesses in lane in game 1, as they were the team that came out with the 2v2 kill, but still, nice to see OMG, again, getting a composition that more suits their strengths and weaknesses.
And it feels really positive, right, that bottom lane, after getting the 2v2 kill in game number 1, OMG and the coaching staff at OMG are happy to double down on that, right? They're like, look, Abel, Cold, you guys did a great job. Yeah, outplayed Hwapfong on. Let's do that again, you know? And also, up against this Zeri set combo, I'm kind of curious how this is going to work out, because it's not a combo that I've actually seen just yet. Set not really been in the meta since Zeri came out.
Yeah, but we're going to have to turn our attentions towards the top side. SOFM actually going to be the one to look for an early gank, as Shanji has that push in this lane.
Yeah, the Shy just trying to look juicy, trying to keep Shanji here. SOFM actually held onto his E in case Shanji flashed there. Nicely done. But Shanji over the wall now. Looks like he'll get away with his life. A good attempt from SOFM. Did cost him his ghost, as the Haymaker comes out on bot side, just trading back and forth there. But a good gank out from SOFM, and a good response from Shanji.
Yeah, very tempered response, right? Because, I mean, he could have just, you know, instinctively just blown his flash right away, still gotten CC'd into the enemy team, but no, he holds, dissects the situation, waits and says, hey, I can go over this wall. SOFM won't have a way of following me, of course, because he's on the Hecarim, doesn't take flash, not level 6 yet, so doesn't have that ultimate either. Shanji sticking around, though, because does want to try and get this wave in, so he does get the bounce back. Getting some nice trades onto the Shy so far as well.
Yeah, such is the way that this lane is likely to go, especially with the Shy going for spell but not grasp. So all in the bottom side now. Abel having to cleanse, and we'll be able to get that rocket jump out to safety, but Cold just getting hammered away. Actually, Ignite coming out onto Cold there at the very late in the trade. A little bit surprised to see on use the summoner.
Yeah, and ooh, we're gonna go straight from aggression in bot to aggression in top. Aki looking for this dive. The Shy, half HP, doesn't have any mana.
Yeah, Shanji not that healthy right now either. I don't know if this is necessarily the wisest of dives, but Aki gonna hold the wave, let these minions come underneath the tower. The Shy doing a really good job of trying to deny that game plan, and a good flash means that Aki has to just walk away.
Yeah, especially the fact that there wasn't a wave there for OMG, right? Because I think Shanji being low on HP is fine. Aki can go in, tank up the first turret shots, allow Shanji to finish off, you back off. But the fact that the Shy was able to get that wave cleared allows him to just be able to flash away. Will TP back into lane with the tier in double cloth armor, so he's still going to be fine up there. CS pretty much even. And that's pretty much the story across the board. CS even everywhere except jungle, where SOFM is going to be 3 camps up after this. Aki does have 2 camps up to close in on that distance, but still not much impact anywhere, which, hey, that favors Weibo, right? When we're talking about OMG having the comp that kind of needs to get ahead early, find these like early aggressive skirmishes to snowball. I think Weibo are fine if this game stays even. Heck, slightly in their favor in terms of gold.
Yeah, ever so slightly, but still plenty of time for that to change. Of course, this one is SOFM on the top side of the map. He's cleared all of his camps, and now's the chance to look for an opportunity as level 6 for the Shy in that top side. SOFM toying with the idea of a dive. Remember, Shanji, no flash after the previous play that SOFM made to this top side. SOFM focusing the total opposite side of the map to where we were expecting at the start of things, but looks like it will just be Krugs in the end.
it opens up the dragon coming out for the side of OMG. We did see Cream start to hover down on the minimap when SFM was looking topside, but there is a control ward there for the side of Weibo, so bot lane had backed off. OMG decided just to go for the dragon in the end. Overall, solid decision come out from them. Is Cream looking for some really aggressive trades.
You love to see it, honestly. With the way that this game has been going, I feel like OMG need to get aggressive as a whole team. SOFM, though, away this red buff for himself. He's not even going to smite this one as he goes over the wall with his ulti and saves his smite for the chicken. Says, thank you very much. Aki, I'll take those. Aki trying to go for the 1v1, but he's a level down and he just gets solo killed by SOFM, who's now out sustaining Cream's damage. What is this? The shockwave in! I cannot believe they get away with that.
Yeah, Weibo completely turning around the 1v1 into pretty much a 2v2 coming out from their side. We've been highlighting their whole top side has really been a standout so far this split. Getting that gold lead even further ahead. More action coming in the bot side.
Gold taking a massive chunk there. Wonfong playing so aggressively. It's just going to be trading in that bottom side, but man, that 2v2 in the jungle, I cannot believe that they got away with it. I can't believe Weibo won that one. It's an unmitigated disaster for OMG.
Yeah, we do see SOFM, you know, hits level 6, so has the ultimate to be able to get in. Aki kind of dodges that one out, but still also having to do red buff there for the extra damage. Cream coming in, but still, I mean, you pretty much hit everything on both sides, right? Just the extra stats coming on the side of SOFM, the burn as well. And then Angel able to follow up, had pretty much just enough mana to get that one ult off, allowing him to find the kill and SOFM run away.
Yeah, I was looking at the end. That auto that came out at the end, he was literally 0 mana. So very, very much on the edge for the side of Weibo, but on the edge is good enough because they're 1 and 0 apiece in that mid jungle. We talked about who was going to win the mid jungle being a deciding factor in the series. It's looking good for Weibo in game 2, but the Herald will go the way of OMG. No significant contest here. Apparently the Shy starting to struggle up in this top side. He is real low, and there are more players from OMG encroaching, but Weibo are here to contest. The Shy needs to play this one a little careful. It's going to be cold with a hook. Good ult out from the Shy to keep himself safe as SFM goes in 1v4. He's quite happy to apparently just walk up. No respect for OMG's laners on this one. Fear onto the entire team. SFM literally just going 1v4 into the tower. He got a kill. I don't know what's happening, Lyric.
You know, the best part of it was the fact that OMG are like, my god, he's running in. The others must just all be right there around the corner. Like let's not turn on him. And then, like, it slowly hits them like, wait. No, he actually is just running in by himself. Herald dropped. OMG kind of posturing like they want to look for more aggression.
Yeah, but this Herald is going to go down. Tower surviving for now. The Shy solo as Cream tries to make the play. Haymaker comes out to keep alive. Abel will not get knocked up. Good bit of CC. The Shy can't finish any of these kills. The tower will go down. The Shy doing his best. Oh my god, he gets one! Weibo, how are they getting even on these trades?
I don't... It's... Because... Weibo pretty much inted, like, on that play in every regard, right? We see SOFM going in, pretty much getting that one over. We see them walk back in under turret, despite the fact that OMG didn't show on the map anywhere else. You still see them right in front of you right there. Able to make miracles.
This is the least respectful I have ever seen Weibo playing. And this is a team with the Shy on. Like, that says something. Weibo just do not care what OMG are trying to do. And OMG ultimately win the trade, right? They get the tower down at the end of the day, but the fact that they lose a player is kind of minor.
Yeah, we see how it comes out here, right? A bit of damage coming onto Cream from On, then walks in range of the Shy.
I mean...
Take it away, Munch.
Yeah. Let's just leave that where it lies. Cream not having a fun time against the Scion. It's almost exactly even in gold right now. Each team with varying assets getting them that gold. The 4 kills for Weibo, 1 tower and a couple of kills for OMG. And it feels like a story of the junglers so far, right? Both of these junglers having their own individual advantages, both of them having mythics, and now SOFM, the one to find an opportunity. A great shockwave from Angel.
Yeah, and when we've been setting up, right, Cream is the big carry for OMG, as he has been. The fact that he's getting punished so hard, I feel like is such a big detriment to the side of OMG. Really is a story of junglers, like you're saying, though, both having their mythics. Aki, of course, going towards that Eclipse, which has been coming out a lot more prominently. I think, ooh, hook lands.
Yeah, it's on to on, though. Not really ideal. An SFM nearby. Back away, but Aki is moving over as well. I'm not sure that this is a dragon that Weibo can realistically start for the time being. It is an Infernal as that second one, so could be another Cloud Soul potentially. Still other options available. We'll have to wait and see. It is OMG are going to be the ones on that Drake. This will be their second Drake of the game as well. It will be an Ocean Soul, so very valuable on that one. Shanji will find his way over the wall. SFM won't find a chance.
Yeah, and we're going to see OMG now just kind of posture on the bot side, but going back to Aki, right, one of the things I really like about Eclipse Graves, I think it feels really good how easily Graves is able to get things like the 6% max HP damage in the shield. So easy auto, E-auto, be able to proc all that. Is SOFM? You know, we have a lot of like almost potential kind of aggression come out. But never full committals from either side. Is actually on our mini-map on the bot side, OMG looks like they're going to be able to get bot turret.
SFM had Smite. And he chose to just try and take that red buff without that. He chose to just try and steal it, despite being 2 levels down. And now he's... SFM, what are you doing, man? What is going on? He's trying to 2v1 the solo laners for the chicken. Smite's early, doesn't even get the chicken. I don't know what's happening. I really don't. This game is getting real weird from Weibo. They are not... I feel like they're riding high off of game number 1. And they're doing what all LPL top teams like to do. They are easy.
You know, the thing I love about like certain teams is you have teams like V5 who kind of always look like they're taking it easy, which means they're not, right? That just means that's how they actually play. You have Weibo, who again, I feel like for a majority of the split have just looked very honed in on what they do. I feel like the interview we just saw was very like spot on, that like Weibo typically doesn't do too much shenanigans in the early game, but seeing it here. Then you have teams like EDG who are typically like very set on what they do every game. We have a lot of different flavors of top teams here in the LPL.
Different levels of discipline as well, right? Because like when you think of, I mean, the Shy is notorious on IG as being one of those players that really is not that disciplined, and when they get a win, they take it easy for the next game. I'd say IG and top esports kind of infamous for that style of gameplay, but apparently Weibo bringing a bit of that flavor themselves.
Speaking of the Shy, something I've been thinking about since he's been playing so many tanks, right, is there was that interview he did, or I don't know if it was when he featured on the LCK, could have been then, where he talked about, he got asked about like, hey, like why don't you play tanks well? Like what's going on? And his answer was something along the lines of like, oh, I like playing tanks and I play tanks well. It's just like because of the opposite side of the map, I can't play tanks. And everyone, us included, everyone around the world thought that was the biggest meme and he was the most non-self-aware person ever. It might turn out that the Shy was right all along.
It would just be hilarious, wouldn't it?
I just also love
just
how
a misunderstood genius ahead of his time.
I also love how he just pretty much publicly, not even low-key, flamed Puff and Southwind with that, because I remember Puff and Southwind were his bot lane at the time when he did the interview.
He was like, what can I do? Well, he didn't say it in those words, but it's essentially like, there's only so much he can do. Oh, man. I love the Shy. Honestly, he's one of those players as well that, with interviews, he's not necessarily one of the ones that every interview is a banger like Ale, for example, but he's one of those players that occasionally you'll get an interview and there's just some gems in there. Herald play in the mid lane right now for OMG as he gets another charge in. And they won't. Will they actually? Actually, they're going to finish the tier 2, and that means they can go for an all-in onto On as well. Huge swing in favor of OMG. Double tower with a pick on top of it. And to get away scot-free off the back of the play. Really nice one. And that's a 2,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, and they completely take advantage of the fact that Weibo were committing so many members to sides. Of course, you have the Shy catching top wave because Shanji's pushing that one in aggressively, but both SOFM and Angel hovering around bot allowed for 2 free turrets to go over the side of OMG, and OMG now opening up a respectable 2k gold lead, about to be 3rd dragon as well. OMG will be on stall point if they're able to secure this one. You expect... Ooh, Cream? Gonna be able to find it?
I think SFM can just gallop on out of this one. And I'm hoping 45 seconds is enough time for SOFM Smite to come back up, because it did just smite the Gromp there. Drake about to come up. But now, as you're saying, this is kind of a bit of a squeaky bum moment right here for Weibo, where they're on the cusp of losing Soul Point. And now they're going to be forced into a fight while down in gold. How do you expect this one to go for Weibo? Like, what's the game plan? How do they make this work?
I'm not sure, because honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Shanji going up towards top first. I guess he will have time to come back, but I feel like for OMG, these resets coming out a little bit late. They could have already been looking and winning the contest over this mid wave and forcing their way into River first and making it very awkward for Weibo. But Weibo getting a little bit of a reprieve in terms of the reset timings coming out from the side of OMG. Ooh, on looking for a big flank.
Secret Agent on. Cue the Mission Impossible music as he goes for a
OMG
huge
have a
flank.
ward,
But
though.
once again, SFM just starts this Drake off. Over the wall goes Cream, and it's stolen by Aki. That's more like it, OMG. Pulling them into the fight, but Weibo already rooted on this one. Able jumping on forwards as well. Does OMG have everything? But the Shy 1v3 in the back line right now. OMG cleaning up the front, though. It doesn't matter what the Shy is doing, because Cream and Abel are taking over. The Shy forced to flash away. Weibo are on the wrong side of the map right now. I'm not sure where they're planning on going as they tank the towers on the way across. Health bars low, collateral damage not enough. They will escape with their lives, but they lose the Drake.
And that was just so nice coming out from Aki. Finding the steal brings Weibo Gaming very close for OMG to be able to find the fight. Is he going to be able to get away much? Is he going to do it? He does it.
He's fine. Not even close, baby. 5-5 now on the scoreboard. 4,000 gold or 3,000 gold lead in favor of OMG and Soul Point as well. We could go to 3 games here.
Yeah, and we're going to see Cream coming in, Aki with the flash. They're both able to, you know, secure that one. It also allows for some good damage to come out onto SOFM with the fact that 2 members are in. Abel easily able to jump in. And then massive Gore Drinker proc, stopping Shanji from being able to go down. And then there, the decisiveness from both Cream and Abel to be able to jump in and just instantly delete the Zeri. I mean, Tristana Rise, there's a ton of burst between that duo. So like in game 1 where we were talking about the decisiveness from On to recognize the moments, the target selection from OMG in that fight was just impeccable.
It really was. And so many teams against the Shy get baited, right? When he goes for these 1v3s on the back line, it's like, okay, everyone turns around and tries to deal with the Scion. OMG don't fall for the bait. They still play correctly. They still go and take down the carries. And look at Abel now. 2.5 items in his pocket. Has the 2 extra kills for himself. And Cream, even though he had, let's be honest, a disastrous start to this game, now on the 2 items on this Rise, he'll continue to just scale beautifully. And Aki as well, a massive damage dealer at this point for OMG.
Yeah, and I feel like Aki and Abel kind of being the ones to step up in these fights, which is nice, right? Because no matter how many, we'll just say XD moments that Abel has kind of shown us throughout the split, I feel like Abel also does have those standout games where he completely, you know, takes over. He steps up. He's the big team fight carry. So sitting 2 items right now in the Tristana, Lord Dominic's picked up to be able to deal with the fact that, I mean, Weibo just having a ton of tanks, right? The Shy, SPLFM, and On all going to be itemizing armor is huge. And OMG right now look like they want to try and maybe bait a Baron.
Or maybe just do a Baron. Let's find this one off, but they will back away. And it's a good Rune Prism, and SOFM on the front line has to just ult, but it's too late. CC'd up and taken down. Very nicely done by OMG, a beautiful bait. And now an opportunity onto the Baron itself. Weibo are going to have to contest 4v5. They have no smite available. Keep your eyes on Angel's Shockwave. That has to be what comes out from Weibo, but in fact, they don't even need it to come out. They just bully OMG away without ever having to fight.
Yeah, we see OMG pivoting towards having Shanji push in top, so might be able to get some decent damage onto that turret. But looks like Weibo are going to be able to guarantee this mid lane turret. Doesn't look... Oh, nice realm warp. Huh. I didn't expect it.
Pleasantly surprised.
You know, Munch, people don't know this. We've talked about it, but you know, we don't have game sounds when we cast. So there's like a lot of like things where like audio cues would be very helpful that we just don't have. So there's a lot of things we have to guess. We see here, OMG, we're just baiting out the Baron. All that damage was just Aki and Abel Cream zoning on the other side of the fight, and again, they're just huge right now. We see Abel making his way towards his third items. Serpent's Fang being built by Aki with the amount of shielding on the opposite side. I think he'll be getting a lot of value out of that one. And overall, just the amount of damage he'll be able to do, not only against the squishies, but even against the tanks like we just saw, is huge.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Fam having a struggle in this one. Drake up in 40 seconds. That'll be sold. Weibo have to find something. They have to find a way back into this game because the 3K, 4K gold down at this point. On perhaps needs to be the one to start things off. With the Shy on enemy lines right here. Cream slowed, knocked up. Can they get the follow-up? But Cream's still full HP. No significant damage and a good little bit of blasting magic back towards them. It's going to mean that OMG wins the trade. Now towards the pit we go. On a secret agent mission, but he's walked over a wall. They know exactly where he is. He's still on set though, so maybe that's okay with him. Set doesn't mind being the center of attention. Is able actually jump straight towards On. Trying to force him away on this one. Dragon now onto the map. OMG feels like in control, but the Shy might be able to answer that one. On pushed out the bottom side of the play here. The Weibo trying to muscle their way in towards the Drake.
Cream might find a flank though.
Cream, oh my days, he's in the perfect spot. Gets the Frost onto Angel. Oh, the flash shockwave, it doesn't do anything though. It looked nice, but that's all it was. The Shy in the backline onto Cold, cannot do anything. And this is surely all about OMG. Abel still going strong. Shanji trying to chase down the Shy and finish him off. There's a kill for Cream on the backline as Hwanfeng alone as he tries to stop them getting the Dragon Soul, but there is nothing he can do. OMG with the Soul.
Yeah, OMG playing that one so patiently. We see Shanji zoning off. On gives him the route to find his own flank. Cream doing the same on the opposite side. And OMG have the Soul. They're going to be able to pivot this into a Baron as well. This is surely a win for the side of OMG with the gold lead they have.
What is Hwanfeng doing? He's on the wrong side of the map. Trying to get the chickens right now. He's going to get hooked up, CC down by Cold. Trying to get over the wall, but he's ignited. It goes under a tower. Hwanfeng?
You know, we cast the LPL, so I shouldn't be able to say this, but I'm going to say it. This is like one of the most... This game has some of the most head-scratching plays we've seen from a team, like, one after another, right? We think about the earlier dives and now this. But again, Cream, finding this flank, gets straight on top of Angel, locks him down, a ton of damage coming out from him and Aki as well. Shanji getting a knock-up on the two members there. And I love how On comes in. Abel's full HP, says, screw it, my team's dead. I want to feel like I did something. Ults in, tries to flash away, does go down. And overall, OMG able to find 4 kills. They don't care that Hwanfeng's here. They just immediately go back to secure that dragon for themselves.
Yep, beautifully done here by OMG. And honestly, all of these shenanigans that Weibo are pulling out, it feels like they're trying to distract and manipulate OMG and make them play a silly game instead of trying to win League of Legends. And OMG are not falling for it, right? 7,000 gold lead. In fact, almost 8,000 gold lead at this point in favor of OMG. They have that Ocean Soul, which is going to be a pain in the side of Weibo for the rest of this one. And with Baron now, you'd expect OMG can start to dot those I's, cross the T's, and actually close this game out. They've just got to break into the base.
Yeah, and I feel like it'll be easy for them to do so because when you look at Weibo, they still don't have too much damage built up so far. I feel like it'll be quite hard for them to do anything to pretty much anyone other than Abel, right? Cream right now is so tanky, almost on his second item. Cold picking up the Evan Shroud. I mean, we've already seen Shanji so many times getting so low, and then what the Gore Drinker is able to do from having the Hysterics now as well. So for Weibo, I still you're so far away from doing damage that this will be a pretty easy game for OMG to be able to close out as they are playing through 2 lanes right now, rotating the rest of their members up towards that top side to take down that last tier 2 turret.
Yeah, should be able to finish that one off, and that might just push them over towards a 10,000 gold lead as well. They're really starting to just completely take control of this one, but SOFM wants to play onto Cream to start this off. He is damn tanky with all 5 members of Weibo just jumping on top of him. That's a good pick for the boys in black and yellow. I guess it's just a black jersey, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah, black, red, white, and yellowish orange.
Yeah. It's not as nice as the Suning jersey, is it? I'm gonna say it. The The Sunic jersey, so much nicer. That blue and yellow one, that's so clean.
I agree. You know, it is nice when teams have like more personality to their jerseys. You know me. I bought the RNG and the V5 jersey, and they look very similar. Yeah, very similar.
Yeah, I don't know. There
Even-
are some
no,
teams
wait.
decide really nice ones. Some teams
I was
just
gonna say,
don't care about this.
There's one that makes me sad because I feel like anyone's legend can have the coolest jersey ever with their logo. I think SOFM should just be dead.
Yeah,
he's gone.
It's another pick for OMG as On decides it's time to go on to Abel. It's a 2v2. The bottom lane's battling it out once more, but there's a Realm Warp coming and there's an Ocean Soul in play as well. Shy can't find the knockup. And it looks like it will just be SOFM dropping as OMG maintain their control of this game. And I mean, I don't really know what we're fighting over at this point. I'm not sure what SOFM was looking for.
They know we're talking about who has good and bad jerseys, and they realize that both of their teams have very simple jerseys, and they are just both pissed off and angry, and they're just flailing their arms at anything they could find.
Yeah,
that's what I've gotten.
That is the best analysis.
I'm going.
Cream is
Oh,
caught
Cream's
yet
good.
again here. I think he's okay though. The Ocean Soul is going to help him. The Shy goes for the ultimate as well. There's a knockup. Can they stop the blast cone? Yes, they can. Cream's in trouble. Doesn't have Realm Warp. He's still not taking any damage yet. As the chase continues. Huanfeng is actually just going to lose the 1v1 though. And the rest of OMG are currently just winning the game.
He's
This
getting
is
so much
kind of-
value out of the phase rush as well, being able to consistently get that speed up to get away. And my God, looks like the Shy gonna go down. And like you said, OMG, 2 inhibitors, 3 turrets off. Actually, only 2 turrets. Tier 2 bot was already gone, I think. So 2 turrets, 2 inhibitors. Cream sadly not solo killing the Shy. Would have been some great energy.
Can someone please just clip that whole sequence and put the Yakety Sax music behind it? That was that was hilarious. We are going to have SOFM for some reason trying to get the mid wave by himself while his team is in the fountain. Not entirely sure that he's having the greatest mental game of his life. Let's word it like that.
No, and now for OMG, I love what they're doing, right? They're still just looking for these aggressive picks. Angel trying to come around, but now he's spotted.
He's spotted. A little bit of vision control for Weibo around the red buff at very least, but it's not going to be enough. The Elder, started off here by OMG, will be easily taken away with SOFM. Sort of running it down mid right before that came up. With an Elder.
Munch.
They were already winning the fight, so I feel like this is so over.
I was gonna say, I feel like typically as casters, you don't really want to say game's over, but this game is done. So this game is as over as it gets. Over 10k gold lead. Soul, Elder, when Baron spawns, they can just go straight to Baron. They can do whatever they want.
The crazy thing to me is, how the hell have OMG not ended the game? Because they've been this far ahead for a long old time. I feel like they could just walk this one in, but they're playing it slow. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Unless the race is how fast you can win a League of Legends, and then fast and aggressive wins the race. Here we go. OMG just going to start the firing off because they know they can team fight. They know if WBG, Weibo Gaming, try and contest, they can't do it. Sentences are hard at this point. Look at Weibo. Why are they looking for a fight? Even if you get a pick, you're going to lose.
I think what they're hoping is that the rest of them go up to lane. Oh, they're just dead, Munch, they're just dead!
Oh my God! Aki just one-shots Angel while he's grouped up with his team. Oh, if it wasn't done before, it certainly is. Now OMG finally have the confidence to barrel into the base with these Baroned up minions, with an Elder Dragon. Surely nothing can stop them. The Nexus Towers will fall. And Lyric, we're going to 3 games. Weibo, this is what we talked about before the series. One game, they look like the best team in the league. The next, you're just left scratching your head.
Yeah, nicely from OMG, looking super happy with that one, as they should be, right? Able to start finding those early game leads pretty much right from the start of the game. Coming up with a much more aggressive draft this time around, which is what we hit on for OMG, right? It feels like one of the reasons why OMG has been struggling so much is because they have they have leaned towards the meta, which makes sense, right? When you have picks like Corki and Jinx and Victor that are also outrageously strong, go towards them. But OMG looking so much better when they're able to move around as a unit proactively. Cream getting in the push. We saw Aki finding the kills in their bot lane, able to go in aggressively. For the side of Weibo, even ignoring the, like, all the strange plays we saw, right, in terms of, like, the top lane with the Herald, or Huanfeng, like, staying when he knows he was going to go towards Baron. They didn't even play towards, like, the comp that we expected, right? Like, okay, you have Sion in top against Aatrox, like, come on, getting that matchup ahead doesn't really do anything. Even covering it, I don't think means too much, to where you have this set in the bot lane. And we saw, they did draft the set to play more aggressive. On was consistently going in. I think maybe for Weibo should have put more resources into that bot lane early and see if they can find a way to find an advantage somewhere. But nope, seems like Weibo are very content with sticking to their kind of hover around top side, play with the Shy, play with Angel sort of style, and wasn't able to stack up against OMG this time.
And worth mentioning as well that Shanji had a great game for himself, right? We talked about the Shy versus Shanji coming into this one, whether or not Shanji was going to be able to step up to the Shy, having a good pick, having a comfort pick for him as well.
Yep.
And with the help of Aki up in that top side, but also the Shanji managing to survive 2v1s multiple times across that one. He played that matchup very, very well and was able to get the advantage for himself. So really nice to see Shanji stepping up to the occasion and not playing anything cheesy or silly, right? Actually just taking the Shy on head-to-head and winning that matchup out. With that said, we're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see who finishes this series off in style.
Though, might be able to find a gank in this top side.
Let's see, ZS is a level disadvantage for now, but the barrel toss throws him down low. Again, he should have sustain as he W flashes in as well, slicing guys. 1 versus 2, the Shy is a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel toss, first blood body slam, and Hacker can't follow it up. He don't know the flash.
Watch the Orianna ball. That shockwave could be huge. And now you can see Wei going in. He's not going to get the steal. He's going to have to try and use his ultimate. We can now get Blumel going way too deep. Has to go in. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide. And now, La can wreak havoc. He's got himself resets. 1, 2, 3 kills there for the Akali before they get taken down. But the Gwen not to be outdone. The top laners. Triple. But it's still the Gwen alive. Finn trying to make this one work. The shockwave finally comes out, but it hits nothing. We talked about the mid laners, but this game is all about the top.
IG are still barreling forward. Uzi is now up. Chris up as well. Never
Here we
lockout.
go. They're going to try and go for it. There's a solar flare out. Uzi trying to pepper down the damage. Lucas is dead, but Breed is first to follow. They get the reset. There's on. Uzi going down. It's a double kill for Uzi. It might be a triple kill for Uzi as he steps them in the game. Uzi has stood up and told IG to step out.
Have Shadow over the wings. There's grasping boots. They're forcing into Shadow's hands here. And this is all set up from LGD beautifully. The J engage on the back line. You've got iBoy still alive on the side. He's doing work on this Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! Ori smashed a team fight and a penta kill for iBoy.
They have no idea. RNG are moving out of the base. This is Karsa at the top side. Bane is still in the base. They have at least some people back, but if V5 can just stop the resets, they're in good spots. Rich now, he's moving away.
He's going.
They're looking
He's going.
for it. Karsa's running.
Cast is making the play, needs to drop the control ward. Immediately the TP's coming through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And V5, the Cast hero play makes it happen.
Oh, weekend. Really good to see you again. Where's my glass? I can't wait to hold you again. Come on, give me my glass. Mama, shake your ow. Shake me. Hypnotize me. The way you shake your it's tantalizing. Get loose, get loose. see you over there, looking over here at me, giving me those coming eyes. What you got over there for me? Well, I've got something for you if you really, really want to see. Let me get another round and I give us some company. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Don't go, I'm running. Oh, move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. All right now, this the part where y'all sing along. Y'all ready? Here we go. Party till the lights come on. I need y'all to say that with me. Party till the lights come on. Sing it for me one time. Party till the lights come on. All the fellas, all the ladies, let me hear you. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, it sounds so good now. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, all these years I don't know where to begin. Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, now lost me all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
我觉得 OMG 的下路组合对线很激进，然后他们游走的时机也把握得很好。我和幻风面对他们的时候，应该会注意沟通和对线的细节。我们队伍和 OMG 最大的不同就是我们比较稳定一点，而他们有时候可能会失误的。如果他们拿出一些有套路的英雄，我们应该也会很好的去应对他们，因为我们比较懂一点。
we play more stably. Oh god, that didn't age well.
Oh god, yeah, very stable play coming out for a Wavo. They, you know, in On's defense, this interview was before the series. Like he's not just saying that after that game. Yeah, well, that did not age well. That aged like milk. Let's take a look at our MVP for game number 2. As I've already totally forgotten who it was, but a phenomenal game coming out from OMG. Abel gonna be our MVP apparently. As on the Tristana, you know, fantastic performance, 7-0 and 4, great stuff. But I feel like across the board, aside from maybe Cream, everyone having a fantastic performance in OMG.
And I like how On was also paying respect to them as well, right? Because again, no matter how hard we've been on OMG's bot lane, because again, they have been struggling in recent series, we think of like earlier in the split when they were winning, or even back to Demacia Cup or last year. I feel like Abel and Cold have always, shown these aggressive performances where they're always ready and willing to pull the trigger, find ways to get ahead. And in these team fights, I mean, Abel performing phenomenally. Obviously able to get the DPS off on the front line, but I love how he was so liberally willing to use his rocket jump to be willing to find a lot of these kills and get his damage off. So overall, if OMG can replicate this, if they can get their hands on another aggressive draft, go towards another aggressive bot lane matchup, I feel like OMG can be feeling pretty good, and us maybe be getting a bit of a surprise upset.
Yeah, we could well have that. It just depends which Weibo shows up, because again, this happened against LNG. Game number 2, game number 1, Weibo looked super clean. Game number 2, Weibo randomly decide to throw everything at the second Gromp spawn for basically no reason and all die and lose the game, which kind of feels similar to that one. And then game number 3 was pretty messy, and it was actually LNG that kind of did a similar thing to what we saw at Gromp from Weibo in game 2. So we'll see if Weibo could pull themselves together for game number 3, but also OMG, I love that they go with this Tristana as well, right? We saw the Samira banned away from them, and OMG go, oh, don't worry. There was another Samira that was brought out a few seasons ago. We have 2 of this pick.
Yeah. And again, especially just being able to see the flavor up against the Zeri. LPL teams have been very apprehensive in taking the Zeri. Again, global opinion seems to be that she is extremely OP, extremely strong. But here, seems like we don't care too much for her. Again, I feel like, especially the fact of either just teams prioritizing the range of things like the Jinx and Aphelios more in that scaling, or wanting to go all in with these more aggressive bot lane picks. Heck, even Jinx and Aphelios, right? Having better laning phases than the Zeri. So LPL teams always being about some of these strong laning phases come out. We'll see how ban pick changes in game 2, because I feel like Weibo's draft wasn't necessarily a problem, right? They had avenues, they had tools, they didn't play around it. We did get some surprises as well in the set, so we know for Weibo, they always have some surprise picks that they are ready and willing to pull out. And for OMG, again, I just want to see them keep up the aggressive draft. I feel like that's where they've always looked best, is getting the tempo and being willing to consistently look to make plays.
All right, well, we'll see if they're going to have a draft where they can consistently make plays as we head into this one. And OMG, banning SOFM's Lee Sin, banning Angels Veigar, and we'll see what the third ban will be, as well as the Zeri and the Hecarim.
I love the pain in your voice when you say it now.
It's not just I'm trying to emphasize it. I have to stop myself saying Veigar and say Veigar instead. I've been saying Veigar for 10 years. Like, that's not an easy thing to change.
And you put then you have words like foreign that come out in the pronunciations. It's all weird.
There's words like seizure. So it should be Vigar, but like the majority of the EI words that don't follow a C are an E sound. So Vigar is actually the most logical pronunciation. But there are, there's arguments for Vigar and for Veigar as well. It's just a mess. The English language is a mess. I digress. We've got to rise first.
Yeah, and I love it, right? Because when we were just hitting on keeping up something that does get prio, that does have the ability to roam more aggressively, keeping up with the rise priority, I think makes a ton of sense. You can see Weibo now looking very, I wouldn't say down, but looking very serious, right? Not as jovial, knowing, hey, we got to come out with a win in this one. Gonna go back to on Thresh. That was a standout game 1. They were able to aggressively flash hook at level 1 and find an advantage from very early on. So we're going to see if On will be able to be the difference maker once again. Now for the side of OMG, you just go with the stock and standard Aphelios lock in, as I assume they will. And then, right, they could round it out with a support pick to answer. You always could go with the Tom Kench still being open like game 1. There's things like the Leona, which sure, again, it is slightly unfavorable for her in lane, but you're always going to have your job to do in terms of team fights. And yeah, Cold having a plethora of options available.
Looks like the TK being hopped right now. I want to quickly talk about this Jinx as well, though, because the Jinx, to some extent, a bit of a takeaway from Abel. It's easily his most played at 11. Huanfeng certainly no slouch on the Jinx. He's only played 5 games of it so far this split, but has an 8.8 KDA on this Jinx. When Huanfeng is on that Jinx, he will take over from that bottom lane. It's going to be the Leona for OMG to finish things out on the bottom side, and then SOFM goes with this Viego once more.
And he's smiling, he's smirking. He knows how well he does on this pick, especially when we've highlighted that for Weibo, it really has been a lot about their skirmishing or their team fighting. I think going back towards the Viego makes a lot of sense. Now, coming to the second phase of bans, I was expecting them to put more of a focus on jungle, but no. Wanting to take Shanji off of some, again, just more comfortable blind pick champions. I wonder if they'll pay respect to something like the Aatrox this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Renekton and not banned away. And I'm curious if it is just going to be more top lane bans. No, they're swapping over, going towards the jungle here. SFM, just make sure he doesn't have to deal with Aki's Xinjiang. And then over to OMG. He could just go for a second top lane ban here, I guess. Or maybe take something else away from Angel and try and remove some comfort.
Yeah, so for Angel right now, right, the picks that come to mind when you think about facing Rise are obviously the Orianna and the Victor, both doing quite well in the isolated 1v1. We haven't seen a lot of the more aggressive options that come out against Rise lately, things like the Syndra. TF has been open. This has just been banned against Weibo so much, it completely blanks from my mind whenever it is able to be picked by them. And we're going to get it. We're going to get Angel's Twisted Fate. Angel, I think, even though Angel has, I think, a lot of different champions he's a stand-in on, obviously things like a Kali very much come to mind. The Galley, which was banned away. TF always has a place in my mind when Angel comes onto the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, the Twisted Fate has been banned against Weibo 75% of their games, right? They've played 24 games of LPL. It's been banned 3/4 of the time. Angel will have that. He has the confidence. Are you okay, buddy? I don't know what is happening within the OMG squad right now, but it is hilarious, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get back on some other comfort picks, right? Obviously, the game Aki just had on Graves was phenomenal, but we were hitting on Shanji's champion pool and which picks he looks best on. I think Gragas has definitely been one of them, having the setup in all of their lanes this time in regards to CC for the damage that the Graves is able to bring out. And now for Weibo, I wouldn't be surprised for this to be locked in. You have the Twisted Fate. You want to play heavily up towards the Shy to be able to get him ahead. Your bot lane will be able to survive and farm in that 2v2 and just scale up just fine. So I like that both teams did opt into side laning. For Weibo, they should definitely be able to transition into like a 3-lane setup later on. For OMG, you're going to have that strong Rise that will be able to contend with some of these picks if he's able to get ahead, but definitely OMG playing a lot more towards a 1-4 or even just straight up 5v5 composition with, right, 2 tanks, a bunch of DPS in the back line. So different flavors coming out in this draft, which will be cool to see, especially for Weibo, because Weibo have, again, been opting a lot more for the tanks up top, and they've been the ones pretty much exclusively playing these hard front-to-back 5v5 team compositions.
Yeah, it feels like kind of a bit of a switcheroo, right, between game number 2 and game number 3 here, where a lot of pressure towards that top side from Weibo. They're able to execute on it will be the different question, but SFM, like you were pointing out in game number 2, happy to focus on the top side, even when the draft doesn't necessarily lean towards that. SFM still been on the top side of the map. Aki on this Graves, I think, is going to be a thorn in SFM's side, right? We've seen how well Aki played last game. Now game number 3. I feel like the pressure will be on him and Cream once more to try and stop what Weibo are trying to set up for themselves. But as we head towards the Rift, it's Weibo and OMG going the distance here. OMG looking for an upset against literally the top team in the LPL right now.
Yeah, for OMG, this would be huge considering they're trying to cement themselves as one of the teams to contend in playoffs. OMG right now sitting at 5-6. They are currently holding that 10th place spot. It also would shake up the standings for other teams, right? Teams like EDG and LNG being on 2 wins. V5 suddenly would just cement themselves as the first place team. And pretty much every spot in standings means something in terms of like playoff buys, right? Top 1 and 2 going straight into the double elim portion of the bracket. 3-4, you know, getting an extra round in playoffs. And then 5-6. So OMG upsetting here affects absolutely everyone.
It really does. This will shake the league up very dramatically if OMG are able to do it. But they've got a long time ahead of them before they'll be in a position to try and find an upset, right? With a Rise and an Aphelios, it does feel like this is a slower style of composition. But that said, you know, Cream can certainly make plays with the Realm Warp, get out of that mid lane and try and influence the map. I feel like that level 6 point is going to be crucial for both mid laners.
Yeah, I actually expect these teams to be playing around very similar windows. You you know, for Aki, you're on the Graves, you're going to carry jungler. Getting to your item points as quick as possible, I think, is extremely important. So, again, could just opt to go for a full clear. But the fact that we are hitting on, right, you have the root in mid lane, you have the body bop coming up from Shanji in top side, a Leona and bot. You really do have set up in all 3 lanes. If Aki wants to look for anything a little bit cheeky to try and start finding an early spike. And then at level 6 is when both comps we know are going to be looking for these aggressive plays once Realm Warp and the Destiny are available. So I feel like whichever team is willing to find the successful play first is going to be able to control the state of the map going forward for the next few minutes.
Yeah, me too as well, because what we've seen so far in this series is whoever is able to wrestle control in the mid game just takes over. We haven't seen any kind of comebacks. We've seen, like, once somebody gets a significant hold on the game, they win the series, right? We haven't seen who wins the series just yet.
You know, just hitting on that real quick, I feel like it's because we've seen both teams, again, with their lead, being able to play well. Heck, even OMG in game 1 when they were behind, they were cross-mapping quite a bit and, like, keeping gold actually slightly ahead the whole time, despite the fact that even in game 1 when Weibo were behind, it felt like they were in control of the game. So I feel like both teams have shown some, like, pretty solid map play in regards to, like, their macro when they are able to be even or find leads. Obviously, when behind, both have shown they are very much willing to go of the mindset of, hey, we're behind. How do we get back into the game? Ah, screw it. Let's just force a fight. So that's what you can expect if either team falls significantly behind.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, I mean, honestly, that's kind of what you can expect from Weibo anyway, as far as we've seen in this series. On wants to make a play in the mid lane, though. Angel waiting for that gold card to be available, and looks like On is just going to move up to try and help his jungler, but instead, OMG already got the crab. Now a gold card chained in this mid lane. Cream still has splash available, doesn't need it because of the phase rush. It's actually On who takes the most damage.
Yeah, and this was a coordinated map movement by the side of Weibo, because you get the bot lane as well. They got the push in and bot. They've seen Quanfong's reset up to get the cull, which gives On the window to move towards mid and secures both scuttles for the side of Weibo. So nice to see them, again, coordinate as a team across the map. It also allowed the Shy to just continue to play aggressively this whole time in top side, because you do have 3 members strong on the top side of the map as well.
Shy taking a hefty trade there from Shanji. Nicely played by the rookie top laner. I will just mention, it almost got them the double scuttle. SOFM actually lost the smite against Aki. Aki was able to get the top scuttle, but it almost worked. It almost worked beautifully. But either way, the gank doesn't work onto Cream, and that's a key factor, as Cream teleports back into lane now with a tier, a ruby crystal, as well as his pot. And Shanji finds a solo kill onto the Shy. That is gorgeous.
Yeah, I love it. He commits the flash to be able to finish off that kill. The Shy even taking phase rush in this matchup to try and be able to kite out those interactions so it doesn't get locked down. Just playing too aggressively, right? We saw in that former previous trade, him losing so much HP in return. And that's what Shanji wants to be looking for, right? As the Shy, you pretty much want to try and find these extended, poke trades, to where for Shanji, it's all about these small windows where you just get a ton of burst off, also having the Arcane Comet. So is able to secure the stun, then flashes in, finishes that off. And nice start for the side of OMG.
Yeah, really good stuff from OMG. And great to see Shanji once again. Nothing cheesy about that, nothing ridiculous about that. This is a standard pick, and he's just outplayed the Shy 1v1. What a statement from Shanji, who's been having such a great first year. And I started to worry that we'd all got a bit too excited about Shanji. He had some really good games to start the year off, then had a couple of pretty rough games for himself. But it feels like the good games are actually the real story, is the Shy almost getting knocked under the tower there. He's having a rough time of it.
Yeah, the Shy wanted to force that one in, though. Get the wave back in an even state, because SOFM is up around this top side. But Shanji, so far, is paying respect. Doesn't have his flash, doesn't have the cast. So if SOFM can get in here, they should be able to kill. Destiny's up.
Destiny available. Angel hovering with the idea of going for a Destiny, but I think the trigger will not be pulled. Able just takes a zap on this bottom side, and Aki is hovering around this bottom lane right now. On is cautious, he's very far ahead right now. The plate is good against the Zenith blade, but I don't think this is going to save him. Quanfong will get out with his life, and On accepts his fate. A kill given over to Abel here. Winning on both sides of the map so far from the side of OMG. Good stun from SOFM, but realistically, there's just no damage.
Yeah, and you know, I really feel like Weibo making a misstep there with their bot lane, right? Because one thing that's very evident when you look at these drafts is that OMG know what Weibo are going to do. I mean, you have Jinx Rush bot side, you have TF Jace as your top side duo, right? So, of course, they're going to constantly hover for these plays. So the second you see Angel lean into Fog of War, Shanji knows to play safe. And then Weibo's bot lane trying to play aggressively at the same time. You know Aki isn't up towards the top lane with all the resources you've committed up there. Should be towards that bot lane, but still, the fact that On's fishing for those hooks just easily sets up Aki for the play. So, I feel like a bit of a misstep by Weibo and just nice read by OMG. Again, though, it is very obvious what Weibo's comp will be looking to do, but still, nice that OMG's not falling prey to it and finding their advantages on the opposite side of the map.
I mean, let's be real. There's been plenty of obvious compositions in the LPL before, and it's never stopped teams falling for it. So good to see OMG respecting it. And again, intelligent play coming out from OMG. That's the thing I'm most excited about is they've kind of changed their identity from last year, right? Last year, OMG, it was like, okay, do we have an insane dive composition with Kai'Sa, with an assassin for green? If yes, we win the game. If no, well, we're doomed. That's not the same team anymore. Just a couple of roster changes has meant that now this is an OMG that genuinely has to be feared by the top teams. This is an intelligent OMG that drafts win conditions, that understands their opponents' win.
Yeah, OMG are definitely a team that, like, I feel like they're represented decently well in the standings in terms of, like, right, OMG are, like, the gold standard of, like, a mid-tier team in the LPL, but they're also a team that, if we get to playoffs, I'd be very afraid of playing in a best-of-5 because of, I feel like they have, like, certain areas where they're very strong, things like team fighting, things like level of player quality when you look at, like, mid, and especially Shanji coming in this time around. So having some strengths that they can just take over against any team, and they're going to use those strengths to be able to secure the Drift Barrel, bringing their bot lane up, so Hwanfeng and On are getting some free time with that turret in bot side.
SFM just going to go for a smite contest, and he actually gets it. Flashes out of the pit as well. Doesn't get the Eye of the Herald, but, I mean, you know, why not?
That's a
why
win.
Not?
No. Overall, I think that's great. Like, sure, you lost your ult and you lost your flash, but you have now spent the time bringing your bot lane up, losing farm, losing tempo, and Hwanfeng and On just get so much in return for this. I actually thought that was really smart coming out from SOFM. And with that time wasted and the CS missed for Abel and Cold, OMG are just like, screw it, we're going to commit our bot lane to this top side.
This is so nice from SOFM. Cost him his smite, as you say, but I don't think he lands it all. And now moving up to this top side to make sure that the Shy can safely farm that top lane. Hwanfeng just gets to continue hitting away on this tower. Shanji struggling to defend by himself. Obviously has to go for that Everfrost first item. Dark Passage available. Hwanfeng will be fine. Another attempt from Shanji. You got to try and make the cast plays when you can.
Yeah, tries to look for it. In the meantime, OMG, we're trying to look towards mid. Aki just hovering around so Cream can push out freely. They're going to look for the play.
Oh, whoop, that's going to be the Flame Chompers. A great Dark Passage and a hook as well. It is gorgeous from On. Is he going to survive the Scorch? Isn't enough. Weibo, what an outplay.
Yeah, really nice use of those chompers coming out from Hwanfeng to lock Aki down. Supreme, the only one able to aggressively walk forward and get damage down. Also, buy space for the Shy to whittle down this turret topside. Should be able to get himself another plate as well. Right now, sitting about 20 CS up. Hwanfeng sitting CS up because of the rotation we saw from Abel and Cold towards that Rift Herald. So overall, despite the fact that OMG have been the ones finding the kills and finding the picks, just kind of this one sequence of events completely flipping the script in favor of Weibo. We see SOFM come in, just gets in there, gets the smite down. They try to turn so Aki doesn't smite. And again, sure, he has to burn flash and ultimate, but I really feel like it benefited his side laners so much in that play.
It really did. Beautifully done, once again, by SOFM. And now, despite the early solo kill from Shanji, despite the kill down the bottom side as well, that Abel managed to get for himself, it is Weibo with a gold lead, and it's Weibo that will be getting this first Drake of the game. At 11 minutes, very late start to stacking those Drakes. Regardless, Weibo have found themselves an advantage in a game that honestly looked like it was going to start going the way of OMG, and you have to assume that on the side of OMG, the comms less jovial than they were just 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so Colt's ultimate comes out. Huanfeng actually going to play aggressively to try and break this turret down, especially once we start breaking down first turrets, right? That's where we're going to see lane allocations change, and Weibo especially going to be able to pivot into this 1-3-1, so I think that will be massive for them when, again, they have two soul laners who feel very comfortable sitting in a side lane and can get pressure. Sure, Cream will be able to find pressure if he is in a side lane against Angel, but the Shy will be able to out-pressure Shanji. Then you look for those rotations towards mid, so I feel like this will be massive for Weibo once they do break this one down and start moving into that lane allocation.
Certainly will. And I just want to quickly point out as well that we are still on 12.2. I know LEC is on 12.4, and I'm sure a lot of people are thinking of this Twisted Fate being the pretty heavily nerfed Twisted Fate. This is not. This is 12.2 Twisted Fate, so this is, I believe...
We're not even going to experience 12.3. It's going to go straight to 12.4 at some point.
I don't know when that happens. I want that to happen soon. I'm kind of bored of this patch at this point. I've cast it for... Well, we've been 12.2 for the majority
let's be
of this
real.
split.
Oh! Okay, nothing.
Takes a bit of a hit. He actually goes over the wall, flashes forward to stun on. They're just going to focus the support. If they'll save Huanfeng every time, then instead we'll just go for the savior. As little aggro in the mid lane, has to be said. Strange use of the ulti, but good pick for OMG here.
And I wonder if Huanfeng and On and Angel and SOFM were on different wavelengths, right? Because the fact that On not only hooked, but also like lanterned Huanfeng in, kind of sets up to me that they were looking for an aggressive play. Angel did have Destiny, but instead, SOFM and Angel choose to go in for a play on the mid lane. So again, maybe different ideas of what to do here. We do see Cream actually zoning Angel off. So I think that's what they're going for, right? On and Huanfeng trying to set up for the aggressive play, knowing that Angel can follow, and then SOFM's coming in as well, but Cream zoning him off sets up for SOFM and Angel to turn on to him. It's another play!
Yeah, now they get to go for their aggressive play. Bit of revenge onto Cold, as it'll be SOFM to grab that kill for himself. And they won't get too much off the back of this one. Drake obviously not up on the map in a minute, another minute until that Herald comes up as well. But even still, a nice little pickup for the side of Weibo. They can maybe pressure down in the bottom side. In fact, go for a dive onto this poor, lonely Aphelios. OMG moving over. Realm Warp actually going to come on through. As Abel tries to start a fight onto Huanfeng, but the Dark Passage will just get him out to safety. SOFM doesn't quite win the Smite fight with Aki this time. In fact, it wasn't even a Smite. Just Aki taking that risk.
Still, the fact that OMG are making these plays but not finding anything, look at mid. Angel having free time with mid lane turret. This is how Weibo have been stacking up this 1k gold lead. From the fact that OMG have been making these plays, not finding anything, and then whatever laner from Weibo is left with nothing is like, cool, I'm just gonna deny you a wave, take more like turret plates, obviously not now because it's past 14 minutes, but earlier, and even just whittle down these turrets more. So I feel like Weibo just benefiting a lot from the fact that OMG's aggressive plays aren't paying off.
Yeah, definitely the case, and doing a good job of understanding what OMG are trying to do, right? That's the thing. We talked about OMG understanding this Weibo comp and how they want to play and playing around that. Well, it's kind of similar for Weibo right now. Every single play that OMG tries to set up, it feels like Weibo have a read on it, and obviously a bit of miscommunication in that jungle, as you talked about when On got caught out. But aside from that, I just feel like both teams, comparatively to last game especially, this is a very conservative game of League of Legends.
Next respect by On, kind of keeping up with, again, being more conservative, not just willing to walk in and give over those picks that you were giving over last game. And now we're seeing the 1-3-1 that we talked about coming out from Weibo, breaking down that first turret, being like, cool, we can put our bot lane in mid because they should be able to guarantee pressure if they have both laners there. As we see right now, On is in mid lane, so of course Abel and Cold can push, and you can start making those rotations to either side of the map. Looks like they are warding aggressively for bot side, the Shy getting his own vision, so you can opt to playing around the Shy, especially with Dragon coming up in 15 seconds.
Dragon up in 15, and Weibo with control of the bottom side for now, but Aki is in the area too. The bottom lane is trying to get control of mid. Remember, Aki has that Herald too, so perhaps a way to levy control of the mid lane to try and get onto the Drake before the side of OMG. They now push into the river as a four-man squad, trying to get vision control themselves. Or in fact, just to start this Drake off, SOFM has moved to the top side instead. Looks like OMG will even things up in terms of those Drakes. It will be another Cloud Soul.
Yeah, Weibo Kind of surprised they opted for the gold trade. They don't feel confident looking for a fight right now. I think as the game goes on, OMG's comp should be favored in team fights. You just kind of look at Weibo, right? Not really having too much of a front line. Again, a lot of single target CC coming out is OMG looking to play aggressive.
That's possible second there, dodges the solar flare. But it will be the Herald going down in the end. So just a tier 1 trade across the map, right? Angel getting the tier 1 in the top lane, and OMG using the Herald to finish off the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, now we're going to see Weibo go back to what we were hitting on before, right? Kind of setting up for the aggressive push coming out from the Shine bot lane. SOFM making his way over. Shanji should be fine. Does have flash and the cask still up. Won't even need it.
It's Gucci. Gucci gang wants to wait. Very silent. Now we kind of reset. This has been a very slow pace of game comparatively to the rest of the series. And comparatively to a lot of OMG series, right? They generally have been quite an aggressive team in terms of just forcing things in the early game. And while we have seen attempts on both sides, like you said before, both teams doing a good job of trying to play around their opponents, trying to play around the potential all-ins, and doing a good job of surviving them as well. Almost a 2,000 gold lead now. Favor of Weibo is on. Will find Aki in this brush. The attempt to dive, I think, stopped in its tracks here. On just Hex flashing right in the face of Aki.
Yeah, and I feel like hitting on that, right? On has just been so proactive in terms of like being somewhere first, now proactively walking into cold.
You can't play the flash Q, that's for sure. Aki finishes that kill off. And just as we're praising On for being proactive, understanding what his opponents are doing, they read him like a book.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if On thought that Cold was probably hovering down towards Shanji, covering him, because if not right, you see both AD carries solo contesting the wave in mid. You see Aki playing up towards top side. I feel like it's a fair assumption to assume that Cold should be around waiting in the wings as well, but still takes a rather greedy path back towards that mid lane.
I'm not even sure if it was just a path to the mid lane. It looked like he was trying to get a ward in river just by himself, which, again, both greedy applies, whichever one he was going for. As, he just walks on over. So close to spotting Aki with that, by the way. So very close. He just had a slightly different angle on the Scryer's blue. It's a different story.
Yeah, again, like, you just have to kind of think of what On was thinking there, right? Because you just saw Aki in top tribe rush. You know your top laner's pushing in bot. So, I mean, there's only two choices. Either you think Cold's hovering around protecting Shanji, where the Shy didn't have the wave fully pushed in, or you should know that Cold is top. So, I think a bit of an oversight coming out from him. We are getting close. Actually, we're pretty much hitting the 2-item mark across the board for most players. We do see Huanfeng already having the rapid-fire cannon compared to Abel only being on that BF sword, though. So, you know, in 1 minute, 30 seconds, we'll see if Weibo finally feeling more comfortable in terms of opting for a fight, or if they just want to go for the full side lane style. Because you do have TF Jace. I think that is what these champions lend themselves more to, finding picks and using tempo from your side lane push.
And also with how slow the Drakes have been so far this game, like, playing 1-3-1 is fine. Like, the biggest issue with playing side lanes over the last couple of years has been that Drakes force you to go into those 5v5s later on, but Drakes being delayed certainly does lend towards being able to play for the side lanes. But Ryze and Gragas no slouch in the side lanes themselves. Ryze especially will be able to find opportunities there. Gragas just going to be doing a good job of staying safe under the towers. The explosive cask makes it very difficult to dive.
Yeah, so that's kind of the key thing, right? Because Cream will be able to win out in the 1v1 against Angel if Angel ever, you know, his head gets a little too big and thinks he can go for that, but still, the amount of pressure that the Shy will be able to put up on the opposite side will be huge, as we're seeing right now on the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. Does he go for the cast? He does, but just a little bit over to the right, so is it hit under turret? Shanji's had a lot of attempts this game. None of them have really worked out, but I like that he's the spunk to look for it.
I feel like that's just the nature of Gragas, though. I feel like players get bullied when they lock in Gragas because they don't hit every cask, but it's a very difficult ability to consistently hit, especially against pros that are expecting it. Like, I feel like there's a too great an expectation there as Cream TPing from the top lane to the mid lane here, just for Drake coming on up. Doesn't go for the reset in between, though, and actually just gets hooked immediately. A zap on through as well. As Weibo try and contest some of this vision, but I don't think that they're going to contest this Drake. It doesn't look like it. Then again,
they do have Destiny, so it doesn't matter if they don't have vision. They could get it very easily. No, you're right. They do rotate Angel over, though, so they kind of postured for a contest, but opt into not finding one.
Great run walk here as well to protect the mid lane tower from OMG. And the team that we've been talking about doing well on the macro, now getting out macroed, but Shanji on the front line is going to be stunned up. Great hook coming out from On as well. It's a 5v5 in the jungle here for the Moonlight Vigil from Angel to start things off. Angel knocked away, but Huanfeng's just free firing. I'm dying apparently mid-team fight. It's going to be a 2-for-1 for Weibo. I think I just nearly died.
I also feel like an important thing, right, is when you're trading 1-for-1, but Weibo are the team with the Viego, that's always going to just feel so nice getting the reset on the ult. So Weibo able to make use of that one, put a bit more pressure down on this turret, and they're going to be able to solidify it. So another turret going over the side of Weibo. They already have Angel pushing out in that bot lane as well, answering waves. So gold still extremely close. Weibo able to come out with a bit of the gold lead, but OMG able to pick up the dragon.
Sorry about that, everyone. Saliva decided to jump into the back of my throat mid-team fight, apparently. Let's take another look. So is Shanji getting caught out originally?
Yeah, they do go for the pick, and at the same time, On landing the hook onto Cream gets him incredibly low, and we do see, again, one member going over each. SOFM able to finish off Cream, gets him the reset, they're just able to continue going forward. Forcing Aki off back extremely early, which I feel like at this point in the game, Aki is one of your big damage dealers, right? Going towards the lethality graves.
Yeah. The lethality graves, not the greatest scaling ever, but certainly is going to pack a punch at the time being, and we're a long way away from it falling off dramatically. Still, gold lead in favor of Weibo right now. It does feel like slowly but surely trying to wrest control back. Certainly a good fight for them, but it's still very even. Right? There's Aphelios and 2 items with Bloodthirster. He's going to be able to do a good job during these team fights. On might be caught here. Does have his flash available. Has to flash the cask. Nicely done there to stop Shanji finding the pick.
Yeah, I mean, he originally sidestepped the body slam. Right, if he got hit by the body slam, Shanji could have guaranteed the cask, and then everything would have been doomed. So nice sidestep by On to be able to get away, but still nice from OMG to be able to get a summoner. And now for the side of Weibo, you expect him to just commit the Shy back down towards that bottom lane, but looks like they're being very respectful of the top side. Is right now the Shy just kind of hovering around mid just in case anything happens.
Just in case, but it's not going to happen. And we have seen such a dramatically different game number 3 compared to the rest of the series. And I think Weibo perhaps regretting their attitude to game number 2. Because let's be honest, game number 2, it did not feel like they were playing the most serious League of Legends that they've ever played. And now in game number 3, it feels very even, and it feels like Weibo are having to try their utmost just to maintain this even game against OMG, and that's a scary position to be in. But Shanji now getting caught out on the bottom side. Everfrost available for Angel. Shanji doesn't get to play the game, just locked up forever as the Shy now jumps in with the damage, finishes the kill off. Aki here's trying to answer, but a great exhaust means that he can't get the damage out. Well played by Weibo.
And this is a play I really love to see that I feel like we don't see enough, even when champions like TF, Rise, Galio, whenever they come into the meta, is again committing both your soul laners down to a side lane to find a pick, because you do have one with the global to be able to easily react on the opposite side of the map as well. So nice by Weibo to make that play, look for it, find a pick, and then transition all this pressure onto the mid lane turret. And look at bot side as well. The Shy gonna get some free time with that bot lane turret, so Weibo getting everything right now, while SOFM just waiting to see if anyone tries to transition down to answer the Shy. But yeah, OMG won't do that. They will just cover mid, and the Shy should be able to get this, and there it is. An extra turret going over the side of Weibo. So again, Weibo have been opting into the gold trades over the Dragons earlier on. That is paying off for them, starting to snowball this one massively. Now for the side of OMG, we're gonna see if Abel being 2-0 on this Aphelios, if in these teamfights he can find anything. But man, he's 40 CS down and like half an item behind Huanfeng, who already has the IE and the rapid fire.
Yeah, let's just take a second. Huanfeng, let's look at the replay and then we'll talk about Huanfeng's CS. But yeah, it's kind of crazy right now. Shanji just overstepping, honestly.
Yeah, not paying respect to the fact that this play is available. This is why I was talking about just, a minute before this play happened of like, I expect Weibo to go back to side lanes when they were just hovering around mid, because you always have the potential of looking for something like this. Angel getting the wave to about a neutral place before he started to move down.
So I just want to quickly mention this CS deficit in that bottom side, right? We're talking about Abel being 40 CS down. Abel's still on 10 CS a minute. Huanfeng is on 320 CS at 26 minutes into the game. That's kind of nuts. That's kind of insane from Huanfeng as the second Drake is taken now by Weibo. But great positioning from them. Be able to threaten a denial on this Baron at the same time. Oncoming from the face. There's only 3 members of Weibo here for the time being destined to be used. There's a lot being used onto Code here. And Angel into enemy territory. We're going to see a flip for the Baron. It's taken by OMG. Can they get the fight though? As into the pit they go. It's going to be GA popped already for the side of SOFM. Flashes out of the pit. Now health bar's low for OMG. Hook goes wide. Weibo can keep on chasing this one. Wildcards in. Cream has to flash away from this one. They need to get some resets off. They need to get the recalls out. But Angel over the wall finds Abel and takes him down. OMG realm warping supposedly to safety, but where have they actually gone to? Further into the jungle. SFM wants to try and stop these recalls. He needs to be cautious to go for it by himself. That's 2 recalls out, but Aki found. Looks like he'll be the sacrifice for 2 players to get out.
Yeah, overall, Weibo pick up some kills still, though. OMG able to secure Baron on 2 members in a game that really felt like it was falling out of their hands. So overall, like in isolation, I feel like the trade does like favor Weibo. I don't think OMG should be able to get too much off this Baron. Luckily, it is still on Cream, who again is able to win in his side lane matchup. So maybe you can get something done off that, but off the back of those kills, Huanfeng can be able to pick up another turret.
Really nicely done here, and it's 4,000 gold lead in favor of Weibo right now. But look at the items. I was going to mention it before that fight, we just didn't have time. 3 items on Angel, 3 items on Huanfeng as well. 3 items on the Shy. It feels like Weibo's composition is spiking incredibly hard right now.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to the Baron. OMG, they just made the call to say, hey, again, we're starting to fall behind. We need to find this. We do see Aki be able to secure the smite. With the fact that SOFM goes in, the GA does get burned. And Weibo not wanting to overcommit because they don't have that frontliner, right? They don't have someone who can easily just find the engage. They do bring Angel around behind with the Destiny. And then Angel flashing in to follow Cream. Lucky for him, Abel is sitting right there. Huanfeng gets excited. They're able to chase down a few more kills, and everything works out a little bit better for Weibo than it could have.
I'm not going to lie, I thought he had vision on Abel. I didn't realize that was just Abel being a little too greedy with his recall on that one. But I want to quickly mention something that's happening on the top side of the map, because he's got a huge CS lead in favor of Aki in the jungle. But look to that top lane. This Shy, 290 CS against 223. He's got 5 kills as well. The Shy is having a whale of a time on this Jason. Sure, he got solo kill earlier on in this game. That 1 kill that Shanji has, that was a solo kill against the Shy. He stepped too far forwards and got punished. But ever since that point, the Shy's been firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, now the Shy able to group up, kind of lay down this siege, right? A ton of range coming out from both Jinx and Jay. So I like that they're playing this out through 2 lanes. And we were hitting on 4MG with the Baron, like Cream would be able to win his push in his matchup, but with the amount of pressure that Weibo are putting on the map, not even able to go up there and look for that split push, because then the other members of OMG will be overwhelmed, then Weibo would probably just be able to find themselves an inhibitor. So ultimately, in the end, not going to be able to find anything out from that Baron. If there's any good side to picking it up, it's the fact that it's not on the map now, so at least Weibo can't look for a play where they try to, where if they find a pick, they could set that one up. So, you know, there's a silver lining somewhere.
Yeah, somewhat of a silver lining, but it doesn't feel that good for OMG right now. Kind of interesting position, getting some deep vision before this Drake comes on through, and both will recall. Well, I think they'll get away with it as well. So, nice little vision mission from the side of OMG to get some deep wards before the Drake comes up, because it will be up in a minute's time. And after that last fight, I'm not super confident that OMG can really find this one.
No, I mean, it's going to be a hard one, right? They're going to have to find their way onto... It's hard to say. The Shy and Huanfeng are both massive. Heck, even Angel, which, you know, even though mid lane TF, you know, with the build that you do go as TF isn't like the highest amount of damage, I mean, he's still almost full build. He's still going to be hitting hard if he is able to get on the likes of Abel. Heck, even Shanji not being that tanky. So I think the hardest part for OMG is target selection here, because, like, sure, you take out Huanfeng, the DPS is then gone. That's still probably your best bet if you can find a way to get a cast on him, but the Shy's Accelerate Shot Glass are going to hurt.
They certainly are. And just take a look at the scoreboard right now. SOFM's G8 is about to come off cooldown as well. So for this Dragon fight, that might well be available. Weibo needs to just wait a few seconds before fighting, so SOFM will have that tool available to him. Now towards the river, go OMG, but look at the health bars already. The Shy doing so much work before the fight ever begins. And now SOFM with GA. We saw this at the Herald, and we might just see it at the Drake as well. Able to go over the wall with the Destiny. They can see the Drake, but actually doesn't commit to this one. Once the team fight's dead, Realm Warp gonna come on through. It takes 3 people out of the fray, but it means that these carries are sacrificed, and Angel has a Zhonya's, so he keeps himself safe. 3 get out from OMG, but they do get the Drake.
And now for Weibo, they can just turn towards mid. They already have the Shy pushing out bot. They should be able to look for an inhibitor off this play. One of them will be able to lifesteal back up a little bit. And overall, like, cool, OMG, you got the Dragon, you're on still a point. But ultimately, again, it is a Cloud Soul, which, you know, maybe undervalued. Doesn't give you combat stats, and Engage comes in.
Oh, he's already gone cold. No way to survive this one. And a hook onto Cream as well on. Doing such a good job on this Thresh, as usual. We see him on the Thresh, and it always looks fantastic. The Shy stepping forwards, looking for a little bit more damage onto this inhib. And I don't know, if nobody contests him, he'll just finish that one off, pushing in the mid lane at the same time. And Weibo, you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Mid lane inhib goes down. The Shy does back up in the end, but 10-5 now, an 8,000 gold lead, an inhib in the mid lane, and Baron about to be on the map.
Yeah, Weibo having a much more, I'd say, methodical game this time around than in their game 2. Again, there still have been some oversteps in places. Again, On's been picked off quite a few times, but in this mid game, we've been seeing them quite well. They don't really care too much about this Dragon going down right because, again, it doesn't give you any damage, it doesn't give you any tankiness. Weibo still feel fine that they'll be able to take the fights going forward. SOFM buys time. Sure, 3 members get out, but 2 members still left in the fray for the side of OMG. So nice job by SOFM to kind of cut around, zone them out, and disregard the Dragon. And you say, hey, you know, we don't care about that. We'll get a better position for the fight and just win the game before Soul or Elder even matters.
No way, we're just going to start this Baron off by themselves. Quite happy to just go for it, burn it down. I mean, you've got a Jinx there, so they can take it exceptionally quickly. The Jinx with 4 items, almost 5 at this point. Angel has Destiny if he wants to try and force a play here. The rapid fire cannon available for a gold card. So FM threatening, and OMG, they're on the wrong side once again. This is a tough position for them. I think they're trying to stop waves as Destiny comes on through. OMG just staying as a fight, trying to make sure nobody can be picked off by Angel. But Destiny going to be used to port back to this mid lane once again. Deny entry, deny the proxying that OMG are trying to pull off here. Weibo grouping up though, protecting their minions. A Shock Blast doing half of the health. There's a rocket as well. Aki barely surviving. He now goes down. The Realm Warp out, but it's only 1 person to escape, and the rest of the team will be fodder for Weibo. Cream tries to escape, but the gold card stops him. Not a singular casualty for Weibo as they take over.
Yep, OMG, they try to be cheeky, stopping those waves, but they give a window for Weibo to find the team fight. And now Weibo, their momentum's not going to slow down. They're going to make their way towards an 8-series win streak.
They certainly are. Game number 2 left us scratching our heads, but game number 3 practically immaculate from the side of Weibo. The first and third game of every series seems to be their forte. A 12,000 gold lead as they finish this series out and continue their win streak at the top of the table.
Yeah, just thinking about their trajectory in terms of how these series play out is pretty funny. Again, our top 2 teams right now, Weibo and V5, do have a lot of close shenanigans in their series, pushing them to game 3. But we saw this game, Weibo change it up in draft. They go more towards playing around sides. They bring out the 1-3-1. We see the double soul lane picks in terms of like the Destiny coming out. You use that to keep the Shy's momentum going. You're finding picks. It all worked out beautifully. It was really nice to see, because when we've been talking about Weibo, it has mostly just been about their 5v5s. It has just been them playing a bit slower in the early game, kind of playing more for objective fights. Again, the Scion typically in the top side. You know, these control mages are typically going to come out in mid, but Weibo showing they have different flavors, not only in terms of the picks they're able to play, but the styles of their draft.
Yeah, such great stuff coming out from Weibo. one of the most important things as well is that they're now going to be sat at 9-1 scoreboard, which in of itself is incredibly impressive. But also, when you look at the teams remaining in their schedule, they're up against RNG next. That will be tough. They've also got to face top esports. Aside from that, like LGD, RA, IG, JDG, I feel like Weibo are heavy favorites in all of those series. I think they're a favorite in any series they play at this point, but heavy favorites in the majority. Whether or not they maintain the win streak this entire time, we'll have to wait and see. But I'd say Weibo at this point, they're favorites kind of comfortably for first seed.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? Because ultimately, if them and V5 keep up their momentum, then we're going to come down to things like game difference meaning a lot. So, you know, that ease of schedule that you're talking about could be crucially important. But I'll be honest, I expect all of our top teams to keep dropping games in even series, because that is what happens here in the LPLs. We see the damage coming out. Not surprising, right? We saw the accelerated shot class Shy was able to hit for and Huanfeng popping off. OMG, they tried to find some of these early game plays. We saw them leaning towards top, leaning towards bot, but most of the time, Weibo not really giving those openings. They did give one or two. We did see, especially Huanfeng and On give over one early on in bot lane, but never able to be capitalized on again, as Weibo did start respecting, you know, the options available with the Realm Warp coming from the mid lane.
Look, I'm no conspiracy theorist. I'm not trying to say Riot is patching for their TV show. I'm just saying the two characters from Arcane, a lot more damage than everyone else. You draw your own conclusions from that one, but phenomenal game here from Weibo, phenomenal series from Weibo. And OMG, I think we can take some big positives away from this, right? Because this is a team that came in, we were hyping them up towards the start of the season. They were on a bit of a win streak to kick things off, and then started to falter a little bit. But here in this series, I think showing, especially in game number 2, but also in game number 3, that they understood their win conditions, and we're trying to play towards those win conditions. We saw intelligent League of Legends today from OMG, and I think when you're moving towards playoffs, and this is a team that I expect to make it to playoffs at this point, I think that this is a team we can be excited for in a best of 5.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag for me that I really want to see OMG in playoffs. Like you said, I feel like there are things there for OMG where they won't just get rolled over in playoffs. The only problem for OMG is so they have 4 series left. Their last 2 series are against RNG and LNG, which I guess both of those teams have looked shaky recently. So if OMG can find wins later on against them, then they're going to be going to playoffs with massive confidence. But yeah, today, I think OMG showed a better performance than in some of their recent series. I mean, heck, they literally just lost to Up the other day. And again, Ultra Prime, no world beater right now. They've struggled against JDG, lost to V5, hasn't looked good. Definitely been their best series in the recent weeks. Things came together. That game 2, really nice of all the punishment of the mistakes. And again, it was nice to see them realize in terms of their draft of like, hey, this worked in game 2. This is also, again, how we found most of our wins throughout the split. So let's just go back to this. So for OMG, some positive rays of light, but ultimately, I mean, this is your day, Munch. This is Weibo's day, and a Weibo day is your day, even though you did call them Sooning twice.
Twice? Did I?
Twice.
Oh, I thought I only did it once.
Twice.
Well, one of them was pure habit, and I literally didn't even notice then. You know. It is 4 of the Sooning players in my defense.
I was gonna say, if they had more roster changes, it would be easier not to do, but you're right. The fact that it is pretty much just the same team is hilarious.
All right. Well, speaking of Weibo not Sooning, we're going to head over to Christina, who's standing by with Huanfeng for an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Huanfeng, the AD carry from WBG. Congratulations on your win today. Now you are the only one team accumulated 9 victory of the current LPL stage and get one step closer to the playoff. How do you feel right now? 让我们欢迎焕锋选手来到我们的赛后采访。现在呢 ，WBG 应该是唯一一个在 LPL 目前积累了9个胜场的队伍，并且感觉离季后赛更进一步了。你现在有什么样的现在感觉怎么样呢？
今年吗？感觉赢下来肯定很开心，但是其实我们还有很多不好的问题嘛，要自己回去总结一下。
Actually, I feel pretty good because we got this victory, but I feel that we still have a lot of room for improvement. We need to revive and to make some feedback to improve our condition. So next question is about game one. It was a little bit close in game one, especially until the Dragon Baron team fight, and you guys can get the 4 kills and secure the dragon successfully to turn the tide on the golden lead. Share some more your communication about that team fight. 接下来我们想要问到的是，第一局的时候，在前期的时候可能是局势比较势均力敌的，而且没有拉开太大的经济差距。但是直到26分钟大龙团战的时候，你们非常漂亮的打出了一波0换4，自此之后经济一路反超，直到赢下比赛胜利。还记得当时在龙坑处发生团战，你们的沟通是什么样的吗？
我说实话，感觉我们抓一波机会，然后感觉后面不是很好打，就一起说打大龙，然后他们 OMG 过来，然后我们下意识就说打人，然后那条大龙是拼烧粉说拼惩戒的。
At that time, we feels like it's a good opportunity to seize for the victory, and if we can to secure that Baron, it's easy for us to win. So our jungler Sylvan told us that it's up to the smite by his spell, and we just to have that try. Luckily, we can get this win. So next question is about the game 2 and game 3. I feel that OMG showed a better momentum in game 2 and the early stage of the game 3. How did you guys to manage to deal with it to bounce back in the game 3 of the into the mid to late game? 接下来想要聊一下 OMG 战队，可能看起来在第2局和第3局的前中期，他们都是一转颓势嘛，然后打的也是比较激进的。面对他们这样的一个情况，你们当时中后期的一个应对思路是什么样的呢？
感觉 OMG 应该就我们那时候选的英雄是比对面强的嘛，然后后面就防守，就想着就防守，然后等我们装备强势起的时候再反攻。
I think that our champion, our draft is a little bit stronger than our opponent. Only things we need to do is to stalling game and to skill up until to the late game to have a team fight with our enemy opponent. My final question is about your personal goal currently because it feels like WBG is so close into the playoffs. So what's your personal goal for the upcoming matchups? 最后一个问题想要问到的是，你个人对于接下来比赛一个目标是什么样的？因为看起来 WBG 现在是离季后赛最近的一支队伍了。
我个人对接下来的目标应该就是调整好自己的状态吧，然后好好准备后面的英雄版本，然后还有队伍，希望拿个很好的成绩。
Personally, I really want to adjust my form and I hope to have a better understanding to the next meta and the next champion draft and so on. So I really want to get a better result this split. Thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢幻风选手来到赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina and Huanfeng. As always, fantastic to hear from him. And high expectations here from Weibo heading towards playoffs. And they are just a couple of wins away from securing themselves that spot. Or bottom teams getting a couple more losses would also secure them this spot at this point. Angel is going to be our MVP coming out of game number 3. We were talking about him earlier on today to start this series off, how he was going to be a player to watch. And on this Twist of Fate, we were reminded why it was so often banned against Weibo before.
Yeah, and again, it goes to the point of that, like, some of his stats might not always be up there. Again, he was on Twist of Fate, so not even 20% of his team's damage. But it's about the way he's playing the map, the way he's playing fights that just enables the team so well. Consistently playing towards that side lane, again, looking for picks. They very much realized in terms of like objective control of like, hey, we don't necessarily need to be first on the objective. We don't need perfect vision control because TF's Destiny kind of overrides that, gives you the perfect information and the ability to be able to walk in. So Angel playing quite well. And just to go back to the playoff point real quick that, you know, you and Christina just hit on, is that in the past 2 years, a team at 9 series wins has always been in playoffs. So Weibo should be feeling pretty much guaranteed, right? Barring some crazy circumstances. Heck, even OMG having only 4 series left. OMG can only get up to 9 wins. Weibo does still have 6 series, so just still got quite a few games under their belt. So Weibo looking like guaranteed. Heck, you were saying it earlier. Weibo probably looking like a favorites to get one of those 2 buys into the double Elam bracket.
Yeah, I mean, already having their head-to-head against V5 as well, which will help if they end up tired on game difference, but generally speaking, if they maintain even similar form to what they're on, they're looking at probably top 2, at least top 4 at this point. Very, very strong performance from Weibo. Unless they just fall off of a cliff, it's all looking pretty peachy when it comes to playoffs. And I think we'll start to look at playoffs scenarios soon. I think we need to start digging into this kind of thing with teams.
Thinking about it, though, right? Because we've only been on 12.1 and 12.2, which have pretty much, honestly, were the same patch. So we've pretty much been on one patch for the whole LPL. So who knows what, 12.4 changes with things like the bruiser itemization on 12.3 changing everything, some of the changes on 12.4. So that actually might shake up how teams are doing a little bit, which will be really interesting to see. Because on 12.2, it looks like Weibo knows exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it certainly does, and who knows what's going to change in 12. Well, we know what's going to change in terms of the game. We don't know what's going to change in terms of the teams on 12.4. I certainly hope it's soon so that the teams get plenty of playtime before playoffs kicks off, because, as you say, some pretty fundamental changes across the course of that patch as well. But shortly, we'll be jumping into a break, and then we'll be heading towards Top Esports versus EDG and Lyric. This is a big matchup, right? This is two very drastically different styles of team. One that really struggled at the start of the split and have recently been on a win streak in Top Esports. Then EDG, who have actually had a very, very good split overall, but recently a couple of uncharacteristic losses. So definitely an exciting matchup. And I feel like also just across the board, so much raw power in every single role.
Yeah, and fun fact for you, since 2019, where Top Esports rebranded, before that they were known as Top Sports, so, rebranded, TES have beaten EDG every time in the regular season over the past 3 years now. So we're going to see if that trend can keep up. TES have been on good form. EDG did lose their last series. Can EDG break that curse?
Only one way to find out. We're going to head towards a break. I've not heard anything from production, but I'm going to assume that we're going to head towards a break. Apparently, I can't go to a break. We've got to keep going on this one. So, yeah, that'll be an exciting series. That'll be coming up in a few minutes' time. But also just Weibo certainly doing a victory lap so far in the LPL. I can't, honestly, partly, I just can't believe that they're still on this win streak. 8 wins in a row. I'm kind of like mind blown, honestly, because I came into this split with expectations for Weibo being like, I don't know how this is going to work. On and Angel both kind of having a bit of a rough split. Actually, SOFM 2 in 2021 summer. And then the Shy coming in, who'd come off of another really, really rough split. So it's kind of like this Weibo roster at the start of the year didn't look so hot to me. Right now, they're all firing on all cylinders, so it looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and also we do got a bit of an update in terms of what we're waiting on. We are going to have the Worlds 2021 Championship ring ceremony for EDG before our next series, so apparently waiting on the preparation for that, and we're going to show that on broadcast. Christina will be interpreting, which will be pretty cool, Munch. We're going to, Weibo and their domination is cool, but 2021 World Championship rings? In the words of Ender, shit. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not.
Oh, God. I can't believe we're bringing that to the actual LPL broadcast.
Where's Ender? Where's Ender when you need him?
I know. We for anyone that doesn't know, Ender joined us in Ireland for the playoffs, and there were many shishas and many no shots. But enough of that. We're going to go over to the stage over in Shanghai. Christina will be interpreting as we have our 2021 World Championship ceremony.
Congratulate Edward Gaming on their 2021 League of Legends World Championship win. You truly made history as more than 100 million fans around the world celebrated your performance against Damwon Kia, setting an all-time esports viewership record. The skill and perseverance shown by your team to force a historic 5-game final and secure the 2021 Worlds title are what champions are made of. We, along with our partners at Mercedes-Benz, are proud to honor your victory today with these customized League of Legends World Championship rings. They are a symbol of the highest achievement in our sport and commemorate the excellence and mastery which you so brilliantly displayed throughout the tournament. Congratulations again, EDG, and best of luck with the 2022 season. Now let's take a look back at some of the highlights of their Worlds 2021 run.
重铸之日，骑士归来之时。虽然在世界赛的舞台上面，他们失去了很多，但今年他们成为 LPL 的1号种子，他们誓言要将失去的全部都夺回来。
然后最后和大家希望能做一个约定啊，2个月之内大家就别见面了，就不要让我看到你们了。2个月以后再见，2个月之内不要让我见到你们。
看看下来打到杰杰感要倒了，禁区人一个大招很远的位置，感觉这波有危险啊！
这波也有一个金身的哦，
高级的位置很危险，要往后拉打。这个队太好了，就别这么秒了。
EDG 5人俱在，成功的晋级4强。对 EDG 来讲，他们创造了自己的队史，骑士归来，我们恭喜 EDG， 恭喜 EDG，
恭喜 EDG，
才打就赢了，
世界
的之王
EDG 进决赛，恭喜 EDG，
恭喜 EDG， 哇 ，EDG 通过
完美，真的完美，
向我们展现了什么是他们的骑士精神。
决赛加油，
决赛加油！
我们赢要拿得起，输要放得下，无怨无悔。好，来，3、2、1，起动！
德拉在藏，能不能开他？想开了，手柄了，他别了，看见了机会，小大美闪现过去，看又闪过，节节涨起来，再次叫上去，红塔拉哈基，当每个亚美克，这6年我们等了太久，大声的喊出他们的名字，EDG。
2021 League of Legends World Championship Grand Final. As one of the representatives of LPL, EDG won the championship. Tonight, the championship reigns have come to the LPL stage. Let's award this glory honor to EDG once again. Firstly, let's welcome the Vice President of Riot Games China Headquarters, Mr. Song Lin, and the CEO of Tencent Sports, Mr. Yibo Jing. Now let's welcome the stars of tonight, Edward Gaming. Top, Flangel. Jungle, 杰杰。Mid, Scout. AD Carry, Viper. Support, Mako. Now EDG has put their own championship rings on. It seals the name of each player, and each individual ring is unique and exclusive for this honor. Let's welcome EDG, Leo and Bobby to take a picture to commemorate this special moment. Thanks Leo and Bobby, and thanks the team EDG for bringing honor to LPL and bringing the Summoners a profound move. Take a break first, we will be back to you shortly with exciting games.
Though might be able to find a gank in this top side.
Let's see, ZS is a level disadvantage for now, but the barrel toss throws him down low again. He should have sustain as he W flashes in as well. Slice and dice. 1 versus 2, the Shy. It's a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel toss, first blood body slam, and Hacker can't follow it up. He don't have the flash.
Watch the Oriana ball. That shockwave could be huge. And now you can see Wei going in. He's not going to get the steal. He's going to have to try and use his ultimate. We can now get Flumel going way too deep. Has to go in. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide. And now Ala can wreak havoc. He's got himself resets. 1, 2, 3 kills there for the Akali before they get taken down. But the Gwen not to be outdone. The top laners triple. But it's still the Gwen alive. Finn trying to make this one work. The shockwave finally comes out, but it hits nothing. We talked about the mid laners, but this game is all about the top.
IG are still barreling forward. Uzi is now up. Crisp up as well. They have the
Here we
lockout.
go. They're going to try and go for it. There's a solar flare out. Uzi trying to pepper down the damage. Lucas is dead, but Breeze is first to follow. They get the resetters on. Uzi going down. It's a double kill for Uzi. It might be a triple kill for Uzi as he steps them in the game. Uzi has stood up and told IG to step out.
Have Shadow over the wings. There's grasping boots. They're forcing into Shadow's hands here. And this is all set up from LGD beautifully. The J engage on the back line. You've got iBoy still alive on the side. He's doing work on this Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! Ori smashed a team fight and a penta kill for iBoy.
They have no idea. RNG are moving out of the base. This is Karsa at the top side. Bane is still in the base. They have at least some people back, but if E5 can just stop the reset, they're in good spots. Rich now, he's moving away. They're looking for it. Karsa's running.
Cars is making the play, needs to drop the control one. Immediately the TP's coming through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And V5, the Carsa hero play makes it happen.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking.
TES 的话，他们的状态感觉看起来很好吧，然后我们要好好配合一下我们队友之间。他们的中路选手 Knight 选手还是非常厉害的一个选手吧，我自己要注意一下吧。最近 LPL 的话，自己感觉是，前几年也差不多吧，还是很多有强队吧，然后打谁都不容易吧。然后这赛季目标的话，先拿到排名第一吧。
There was some of the most PR answers I've ever seen from any player ever. Scout, come on, give us a bit of spice, mate. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric as we head to our third series of the day. It's Top Esports versus EDG. This will hopefully be a bit of a banger because we've got Top Esports. Whenever Top Esports plays, it's always a bit of a banger because they love to be aggressive in the early game. And one of the biggest differences between both of these teams is the skirmish stiff. Top Esports love those skirmishes in the early game, and it's become one of EDG's biggest weaknesses this year.
Yeah, I feel like especially on the top side, that's where we've really seen TS come online. Is Wayward moves so much around the map. He's trying to enable Tien. He's been ganking mid for Knight. We've seen Tien as well, like playing a lot more around mid and coordinating up top side. Knight, who's always famously just kind of sat in his own lane and let pieces revolve around him, has moved. To where for EDG, I feel like it's where the top side has struggled. I feel like Flandre has been having a really rough split so far. We'll see that, you know, later on that he's actually not starting in today's first series. And even JJ and Scout not able to completely bring it together. We're going to have some clips here of, again, this one where they're able to catch out PB God very early on. They commit so many resources to that. Flandre sitting on the cannon. They're not able to find anything. V5 able to take this. So EDG have very much been caught with their pants down in moments like this so many times this split. And, you know, hasn't equaled out to too many series losses, but has equaled out to, you know, a couple of game losses. So EDG coming off a series loss, going to need to pick it up today with this skirmishing up against a team like TES.
Yeah, and often it feels like this is, well, I was going to say a lot of it is decision-making issues, but this one is actually just mechanically being outplayed. This is a 2v2 that I think realistically EDG, if they'd played it better, could have won, but FPX managing to win out both of those kills in separate 1v1s. But later on into the game, EDG do pull it together. And statistically speaking, they are an absolute powerhouse. Like, when you look at the team-wide statistics for EDG, they are topping many categories and second in a lot of others. Dragon rate, Baron rate, Rift Herald rate, all exceptionally high for the first turret rate and the goal difference of 15. When it comes to objectives, these guys are the kings.
Yeah, and even if, like, their recent form, they've dropped some series, like, again, they're just coming off a loss in their last series, they actually still have the highest win rate in terms of games, sitting at 14-5 right now. They're 1% above Weibo in terms of game win rate. So despite the fact that they've lost some, it's still the same EDG. They're still a powerhouse in terms of these objectives like you're talking about. I feel like their map movements are still overall very clean. Scout especially is being very proactive in the early game. JJ overall, even though he's not looking, I'd say, as good as Worlds, is still looking like one of the best junglers in the league. And their bot lane has not missed a step. Their bot lane is still looking terrifying and on point.
Yeah, they certainly are. Honestly, the bottom lanes on both sides are really exciting to watch. I'm hoping we get some 2v2 action because I feel like depending on the picks, that bottom lane could be incredibly volatile. That said, though, we also need to look at the mid lane because we have two of the most prolific mid laners in the entire league. That's saying something in the LPL. It's Knight against Scout. And you already know that there is plenty of space for 1v1 action in that mid lane. When we look at the champion pools, though, a lot of slower picks like the Corki, but when we get things like the Rises and the Twisted Face and the Silases, that's where we can see these guys' style.
And that's where I feel like you see the difference in their stats, right? Like, they're both aggressive in the early game. They both are doing well in lane. But in terms of, like, damage numbers, Knight is stepping up because he's going for those late game picks. But for Scout, it's a lot more about map movement. So in terms of, like, helping his team get first turret, helping his other laners, that is where Scout has really been looking and really been thriving so far this split. So maybe going to see a difference in terms of how these two players will affect the game. But the most interesting thing is going to be seeing who comes out ahead in lane. Because, again, both of them so far been extremely dominant. Not too many solo kills coming out from either one, which I think can be a bit expected in terms of the champions they're playing. But Scout said it in that pregame interview. Nice and strong player. A lot of respect between both of these guys. So, going to be taking a look. And my God, this one from Knight was absolutely incredible. I hope we get to see something like this come from him today.
Yeah, I mean, this clip, we were going to do multiple clips for each of the players, but this one was so long that we were like, okay, Knight, you just get this full 30 seconds to just style on the whole of JDG for us. That seems like the perfect way to highlight how great of a player Knight is and how consistently great he is as well. Like, the thing is, he has been such an individually strong player for so many years now. Like, this has always been the case.
Yeah, and if anything, like, he's having a little bit of how I thought about Rookie last split, where it's like, Knight's not playing bad by any means, but just the fact that Knight is not just, like, solo killing and murking everyone, you're just kind of like, huh, Like, you have to kind of bring down that bias to be able to look at the game objectively, be like, no, Knight's still playing well. He's still being the dominating force. And then Scout on the opposite side, I feel like has had even less highlight moments, but it's also because EDG's a team are so well put together. Yeah. Again, he's been moving around with JJ. He's been, ganking towards bot. He's been giving pressure up towards Flanger in the top side and really just enabling JJ to do what he does best. So for the side of EDG, with Flandre not playing today, right, we're going to see how they utilize Xiaosheng, if they're going to give more resources to him or if they're just going to say screw it and keep going with their normal game plan of playing around bot. It's how EDG have primarily been these past 2 years. And TS going to go for the complete opposite thing, unless, who knows, maybe Jackie Love's coming in with some aggression, with some confidence, saying, everyone always says EDG's bot lane's the best. I'm going to come and I'm going to body this fool.
I mean, if there's anyone that would be willing to do it, it's definitely Jackie Love. He has zero fear. It's kind of a similar story for Mark, honestly. Mark, whether he deserves the level of confidence he has or not is a debatable question, but he certainly has that confidence and swagger, maybe one of the most confident supports in the league. So, exciting to see. Honestly, I like these guys as a duo. It's kind of working.
Yeah, I just always loved the look of Mark's face. I loved when he had the blue hair on LGD. Yeah. He would just like come out and just look like he has
like, dude, they're sitting at like 17th place, and he's just like swaggers out with the Conor McGregor walk practically onto the stage. He's just like
doing the Millie strut.
Yeah, it's like, I wish I had that kind of confidence, man. Holy moly, Mark, absolute legend. Over to the side of EDG here, who you'll see maybe not the same level of swagger walking out onto the stage, but you'll notice that they've got some nice rings on.
They do, all except one, because again, Xiaosheng will be up in the top side today. They've not lost a game with Xiaosheng yet. He has played in 2 series so far, won every game. So with Flandre's form, I think, being a little bit down, it makes sense for this change to come through for this series. And again, TS having a ton of momentum on the opposite side, EDG coming off a loss. This would be a perfect time for EDG to once again get a foothold in terms of picking up a win and just championing through towards the end of the split, competing for those top 2 buys. I love that we're getting towards the end of the split just for the fact that we can now start bringing up the stakes, the playoffs, because our playoff format is an absolute banger. And again, the regular season matters so much for all, each round of buys you're able to get with each set of placements.
It's so good. It's so damn good. I love the LPL playoff format. And, the 10 teams in playoffs as well. I think a lot of people were kind of against that coming on in, but realistically, I think it makes it even more exciting because you have that opportunity for teams like, for example, LNG last year, right? Doing a massive miracle run, making it all the way to Worlds. Like, that was a crazy story, and it's all thanks to the crazy format that we have. So, exciting to see where EDG are going to finish in that story. And also Top Esports, right? Top Esports on a 3-win streak. They started the split, let's be honest, kind of disastrously. Like, they had a really tough start to the year. I mean, by the end of week 1, they were in 11th place, and they made 10th, 11th, 12th, and now they're finally starting to string some wins together. They're finally heading towards a positive win-loss. Like, remember, this team's still currently at a negative game difference, right?
Yeah. They have a lower game difference than RA and OMG, who are under them in the standings, so it shows how much TS were struggling in those first few weeks of the split. But again, it's been great to see them get it back on form. We talked about the scrimmaging. I also feel like there's just been more direction, bringing Tien back in over Xiaopeng. It looked like Xiaopeng at first was going to be the rejuvenation they need, but still, Xiaopeng is very... It's like, you know what Xiaopeng's going to do, right? You bring in Xiaopeng to add some spice, to add some flair. You know he's going to be the most aggressive jungler in the LPL by far with what he is looking for, but you saw Top Esports mid-game took a very drastic hit. Zoom also has not been playing to form, so them bringing in players like Wayward, like Tien, like Mark in the bot side as well, who also has a bunch of experience under his belt, has really given them, I think, much better map movements once we get towards the mid-game.
Yeah, definitely feels like in terms of shot calling, things have changed up dramatically. I think that's the biggest change, not just in terms of this split, but in terms of this team, like their identity, like how this team plays. I don't think this is the same Top Esports necessarily as what we used to see, where They still do like to do some crazy stuff. I'm not saying they never do that anymore, but certainly way more reserved than they used to be and way more intelligent about how they play the game.
Yeah, now going to get the picks and bans. Zeri, of course, being banned out because even though a lot of our teams in the LPL haven't really gravitated towards the Zeri, Top Esports have been one of the teams to do so. Jackie Love's third most played right now. It's only 3 games, but, you know, nothing really going to be able to beat out the Aphelios and Jinx priority coming in. Other picks we're still looking at to potentially be banned is, of course, the Gwen. Just such a strong blind pick top laner that it feels like even if you do get any of the quote-unquote good matchups like the Kennen, the Jace, the Jax, the Gwen just still able to completely take over a game.
Yeah, with a couple of mid laners banned away by Top Esports as well, trying to make sure that Scout can't have too much comfort, and similar respect given over tonight with the Rise ban does mean AD carries available, and Jinx immediately locked on in, as you mentioned, that Zeri already banned away from Jackie.
Yeah, so, you know, the expected answer, of course, would be the Aphelios, but I'm just going to keep highlighting the Gwen and wonder if EDG do just go for that one outright. It has been 3 of Xiaoshang's games so far. His other one has been on the Ornn. Caitlyn left open, though.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, we did see Jackie hovering over that, but yeah, it's been banned almost every game against them.
Online casting, baby. Yeah, it's been about 90% of the time against EDG, and with Mako having Karma as well and Enchanter support, this is an incredibly oppressive bottom lane. This is going to be incredibly tough for Top Esports to go up against.
Well, Munch, you did that a disservice. It's not just online broadcasting. It's online broadcasting from China with you in, you know, Europe and me
We're broadcasting
in
from
NA.
3 time zones right now.
Yes.
That are all 8 hours apart from one another.
It is
honestly,
absolutely beautiful.
Dude, we live in the future. We live in the future. The fact that this is even possible is kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, but you know who doesn't live in the future is Top Esports bot lane, because you know what? I love that we do just keep our prio on tank supports in the LPL. Not too many teams being willing to go towards the channels like EDG are in this series. So for EDG, we already know the name of the game. Bot lane 2v2 dominance for Top Esports. Bringing out the Nautilus means trying to get your jungler involved, trying to find these skirmishes where Nautilus is able to offer more. So for TES, going to be interesting to see if they pivot towards playing with their bottom side, which is not something they've really been doing in recent series.
Yeah, certainly not. But the Gwen comes on through. This has been Xiaoshang's #1 pick comfortably. 100% win rate on the Gwen across 3 games so far this split. And we'll see how he's going to be able to perform up against Wayward, who also has had a tendency to go towards that Gwen. So I am curious, with the Jace band, we're going to have to see a different version of Wayward, really, because he's played 4 games of the Gwen, 2 games on the Jace, and then 1 game on 4 other picks. So still a lot of discovery available for finding out who Wayward is as a player.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll just opt into the Kennen ban as their second one. Jax, you know, again, we're not quite sure what flavor of Champion Wayward would go with, considering that he still hasn't played too many games so far here in the LPL. In the LDL, he was pretty much known for being able to play absolutely anything. But for TS so far, right, they're setting up for a composition that does want to engage, that does want to go in and find access to the back line. The second champion they're going to ban into the Gwen is the Akali, though. So Kennen and Jack still being the ones that do come to mind, unless Wayward wants to opt into something more neutralizing. Of course, Graves still up as well, even if it doesn't do quite as well into the matchup.
Tank junglers, engage junglers. Forward. Now EDG have to decide where they're going to go with this composition. They've got strong laners. Looking for an Olaf potentially, so that they have an aggressive jungler to match those lanes.
If there's any player I am completely fine with picking Olaf in any situation in the LPL, it is 100% JJ. Look at the first game I ever saw from this guy when he came in on EDG was on Olaf, flashing over a red buff wall at level 1 and trying to find, you know, a red buff steal. Was absolutely glorious. We do see on the opposite side, though, TS picking up the Graves that I was highlighting. Now for Knight, gonna have to blind pick for mid. Hovering over aggressive early game options so far, they are gonna go with the Vex. So again, just indexing into the all-in options. They know that EDG are going to be playing from a range, trying to find access to the backline and be able to assassinate Viper in these team fights.
It's kind of interesting seeing how Vex has found her place in the meta, because it feels like there's only a limited number of mid laners that are willing to lock this in professional games, and the situations in which they lock Vex in seem to be quite varied, honestly. It seems like a pickup that is just down to a confidence pick as far as I've been able to see so far. I don't know if you're able to shed more light on that one as Knight did actually go for this one blind.
Yeah, I feel like Vex is a pick where, again, you're going to typically see it when your composition is all about all-inning, trying to find X to the back line. But you don't have too many, like, atrocious lane matchups. It is pretty easy to just chill back and try and clear waves with your Q and E once you get to a point. Also, a very, I'd say, a more difficult champion as well, right? Because it is all about how you use both parts of your passive, Doom and Gloom, to be able to get off the most damage possible, be able to get the cooldown lower on your Fear. So, like you said, we've seen some people gravitate towards it, Xiaohu being one of them. Rookie, even though he hasn't had the best performances, has been willing to pick it up. And nice to see Knight as well. So some of our more, I'd say, mechanically skilled and lane-dominant mid laners have typically been the ones trending towards this Vex pick.
Yeah. Does feel like one of these champions that is very, very snowbally, right? If you can find a lead, you can dive into that backline and one-shot everyone. But the second you miss one of those Shadow Surges, it feels like Vex just doesn't exist for the entire team fight. So we'll see how Knight's going to be able to do. Certainly mechanically gifted enough to pull it off. But up against Scout on the Orianna, you can see those percentages on the screen. Doesn't look good for Vex during the laning phase. Scout, certainly a mid laner to be feared. But EDG now need to get themselves on the comeback once more. They've lost their most recent series. They were in first place for a long time this split. But a couple of rough series have started to change that narrative. And now up against Top Esports, a team that is on a win streak. A team that are currently marching north, as the Chinese community have dubbed it. They're trying to keep this win streak going. And we'll see if EDG will be the brick wall that stops them.
And like I was highlighting before we came into this series, right? Since rebranding from Top Sports to Top Esports 2019, TS have always beaten EDG in the regular split. That includes last year where TS were not very good, and EDG obviously won an LPL split and a World Championship. TS did beat them in the regular season in summer. So, again, just a cool little fact to see if EDG will be able to overcome. Of course, EDG keeping their roster from last year. Top Esports with an absolutely massive shakeup.
Yeah, I mean, huge roster switcheroonie. Mark coming in the support, Wayward coming in up top, TN being moved over from FPX as well. This is not really the same team as who you saw last year, whereas EDG, I mean, pretty much the same team. It has been Flandre for most of the year. This will be Xiaosheng's 5th game on EDG of the season.
Yeah, and we're already seeing the bot lane, you know, looking for the aggressive poke, right? And for EDG, that's what you draft this for. It's to just pretty much consistently keep your push in and whittle down turret plates as much as possible. Keep top Jackie Love and Mark under turret. Mark finds a bit of a hook.
Hook on Mako, he's ignited as well. A couple more autos and finish the job. Heal comes out. Will survive. Viper trying to answer and will be able to do so. And suddenly that doesn't look like such a good all-in.
Yeah, now's when they're really going to feel the punishment, right? With Mark being on cooldown. This is when it is EDG's time to try and return some damage, so Top Esports can't look for the same engage. That's why for TS, that's what it's all about, right? The all-ins, and especially once you can start comboing with Tien down in this bottom side, looking for those 3v3s. But Tien actually going to be pathing up towards that top side, and JJ going to be looking to hover around bot. With how fragile Caitlyn and Karma are as champions, right, both very squishy, it is very important to be able to keep up vision control around bot side so they are allowed to freely push and look to get this poke down.
Yeah, because otherwise they do get themselves susceptible to ganks. And while Karma can help you escape from those situations with the Mantra Shield, you get the movement speed to be able to try and escape from the ganks, it is still a tough one. It is still one of those situations where Caitlyn loves to push, loves to be hitting on those tower plates. So like you say, if you can maintain that vision control, set your bottom lane up for success. But mid lane, good attempt there from the Scout to try and make a trade, but a nice little sidestep from Knight means that he'll be okay. But I'm mostly curious about this top lane, honestly, though, because we have two top laners that are, in theory, second fiddle in terms of the rosters, right? I originally would have had Zoom and Flandre going up against each other, but it's Wayward and Xiaosheng.
And I was going to say, I mean, for the side of TS, I mean, yeah, just bringing in Wayward. Wayward was a player we didn't really expect to see at all this split coming in.
Oh my goodness, that is big damage. Mako takes a tower shot, the flash from Jackie Love to finish the kill. Oh, good attempt from Viper. The combo was there, but it wasn't enough. And Mark will finish that one off. Take an anchor to the face. That's what we call heavy metal.
And what was supposed to be the best bottom lane in the LPL, getting caught by Mark with the hook. Viper trying to salvage the situation with the flash, hoping he can get Jackie Love down, but Jackie Love able to get away and let Mark finish that one off. I mean, this is the whole crux of your composition. Your whole composition is based around this bottom lane getting ahead and then utilizing that to siege down objectives, have control and setups for Dragon, but bam! Beautiful hook coming out from Mark. Mako not behind minions, playing just off to the right, and then Jackie Love having the confidence to get more damage down, tries to flash to maybe guarantee the Q, but Jackie Love able to flash away himself, also had the heal. Then he doesn't overaggress, he doesn't care if he doesn't get the kill, allows Mark to go and finish it off. Beautiful coming out from Mark and Jackie Love.
An uncharacteristic mistake from Viper there, mechanical mistake, not something that we're used to seeing. And Viper and Mako, they have lost the 2v2 quite a lot of times this year. I feel like there's been multiple situations where we're watching this world champion bottom lane actually losing out in the 2v2 fights. So bit of a scary situation for EDG fans on the bottom side as Jackie Love and Mark managing to find that advantage. And now already almost 1,000 gold lead in favor of Top Esports. We're only 5 minutes in.
Surprisingly, I feel like the times we've seen EDG struggle more in the bot lane has been when they pick enchanters. Right now, they're sitting 1-3 on Karma. They have not won the games they played on Lulu or Lux. All of their wins coming on tank. Actually, they have almost 100% win rate on tank supports. They have 1 loss on Leona. Everything else they've played, which is a tank, which is 5 games of Thresh, 2 games of Calm, Alistar, Nautilus, have been wins.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you think about how they were playing last year, right? It does line up pretty well. Although, at Worlds, they figured out enchanters, so maybe they just need a little bit more time to get back into the groove of things, but it certainly feels like there's trouble in paradise within this EDG roster. Hook out from Mark, but goes slightly wide. He could be the one in trouble instead now. Doesn't have the anchor to get away. Rooted up as JJ just charges him down and brings down some lightning, but in the meantime, Scout's just caught in the middle of the river. I'm not even sure how that happened, and EDG suddenly have to retreat.
Yeah, I think Knight must have flashed with his fear up, because Knight doesn't have flash. He's obviously not low on HP, so I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, but man, ton of action coming out around the bottom side. Mark kind of opening himself up for it by looking for that aggressive hook. Again, the second you go down, you go on cooldown as Nautilus in this matchup, you're just susceptible to be getting bursted out. Yeah. Mark also having no flash just meant it was easy pickings for EDG's bottom lane.
It's worth mentioning as well that Nautilus hook resets half of its cooldown if it hits a wall. It goes on a big cooldown if you don't hit anything. It's a really long cooldown if you do miss that, so Mark being punished very heavily for that one. Looks like we're not going to get a replay because EDG have started this Drake off, but I don't think there's any contestants in Top Esports.
Yep, so we do see there, like you said, Munch, it going on the full cooldown, but we're going to see what happened in the mid lane. Oh, actually, both mid laners were level 6. And yeah, Knight going for the flash to be able to guarantee that damage and the fear, and he just instantly goes down. Doesn't really matter because Tien guaranteed the knock up at the same time as well. Just really nice punish by Top Esports when the rotation was coming out from Scout. And we do see Top Esports, once again, kind of relying on some of their top side in Knight and Tien, but hell, their bot lane getting ahead as well. Both carries having 1 kill so far, though Viper and Mako still up in CS. Not really surprising when you consider the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn can just outrange the Jinx, and the problem is Jinx can match the Caitlyn range and somewhat can match the push, but she just runs out of mana. You have to use the Fishbone's Q to be able to even remotely maintain that, so it's not very feasible in the long term. Even then, you get poked down by Mako on this card every single time to try and contest. So it's a tough one. But with the Nautilus, they can just look for those all-ins, which they have been doing very successfully so far this game, and it has led to a huge difference between the AD carries. Look at those items, right? Pickaxe and a Noon Quiver versus 2 long swords. Tough one for EDG right now, if they ever get caught out of position.
I'm curious to see if EDG go for any type of reset and commit to a play for Herald on the top side, because in the stats we were showing earlier, right, EDG are a team that put heavy value on pretty much every objective. Like, they love playing for both Dragon and Herald, but I think it'd even be nice if EDG just commit to playing towards their bot side, especially with Xiaoshang getting pushed in the top lane. Just keep nailing down in this 2v2 as JJ's here.
is here, and both junglers thrown over the wall here. Tien in a 1v1 against the Olaf, but that is one angry Viking, and he only gets angrier the lower health he is. Tien forced to flash in the end, and both junglers walk away wounded, but alive.
Yeah, so ultimately overall win for the side of EDG, being able to blow that summoner coming out from Tien. But we come back to the top side. Wayward so far just maintaining push so far in this matchup. Graves does win early on. You are kind of waiting for Gwen to be able to get some items, make her way towards her mythic before she starts looking for those all-ins. Looks like Top Esports going to set up for a play on top side and bot at the same time.
Hook onto Viper. The good flash, though, does mean Viper is safe for the time being, and exhaust onto Jackie Love as well. But Jackie Love, you're being a little too aggressive here, mate. Viper down to 300, same for Mako, but JJ is full HP and he's angry. Mark gets over to the wall this time, has to flash away as well. Jackie Love, both summoners used, but JJ just face tanks the rocket. I'm not sure how Jackie Love expected that one to go, but a shockwave pulls him back into the action. Nicely done by EDG to bait out Top Esports.
Yeah, to totally punish them, right? Because they went for that 2v2 kill the same time as Knight and Tien were pathing top towards the Herald. They were pretty much already at Herald by the time that the engage came out from the side of TS's bot lane. And from what was going completely in their favor, and again, not allowing Caitlyn Karma to do what it is picked to do, kind of thrown away right there with that little burst of aggression coming out. And now Jackie Love and Mark, they don't have flashes, so if JJ continues to hover around the spot side, they could be the ones who get heavily punished on a repeat gank. But looks like right now, JJ gonna opt into covering for Xiaoshang, knows he has been struggling quite heavily.
Wayward is loving this, though. He's like, you guys, you just keep being aggressive down bot, okay? I'll take top plates. I'll just maintain this CS lead and slowly but surely push down more and more tower plates. He's 500 gold up individually right now, and he'll be able to get a reset off and grab himself some items. In fact, waiting to see that Xiaoshang has gone for the reset and will push a cheeky bonus wave in as well. So finding ways to find those extra small advantages.
Yeah, really nice coming out from Wayward. And, you know, hitting on Wayward. Wayward overall has looked solid since he's come in. Definitely not any kind of world beater, right? Like, is coming in as a rookie, but overall, the map movements coming out again, he's consistently been with Tien, like invading enemy jungle, hovering around towards mid lane. In matchups where he feels comfortable, he has been doing well in lane, so did go straight towards the Hullbreaker. Gonna get all those extra stats while being isolated. He'll do quite a bit to turrets as well, so Wayward looking to continue his domination in the 1v1.
Good in it so far, but across the map, it is still just a 1,000 gold lead in favor of Top Esports. They gained that lead when Jackie Love and Mark won the 2v2. Managed to just maintain it at pretty much exactly 1,000 this entire time. Hullbreaker finished off for Wayward in the top side. Remember, while all of this stuff was going on in the bottom lane, Tien did manage to get that Rift Herald for himself, so we'll have to keep our eyes on where that's going to go. By the looks of things,
Looks like it's
might be the mid lane.
Yeah, so dropping that one in the mid lane. Looks like the plan that Top Esports are going with is not even just to enable their Graves that's winning. It's like, hey, if we can match and answer EDG and bot side, we're already winning out top side by default. And they find it. Nope, doesn't connect from Tien.
Oh, JJ flashes forward to just try and start a fight here immediately with the Ragnarok as well. A lot of damage out from him, but he just goes down. Oh no, the ult time's out from Tien at the worst possible second. They thought he was safe from the ace in the hole, but his Crescent Guard ran out at literally the last possible millisecond.
Still, though, TS are ultimately the benefiters of this play. Jackie Love getting alone time with the spot side turret, taking a ton of plates for himself, and we've already been harping on the fact that anytime this top lane is left isolated, TS are winning. So 1-for-1 kills going over in mid lane, but TS winning out in both side lanes. Are sitting at about a 1.5 gold lead so far, just from all the shenanigans that have been going on in the early game.
And from the tower plates as well, right? Because Knight got a couple of plates there with the Herald. I think it was 3 plates that went down to the Herald in the end in that mid lane. And then obviously, as you mentioned, Jackie Love getting plates on the bottom side, going even in the kills. So all things considered, positive for Top Esports here is Jackie Love demonstrating there why it sucks to lane against Karma and Caitlyn. The amount of poke is just so obnoxious. But Tien, he's not afraid of poke. He wants to fight for this dragon. Top Esports do not want to allow EDG to just snowball objectives like so many teams do. And so far this game, EDG only getting 1 out of the 3 objectives that we've seen, which is incredibly uncharacteristic for this team.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how EDG handle this, because despite the fact that I do feel like EDG are a pretty complete team in terms of like they're not overarchingly bad in any area of the game as Xiaosheng is not being allowed to play this game. I do feel like EDG, a lot of their clean stops and great stats come from when their bot lane is dominating and ahead, and they're able to just easily use that to just, have perfect macro on the map. But we're going to go straight into a replay. Like you said earlier, JJ flashing in, looking for the pick onto TN. They are able to confirm one kill with the fact that, like you said, the timing just so unlucky. Or maybe not unlucky, maybe timed,
Maybe it's just Viper being an absolute god. He was literally counting to the millisecond. I don't think so. I think that would be inhuman. But then Viper has done inhuman things before.
Yeah, we just gotta give credit where we can give credit. But now both teams still just posturing around the bottom side. Again, I love how TS come into this and they're just saying, hey, we know EDG are gonna go for a strat like this and just opt into matching them. JJ gonna make his way down now to answer, and Scout has first move from mid lane, so Jackie and Mark gotta be careful.
Certainly do, is Top Esports grouping up with JJ. In trouble himself here. Scout next to him though, and Knight on the flank, but I don't think anything's gonna happen here. Drake not up for another 3 minutes, so a lot of aggressive posturing, but not much to be gained.
Yeah, also interesting that Scout going for Crown of the Shattered Queen. So feeling like most of the pressure he's going to be feeling, right, is from Knight and Tian just looking for that all-in. And as long as he can survive that, feels like he'll be able to get the damage off that's necessary.
Ragnarok forced out by Mark there. Good little anchor to make sure that JJ feels that pressure. And I'm surprised at the amount both teams are really committed to just controlling vision control of a river that doesn't have a Drake in it for another 3 minutes.
There's also no camps up either. Like, JJ's Gromp is about to come up. Again, you get vision control. It allows, like, your bot lane to play more aggressive. So there are, like, benefits to what they're doing. But I'm with you. I'm a bit surprised. Second Rift Herald's up, but neither team cares.
Oh, Mako's in trouble. A hook from Mark as well. There's a zap. Rocket shortly to follow. In fact, no, just Tien taking that one for himself. Viper getting chased down. Tien trying to close the gap. Shadow Surge goes wide, though. That might be the end of the players. Tien will just have to settle for a Grump, but in the meantime, Jackalope can get back onto this tower.
Yeah, this just feels so bad, though. Again, you're picking Caitlyn Karma, and you're losing first turret down in bot. We also did see in the right-hand side of our screens that Scout did try to find an ult on Knight and just completely missed. There was no reason for me to reiterate that, but you know what?
Yeah,
it
Knight
happens.
get roasted. Get roasted.
Actually, it was Scout who was getting roasted, but tower goes down for Wayward.
Well, Knight also missed his ult, so...
That's true,
These mid laners, they suck, dude. I'm telling you. Worst mid laners ever. Take that, Knight and Scout.
Yeah, Scout only winning a world championship and Knight breaking the solo kill record last split. Had like 30-something solo kills.
MSC champion? MSC champion, anyone? Anyone remember mid-season cup? Good times, eh?
Hey, you know, all the teams actually took that serious, so that was actually a banger tournament.
Yeah, it was a sick tournament. I remember at the time saying, like, I enjoyed this more than MSI. Because MSI is only one representative from the big regions, whereas that was top 4 from LCK and LPL. I wish we could have that every year. It was so good.
Yeah, bringing back the Rift Rivals vibes is... You know, we still have had the second Rift Herald sitting up in topside with both teams ignoring it. Looks like Top Esports will finally be able to go for that one with EDG committing their resources to the bottom side. EDG really going to have to commit to some cross-mapping, right? Top Esports 4K gold ahead. They are just stronger in terms of the items they've bought. You look at Wayward sitting a whole item above Xiaosheng right now. Any skirmishes that do break out, TS should just squarely be favored in. But looks like, no, EDG actually do want to look to contest.
Well, Tien will still get this. Looks like EDG toying with the idea of the contest, but it's not going to happen in the end.
Thank God they don't munch. Thank God.
Yeah, the 4,000 go down, so I'm not sure it would be a great contest, but I just want to quickly mention once again that EDG, we described them at the start of today, start of the series, as a statistical powerhouse, right? Dragon rate, Baron rate, Rift Herald rate, all at the top of the league. But this game so far, Top Esports getting both of those Rift Heralds, Top Esports getting one of the first 2 Drakes as well. It was like EDG's normal game plan is being challenged. Smart goes for a dive, great depth charge, Rocket goes wide though from Jackie Love, and Azonya's is enough for Mark to survive. Flame Chomper's on the TP, and it means Xiaosheng can't do anything about it. Great plays across the board here from Top Esports.
And like you said earlier, right, Mark coming in, Mark has always been an aggressive support, slots into this TES roster perfectly, able to find a kill, able to find a turret, and easily going to be able to take this dragon. Just Top Esports doing a great job of being able to keep up their momentum. And honestly, for EDG, when this comp falls behind, it is a little bit hard. Again, Caitlyn and Karma are very setup-reliant champions. Typically, it's about win out through the bottom lane. Since you have push, you get on Dragon first. You're able to set up all those Caitlyn traps. You have the poke to stop people from being able to walk in. It's kind of like very formulaic, and it goes step by step. Now that they're behind, it's like, Caitlyn and Karma not really able to do too much. Olaf as well, like, you're having to run into the enemy team when they're ahead, when they have more items than you, and you're kind of just left hoping Scout or Xiaosheng are able to get ahead and Scout find either an amazing ultimate or Xiaosheng just exists with a lot of items, because that's all Gwen needs to do to be impactful.
Yeah, just press R at least 3 times in the fight and you are probably going to be useful. Probably going to be invincible as well. Yeah, Gwen, quite a strong champion, but 4,000 gold lead right now. Side top. So Wayward, he's having a whale of a time. He has basically not been a part of the same game as everyone else and now crying a moo-moos at Xiaosheng, who is just straight up not having a good time, dog. This Graves
that's the thing,
is
right?
brutal.
He's just been getting so much benefit out of having the Hullbreaker. Like, typically you'll see, once a top laner buys Hullbreaker, the enemy team will put some resources into like, trying to shut it down. But no, he's just been 1v1 by himself the whole time. He hasn't been around his teammates, is just getting benefit out of all those stats. And he is making great use out of them. Picking up the Executioner's Calling now, trying to stop some of that healing coming out from Xiaosheng. And heck, with no dragon up, right, TS playing very well. They know, hey, the plan right now, get wards into the top side jungle, look to push out top and mid, play for some picks. They were doing that, having some standing gold, though, did go for some resets to finish some items. He's more, Wayward's more than a full item up. He's more than a full item up.
It's 20 minutes in. He's got 3 items. He's on 240 CS at 20
You're right,
minutes
it's 20
as well.
minutes.
It's insane. Wayward, like, it's not been flashy. He's 0-0-0, but like in terms of just fundamental laning, he's destroying Xiaosheng.
Yeah, my God, it is an absolute mess, and I love it because right, even though he's at a slow game, the aggression is still happening on the map. TSC Scout answering in top wave, so they're grouping up, trying to see if someone in mid oversteps and they can potentially find a pick with numbers advantage, while also bleeding gold from EDG by taking away all their jungle camps.
Yeah, there's another tier 2, more gold in the pocket of Wayward as he continues to extend that lead. Jackie Love could be in trouble, but has a red buff and a refillable potion, so he'll be able to regen that health very easily. And now a team fight gonna kick off. Scout has to use Sonya's Viper's caught by Knight though, and he is eradicated. Knight with the resets, and he wants a little bit more as well. Mako has to flash that out to safety. Marco slightly wide on the hook, but finally Wayward joins some of the action, but he's too late. Not even an assist.
Man, this is why it's so fun when top esports are playing well, because they're one of the teams who, when they get an advantage, they're going to slam their foot on the gas pedal and keep looking for aggressive plays, not just wait for the neutrals to come up. Xiaosheng, you might be picked off.
That is not the play, my friend. So much CC on this side. Oh, Wayward got a kill! He did it! He had some flash and shotgun blast against a burning target, but we take those. Wayward finally participates. And that will be Baron for top esports. And we're 22 minutes in. It's 9-3. 2 Drakes, a Baron. Top esports are destroying EDG.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a replay of how it happens, right? Viper and Mako trying to find any opportunity they can. They know they are slowly being choked out by top esports, so they run forward. Scout perfectly getting hooked by Mark, and then this ultimate coming out from Knight. Viper tries to heal. Isn't able to get over the wall. The fear comes out, and then getting all the resets, they're able to keep going forward. And I can't remember the term you used in our last series. I believe it was power-fisted. that might be what's happening to EDG right now.
I just want to clarify. That was in the context that there was an undead Scion with its very powerful fists beating the crap out of someone. That was a very specific call. It made sense to my head at the time.
It works in this context as well.
It's not what I was trying to say. I just get bullied here, guys. I need some help, chat. I need some reinforcements.
Bagged
top
left
esports
you,
don't
so
know.
you're stuck with me.
Oh no, it's a fate worse than death. Oh god. Well, even if I have a fate worse than death, top esports don't. They have a fate of 1-0 advantage. Oh, that was a witty line, Joe. Good job. They are brutalizing at this point, and you have to start to question what is going on with this EDG squad, right? Subbing out Flandre, which we don't know whether that's a medical thing or whether they just felt like he wanted to be subbed out, or what. But EDG recently have not looked the same as what we saw when they first came into the split. Everyone was talking about how this team literally didn't take a break. They were still on World Championship form, but it doesn't feel like it right now.
I feel like, first of all, again, get away from the enchanters. If you... Oh, you didn't engage?
Tien is completely invincible because he's playing Xin Zhao. Shadow Surge just goes wide, but collateral damage doesn't. Tower down and now flash forwards from Knight to get a fear and a kill. Wayward with a double. He finally enters the game and gets 3 kills immediately. You love to see it. Top Esports, they do not wait around. They are speedrunning EDG right now. It's 24 minutes on the clock as one last ditch effort will come out of Xiaoshang. He gets back onto the fountain, but not for long as Mark sacrifices himself to end the game. Top Esports obliterate EDG.
Yeah, you love to see the smiles on their faces. Pure domination, and the way they did it, like Wayward just completely taking over the top lane of 1v1. Bot lane, which should be favored for the side of EDG, who have had this Caitlyn banned against them almost every game of the LPL go towards it, and mistakes left and right. Mark finding every hook he needs to be able to guarantee these kills coming through. You see Top Esports dedicating mid and jungle down to that bot lane as well. It's like, man, beautiful series from TES, but for EDG, again, like, the enchanters aren't really working for them. We've seen them, like, struggling, even when they are able to get ahead in the 2v2, like against Weibo, because that's what Weibo did, was they kept forcing them onto, it was Ezreal Karma that series, and Weibo completely decimated them as well. I feel like for EDG going with a bot lane that isn't so volatile in terms of if you fall behind, the game is pretty much done, so would be better for them. And again, I think Mako is the best engager on the team for the side of EDG. So, that's obviously a very shallow way to look at the game in terms of, like, just change this one thing, it'll be better. But heck, when every win counts when going towards playoffs, I think of any Band-Aid fix is good.
Yeah, in the short term, just getting some wins on the board is the play for EDG right now, because Top Esports, showing that they know exactly how to destroy the strategy. And I want to just quickly shout out Mark as well. You mentioned how well Jackie Love and Mark were doing in the 2v2, but that hook that led to the 2v2 kills for the side of Jackie Love and Mark, that was as Jackie Love was CSing a caster minion. Mark goes for the anchor toss, and it's like literally frame perfect. So the synergy between Mark and Jackie Love, despite the short amount of time they've been playing together, clearly they are on exactly the same.
And I think it's just nice to see Mark come in. Not that I think, like, Joel was bad by any means, right? But Joel's still a very young player compared to Mark, who's been playing, since 2018, then promoting in 2019 with Sino Dragon becoming a DMO, and obviously been all over the place since then. But point is, has the experience, has the knowledge, was always known as a vocal voice in the team, and with Jackie Love, it is coming together beautifully.
It's gorgeous to watch, and honestly, just lane gaps across the board from Top Esports. Let's see if they can keep that up, though, because EDG, they're still the world champions, and maybe they can dig deep. We'll find out after the break.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the glory and the broken, for the lost and the safe. fall.
There's a place I wanna go. 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santa Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real?
调整的话，感觉就之前状态输很多吧，就主要是训练赛也找回自信吧，就不能被输太多影响，然后比赛再打得更好一点。Scott 是一名比较全能的选手吧，就他什么英雄都玩到顶尖了吧，就我和他打的话，可能就我需要和队友的联动做好点，然后对线就正常发育。下场对阵 EDG， 感觉就他们是世界冠军嘛，我们交手主要是抱着那种学习的心态吧，就反正我们每条路也都能和他们交手一下，就看打得怎么样。
I'll be totally honest, Knight, mate. I'm not sure you had much to learn from EDG in that last one. I feel like maybe they could have a learning mentality against you. Unwatchables, I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards game number 2 here between Top Esports and EDG. And EDG, as the world champions, you would have expected to be coming in strong, but Top Esports just win lane, win game. Honestly, that's the way it felt to me.
Yeah, I agree, right? We saw their bot lane come on ahead. I think in terms of mid jungle, Knight saying I need to work better with my teammates. Him and Tien definitely working so well together that game, starting from early on, catching out Scout, and then we saw what Wayward did. But there is only one MVP, and I think it is well deserved this game going to Mark, because my God, Mark found the first hook, which pretty much sealed the fate of the bot lane. Because again, if you're playing Caitlyn Karma, the second you get hooked under tower and those 2 kills go over, really feels so much harder. And then Mark kept finding the hooks. Mark kept delivering the diver on mid lane turret, starting up all the fights. Just really phenomenal performance coming in from him.
Yeah, this is a man with no fear and a whole lot of swagger. He's more than happy to make the plays. I'm really hoping we get that first hook as a replay, because I'm telling you, it's pixel perfect on the minion dying right before he hooks through it. That's why Mako gets caught. Gets pulled underneath the tower. There it is. Oh, it wasn't. You couldn't see the minion dying, but I promise it happened.
Yeah. Again, great play, great communication, like you're saying, coming from this bot lane duo. And you were saying during the break, right? When we heard our producer say, hey, MVP to Mark, it's like, man, it's been a long time since we've heard that one. Great to see, because I mean, even going back to the days before, you were casting the LPL, going back to, 2019. Mark was a player, Mark and Gala, being 2 players everyone was really hyped for on that DMO roster. So nice to see them. Again, they parted ways a long time ago, but now Mark being able to find success once again. Obviously, it did work out when he was on LNG, but this Top Esports roster ceiling, we always knew it is higher than anything possible when you have Knight and Jackie Love. It just needs to be able to come together, and it is with this roster. And the Draven respect band. My God.
Yeah. I have to wonder, that must be a Zeri first pick angle, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what else reason you would need to ban the Draven. I feel like Zeri as the first pick is the answer for that one. Riley's going to be banned away from Knight, as well as the TF from Scout. So these global picks being removed before the game kicks off.
Yeah, so again, you'd expect TS to ban the Zeri. Maybe they're fine picking something like the Tristana or Samira into it. We know TS's bot lane has no problems in regards to aggression. In game 1, they also banned out the LeBlanc, so maybe they want to keep it tried and true. But no, this time going to take away the Gwen, so Zeri is left open.
So we'll see where the 2 teams are going to go. 2 top lane respect bans as well. That Graves being banned away from Wayward after dominating with it in number 1. The Zeri first pick that we talked about, not respected by Top Esports in the bans. See what answer they have up their sleeves, because that Caitlyn has also made it through the bans, and that has typically been one of the answers. It's like Jackie might just go back towards the Jinx anyway.
Yeah, we highlighted some of the answers, right? We hit on, we've seen Samira picked into it. We've seen Tristana come out consistently. Caitlyn would definitely dominate it in the laning phase, but one thing that is great against it is the Nautilus having the point-and-click ultimate to lock it down. Of course, having the hook to be able to bring it down as well. TS, I wouldn't be surprised if they just locked this one in outright. It was obviously Tien's best champion by far last year. Even coming in early to the split, we saw it consistently banned against Top Esports.
Certainly did, but that happens. We'll see. Tien, one of the best Lee Sins in the entire league. One of the best Lee Sins in the world, honestly. He's an absolute monster on it, and every time we see him on it, you get to see some magnificent stuff. But JJ with the Xinjiao, very good for that early matchup, denying so that early pressure that Lee Sin can bring to the table, and a Leona make him on the bottom side.
Yeah, now for TS, you'd expect AD carry to come out, because again, it could get a little bit annoying if that pool does get pinched a little bit. Even if there are numerous answers like they're hovering over right now, finding the one you are most comfortable on would be quite nice. And so far, both teams are setting up for these aggressive all-in style compositions, right? Xin Zhao Leona on one side, you have Nautilus Lee Sin coming out on the other, and this will be locked in, Munch. It's got to happen.
We're setting up for a bit of a banger here, aren't we? We've got all-in available on both bottom sides. We've got aggressive junglers on both sides as well. Crucially as well, Mako on an engaged support. So this is good EDG. None of that enchanter nonsense. This is good EDG once again. As you said, that band-aid fix, just getting Mako back on something that can engage.
I'm telling you, I've seen so many times people have been like, man, LPL needs to pick up enchanters. What are they doing? It's like, no, we don't. Just let's keep it tanks. Let's keep it bloodthirsty. And now we're going to see some bans coming out. TS wanting to respect some of the aggression coming out that could come out from the side of EDG this time around. Again, Knight just said Scout is someone who is proficient on pretty much any champion he does pick up. For TS, I wonder if they'll value getting a counter pick for Wayward, or just want to get the stronger mid-jungle 2v2 and guarantee a counter pick coming out for Knight. I think the counter pick for Knight could be more impactful, again, if they want to go towards more aggressive mid-lane options and not just default to things like Corkis or Orianas. But with Wayward still being a relatively new player in the LPL, wouldn't be too surprising if they're like, hey, we want to get you on something you're comfortable on so you don't fall behind and, you know, potentially like tilt or fall behind.
A lot of top lane bans though, with the Gwen, the Jace, the Tryndamere, all taken off the board. The Graves currently still available, and a couple of those picks that will do well into the Graves, like that Tryndamere, for example.
Actually,
banned away.
Munch, Graves was the first
Oh, wait, no, he's
ban.
not.
I missed it as well. But actually, that's a great point, because you're highlighting pretty much all the safe blind pick tops are taken away. Because typically it is either like the Gwen or the Graves that does come out, unless you're a team like Weibo and you're fine just picking up the Scion outright.
Blind pick the Scion, yeah.
Like, so I'm happy they go for this, right? Because the obvious thing you would expect would be something, again, like whether it is an Oriana or a Corki or somebody that to come out, but I didn't think Top Esports would go in that direction. Opting into the more aggressive drafts. Again, playing more with their mid-jungle lately in these series. They have been a team who have gone away from the likes of the Victors and the Corkis, even if those are still Knight's most played champion just because of the early prevalence. And with a lot of those safe blind pick tops banned away, we're going to see Xiaosheng go to a bit of comfort by bringing out the Narc.
Yep, Narc comes out. I just want to quickly touch on the fact that we've got Knight Syndra in this game. You love to see it. He's got 40 games of it over the course of his career and a 75% win rate. Knight is a monster on Syndra. So many
2020 Summer
highlights.
Finals.
I
don't know if you remember.
stunned
Me and
through
you were
the
there.
wall. It was unbelievable. Honestly, he's an absolute monster. He's a machine. And Syndra is his weapon of choice. But now, final pick here. Inside Top Esports. That top lane role. We're operating a lot of very aggressive top laners here.
Yeah, I think there's no way this happens, right? There's no way Wayward comes in with the confidence to pick something
Syndra?
like this.
Mid lane Tristana. And then
Okay,
a
so
main bot? Okay, no.
so we do just go to a standard pick. I mean, Camille versus Nara, right? A little bit of a back and forth matchup. Camille, you do have the all-in options, especially once you do hit that level 6 mark, being able to just try and poke out with your W option. But for TS, again, they've all-in on aggression. They have, I'd say, a more early mid-game oriented kind of pick and skirmish composition. You have a lot of single target lockdown coming out from their composition, so very easy to be able to get on top of a Viper or Scout when need be. For the side of EDG, you expect it to be a bit slower from the fact that they do have the Corki and the Zeri, but if they can scale up to those mid-game and late-game team fights, this is where things will come online. Obviously, they will have things like the package timer to be able to play around, but the ball is definitely in Top Esports court.
And that's more than okay with Top Esports, right? Because when you look at this team, it is straight up win lane, win game once again, right? Syndra, Tristana, Nautilus, even the Camille up in the top side, right? These are all very aggressive picks, and with a Lee Sin to facilitate all of that action, this is feeling like Top Esports drafting for a game where they can put their foot on the accelerator once again. A Knight on the Syndra, I cannot say it enough how good this man is when he gets Syndra in his golden left hand. I cannot wait to see how this one's going to pan out. Top Esports versus EDG, game number 2 here. EDG, the world champions, and going back to what worked for them in the past with these engaged supports, going for a slower pace of game. We'll have to wait and see if it works out.
Yeah, like you're saying, right, that mid lane matchup especially, Knight will be able to have consistent pressure, has the range advantage coming out. The threat of the Scatter the Weak will do so much to dissuade Corki from being able to walk up, look for push, and should give Knight and Tien an easy way to pivot towards that bot side if that's what they want to play for. But you kind of have 2 side lane matchups that both can and will be able to play aggressive if that is where Knight and Tien opt to go, right? Again, you have the hookshot wall shot from the Camille to be able to get on top of Xiaosheng, but whenever you pick the Tristana into the Zeri, I really do love to see more priority put into your bot lane to set that behind, make Zeri not be a champion. And I mean, once Tristana gets ahead, right, you're just a turret-taking machine. They could look for a very nice snowball like they found in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just shred through those objectives. And that was one of the key things in game number 1, right, is that usually we see EDG being the kings of the objectives. Like I've harped on across the course of this series, they like first and second place in every objective statistic, right? Love the early dragons, love the early heralds, love the barons as well, love the early towers. Like every single category, they're top in the table. Top Esports did not allow that to be the case in game number 1. They contested what has been bread and butter for EDG.
Yeah, now as we're coming out, right? Interesting that we see solo starts coming out from both junglers, TN specifically starting on the Raptors. So no information going over to either side. TS do have a ward on red buff, so they at the very least know not starting there. EDG didn't get any deep wards, but now TN will be spotted out. TN looking to go straight into JJ's jungle. Again, his top and mid both have push. You can easily follow up on this.
Yeah, it was warded and JJ just goes for the fight. Scout is going to be here as well. TN just gets called out by JJ. Spots him on the ward, just walks in and goes, bring it on, buddy.
Especially with the path he took, right? Kind of like going through that quadrant of river. It doesn't matter that Scout's getting pushed in because he has safer and easier access to that jungle skirmish. Xiaoshang hits 2 first.
Oh my lord, it might be solo kills galore across the game. Wayward will survive. Still has his flash. Xiaoshang saving that boulder, wants to find the target. Oh, for the time being. Either way, great aggression coming out from EDG across the board here.
Yeah, EDG taking advantage of their windows, right? Again, TN felt it. TN's like, hey, I have the pushing laners. I could look for this. Didn't expect to spot JJ there, but like you highlighted the ward. And now TN does not want to stop with the aggression. Can look for the plan to Xiaoshang. Does have his flash up, you'd assume. Actually, no, only level 2 right now. Should go down.
Xiaoshang walks straight towards him there. Forced to flash, but the wrong direction. JJ moving on over. It's a 2v2 now, but Xiaoshang in all kinds of trouble on Hop. About a 1,000,000-second cooldown at this point in the game. He's sacrificed to the jungle gods that is TN. And well,
now,
it's 1-1 now.
I thought maybe he'd be able to get away once those flashes came through. Also hitting level 3 at a nice time as well, but isn't able to get away. JJ, though, having a level lead. You can see on your minimap now, though, Knight is zoning Scout away. So Scout not having that ease of access entrance into the river to look to collapse once again. Nice job by Knight covering for his jungler.
Unable to get that scuttle crab. And crucially, JJ was stuck in that top side of the map where he'd already taken all of his camps. So both junglers even on camps now, and Tien invades this bottom side because Knight has so much pressure in the mid lane and he's not stopping anytime soon either. Scout just desperately trying to farm, but Knight does not want to allow that to happen. And Tien even leaving one chicken, so JJ won't get the reset. Will get both crabs as well in favor of Top Esports. This is a phenomenal start.
Nice that Tien getting killed in enemy jungle didn't slow them down, didn't stop the momentum of them knowing, hey, again, our comp is the quote-unquote early game comp in this draft. We need to look to get ahead. We have the pressure. We have the tools to look for these aggressive picks and look to invade the enemy jungle, and they've done just that. Even in the bot lane, right? We talked about how Tristana is, you know, a counter into the Zeri matchup. They have been able to keep up pressure and have found a bit of a CS lead for themselves as well. Viper's getting back to lane, so we'll be able to answer that a little bit. But ultimately, you said win lane, win game was it for TS, and they're doing a nice job powering ahead so far.
Yeah, I sort of take it back, though, because I'm pretty sure now that I've realized, it's actually win jungle, win game. Because Tien really has been the one putting the front foot forward so far, being so aggressive. And he got shut down on that first play, like you're mentioning, but it really did not stop anything. So we'll see if he can keep that ball rolling. A 300 gold lead for him so far. But across the rest of the game, realistically, not that much. Scout, obviously, getting that first blood, so he'll have a lead in the mid lane for the time being. But Knight is not playing like he's at a deficit, that's for sure.
No, and Mark has to be careful. I was going to say, I like that Mako's sticking around, that JJ moves back over as well, right? Because you can see that Jackie Love's by himself in the bottom lane. You knew the reset just come out, so of course Mark would be hovering around the mid lane. Both of them show, which allows Scout to be able to get that push to keep going. And now both supports, actually no, Mark staying in mid lane.
Not hanging around, but he's got about 1 billion blue pings onto him. Jackie Love needs to be cautious, has the rocket jump though. and actually trades pretty effectively there, jumping out after the fact, but getting a couple of stacks with his bomb. Does have the Halo Blade, so those quick burst trades like that, Jackaliv's going to win every time.
Yeah, JJ, though, looking for a gank in top. Wayward doesn't have flash.
He's low on HP as well, but he smells a rat. He's going to get well out of dodge on that one. Does have his TP, so won't lose too much for it.
Yeah, and now we come back. We see Viper did go for a reset because TS did a really nice job of getting 2 control wards on both sides of mid lane, which would make it very hard for Scout to be able to play the lane, even walk up to a neutral state, right? Because there's no safe side to lean towards. They time Viper's recall so Mako can go and clear that ward, and Viper not being under any danger does open up a turret plate going over for Jackalov.
And he does, and half of the next one as well, and that's the power of the Tristana, right? You can just hammer away all lane long. It's so difficult unless they can close the gap, but even if they do, even if Mako lands his Zenith Blade, Jackalov can buffer that rocket jump, and so Tristana, so difficult to punish. But like I said earlier on today, it is a champion that naturally will push, so maybe if JJ can make his way into this bottom lane, there's a chance of punishing this aggression.
And it's really the only place you have easy setup, right? I mean, Gnar, sure, if you time it correctly with the Mega Gnar, you can try and find that kill, or if Wayward's overextending, but Wayward's already shown us he's respecting the fact of JJ's potential presence quite heavily. Zenith Blade would be the only obvious setup, but for EDG, we kind of expected this, right? Play a bit slower in the early game, you're waiting for that package timing to come up, and that's really what you're playing around when you do have the Corki. So we're 30 seconds away from the Rift Herald, and we'll see if EDG are able to get that one. But, I mean, with the amount of presence that TS have in their lanes, you would expect that TS should be favored.
Attempted trade there from Wayward, but couldn't quite connect the stun on that one. Finally proc his grasp, but that's all he's going to be able to get on that trade. As you mentioned, Herald coming on up, both bot lanes still here for the time being, but resets coming out from EDG, or at least out from Mako. Knight is up in this top side, dropped quite a deep ward. JJ, I think he realizes that the solo laners are not in their lanes right now, and that ward's pretty fresh. I don't want to be here.
Cannot look to walk around there, and look at the vision control already coming out from TS. Walking aggressively, getting some wards down. EDG have been able to maintain some defensive wards in their own jungles. We see Jijin now walking over them, and both bottom lanes are heading up. We're going to get a bit of a skirmish.
JJ starts the Herald here. We're going to have a 5v5 on our hands. Xiaosheng is in mini Gnar right now, but he's starting to build that bar. No longer exhausted. His Knight fights for prio in the mid lane, and EDG converge on the Herald. TN steps forward, Mark there to be the engaged tool for Top Esports. He is level 6, so a lot of tools to be used, but the anchor goes wide, and it's actually JJ to start things off. The package is gorgeous from Scout, and Wayward forced out of the side of the fight. What a scout of the week, though! Knight with a 4-man stun. Now the follow-up, Jackalov trying to get some resets here, but they can't get a kill just yet, and it's Knight to go down. Now rockets and machine guns fired in all directions as Mark falls for the double. Viper taking over the game, looking for more. Cannot dive the turrets, but EDG find their fight.
Man, mid laners on both sides were insane in that fight. I mean, JJ finds the engagement with the package, and again, that scatter of the week was so beautiful. EDG, though, like you said, they find the kills. They should find the Herald. JJ, I mean, Tien gonna come in for the steal.
Oh, too little, too late coming out from Tien, and actually could be in a lot of trouble. Has to kick, has to flash as well. And honestly, if JJ was alone there, I think Tien maybe just kills him, but had some help from his friends, just like the Beatles, so he'll get by.
Yeah. And, I mean, for EDG, this is massive, right? When we hit on that, I mean, their comp is definitely the one where I favor the scaling. Like, there's some options there for TS, right? Tristana scales fine. You have the Camille who can dive the back line, but Corki, Zeri will be able to do a ton. We're going to go straight to the replay, though. Mark tries to find the hook, and look at Tien. Walking forward, you instantly see JJ and Mako just zone out onto him, and Scout angles around to get the perfect package. But Knight with that scatter of the week. My God, sadly the damage not able to follow up because Scout does just flash away. No rocket jump on Jackalov, and Knight just being alone off to the right sets up for the turn to come out from EDG to finish off all these kills.
And I feel like that fight is a perfect example of how powerful Flash is as a spell, right? If everyone from EDG isn't able to flash during that fight, it's a totally different fight. But the fact that they're all able to space, and EDG essentially use their health bars as a resource, right, in that fight. So many of them low by the end of it. nobody goes down. It's so beautiful to see. That's the EDG that we got so used to seeing. That's the one we've been missing this whole split. Oh, not this whole split. That's too much. But
Mark has hook, but doesn't have flash.
actually gonna hook the Zenith Blade. Nicely played there. Jackie Love could be in trouble though. Buster shot already on cooldown. That's gonna be his rocket jump. Dodges the stun, but will still go down. Scout gets himself a 3rd kill of the game. This Corki already starting to get out of control as Mark getting dived by Viper. They're not going to let him recall today. Viper pulled back underneath the tower, but Mark already down. Tien forced away, and Knight has arrived in a situation that he doesn't want to be in. Mako will go to... No, Mako's not even tanking. Oh my days, they actually get away with it.
Yeah, and now we have a bit of a stomp in game 1 and setting up for a stomp in game 2 coming from EDG. 2k gold up, 7 kills to 1. They're gonna get plate gold as well onto the Zeri. They should be able to like finish this turret off quite soon as well. You expect resets to come out now from Viper as Jackie Love will show up in lane and show. So, but my God, massive swing to the side of EDG.
Yeah, no kidding. JJ has now found Tien in the jungle as well, or in the river, not even in the jungle. And Scout gets his 6th kill. Scout is 6 kills right now. He's almost 2,000 gold up individually. We're only 12 minutes into the game.
We knew when we saw 2 drafts that had a bunch of engage, had a bunch of like champs that have the ability to go and want to fight, that this would be a bloodbath, and it's delivering so far. EDG not only picking up all these kills, we see JJ being able to pick up this dragon. Now for the side of TS, I mean, where do you look? You know, maybe you try and flip towards that top side as they're leaning right now and try and sit for a pick, but EDG are matching.
Knight forced a flash in the mid lane there. Scout just getting massive damage out. And already with a Hex Drinker and a finished Mana Moon, slowly but surely stacking up to become that Muramana. He is well on the way to becoming that so devastating Corki that we so often see. It'll be the Ludens next, I imagine. And that's the point at which Top Esports no longer get to contest objectives.
Yeah, now TS, since they're behind right, have to opt into cross mapping. They instantly get out of bot lane knowing, hey, we can't contend with the 2v2, or at the very least, we can't opt into situations where, you know, we'll get dove or these plays will come out. So sending their Tristana to mid, the other members hovering on top, reclaiming vision, stealing away jungle camps. But EDG with a nice response, keeping both JJ and Mako around top lane to try to prevent these dives.
And a Knight moving in. This is a 5-man play from the side of Top Esports as they go for a dive. JJ starts to fight onto Mark, but 3-man knock up with his depth charge. It's just going to be a blast going out to safety here. Top Esports retreat on the play. And in the meantime, Viper has had some solo time on the bottom side, clearing away waves, and Knight has been caught now. A boulder to find the slow package from Scout across the whole team. If he wasn't fed it up, he sure is now. There's a double for the little man on the earth. And now a dive from EDG, a bit of revenge for game 1.
I know in the last series we said, hey, we typically don't like to say a game's over before it's over, but 14 minutes in, again, they have the Corki, they have the Zeri, we knew it would come online later, but the fact that they're already at a 7k, I guess 6k, maybe 7 out of the 30k gold lead is so crazy to see. EDG buying time. Scout was coming the whole time with this package. Really nice flash from JJ to be able to guarantee that one. Xiaosheng also already Megan. Bam! Package lined across everyone. They're able to guarantee the kills. And I mean, right, we're getting to the point where it's going to just be like stat diff, money diff coming in, where EDG will be able to do whatever they want. Also, across the board, you know, sums were down for quite a while from TS because those were just forced out. Finally started to come back up on some members, so maybe they can, you know, survive certain plays, but Joe, it's over, isn't it? It's over.
Yeah, it's not very optimistic, is it? It's not. Maybe they can survive certain plays. Is not when that's the strongest sentence you can come up with for Top Esports.
No.
It doesn't exactly fill you with hope. Here we go, Top Esports for some reason trying to be aggressive on this one. I don't think they realize quite how far behind they are. Xiaosheng about to turn Mega. And I don't think EDG are afraid
Go for
of
the
this
dive,
tower.
go for it.
Xiaosheng over. Only gets one with the knot, and Mark actually has a stopwatch. So maybe Top Esports can survive some of these plays. This is EDG. Dive underneath their tower. And Viper says, kiss the ring, Jackie Love. Chases them on out and looks for a little more. And well, I think you were right when you said it the first time. Lyric, this one's over.
Yeah. You know, now, again, we're pretty much watching now to see any atrocious ways if EDG members Int get picked off, anything like that, right? Maybe crazy steals from TN. Those are the types of plays you're hoping for as top esports find their way back in the game. But after seeing game 1 and now seeing game 2, I am just so excited for the potential game 3 that we're probably gonna get.
Yeah, it's gonna be a banger, or it's gonna be a really slow, really steady, really calm game. That's usually what happens in game number 3. Yeah, Scout is having a whale of a time. Almost 100% kill participation as well. 904, just a singular kill that he didn't have a hand in. It's kind of insane. Hilariously, Knight is actually 10 CS up in the 1v1. He's just 9 kills down is the only problem. Xiaoshang turns Mega. Will get knocked up here. Oh my god, did they actually not even kill the Nard? That is so depressing. He flashes away Tien. Finally finishes that kill. It's 1 for 1 as the wall hop comes on out at EDG. They're just playing with their food at this point. Both top laners fall. Jackie Love now getting chased down by Scout, but the Valkyrie already used. So it will just be a 1 for 1, all things considered.
And I love that EDG is opting into responding to the plays, right? Because they did have some vision down in bot side, so they knew that they were angling for that play onto the Gnar. Instead of opting to play towards the top side of the map, they're like, no. Again, we're stronger. We can match them every step of the way. So that's what they do. So really nice read coming out from JJ and Mako. And now maybe get a 1v1 coming out from these mid laners.
Uh-oh, here we go. Scout 2 levels up. Knight has to make the miracle happen here. Scout of the week keeps him alive. Now has to dodge every single rocket. Sidesteps coming out from Knight. Can he make the magic happen? Survives the play.
that was beautiful coming out from Knight, able to survive. I mean, heck, like, look at the items. He has loot and Zeko. Corki has loot and Zeko, plus the Manamine, plus a Hexstreaker, and tier 2 boots. Like, man, the fact he's able to get away from that is absolutely insane. Looking at TS, though, you can see what their thought process is. The only one who has any chance is this Camille. You know, Wayward's sitting about 40 CS up, so you constantly see Tien leaning towards that. Has the Hextech ultimatum to set up any kills. But for EDG, they don't care. Xiaoshang's like, yeah, you can take those turrets. We're just going to take more on the opposite side of the map. He's pushing bot, Herald in mid. EDG looking for a... You know, Munch? Let's guess how long this game lasts. Is this a sub 25-minute game? It must be, right?
I think this is a 19-minute game. EDG gonna back away. I don't think it's actually gonna be Herald to finish this one off, but yeah,
I'll go 22 minutes. 22.
I was gonna say 23, yeah, so I think it's gonna be over pretty quick. Honestly, if Scout finds a good package here, if top esports opt into fighting, I think it's possible that we just end now. Knight forced to flash, and that will be enough for EDG not to find the engage. Oh,
no, is it?
Scout's going underneath the base. I guess look back in. What is going on? Scout went absolutely crazy, but they're so rich that it pays off anyway. Wayward can't close the gap, can't get onto this Corki, and will go down. Scout is... Whoa, another! How does he do it every time? The Scout of the weeks are insane, and somehow top esports go 2 for 2. Oh, no,
that is incredible. Yeah, 2 for 3. It was crazy because I thought top esports heard us. We're like, no, this will not be a 23-minute game. This game will end now as we just run in one by one. But man, you hit on it coming into the series again. Knight Syndra is crazy. If you guys did not see 2020 Summer Finals, where again he had an amazing one, you missed out. We're gonna see here though. We thought EDG were gonna back off with the flash, but no. Scout sees the opportunity with Knight walking forward, try to get him closer to the team, try to get the burn on him. Looked like he was gonna go down, but again, just the item difference coming in is so massive at this point. Jackie Love being allowed to free hit on the back end, and then here, Knight gonna find another huge scout of the week. You combo that in with the W, Tien following in the queue. Sure, he's gonna go down, but marks another kill, and just beautiful stuff coming from the 1-4 Syndra.
Yeah, Knight and Tien as a pair there. Oh, Scout's been caught. Maybe a chance for top esports. No way do they actually make something happen here. No way. Xiaoshang isn't Mega yet, so he actually has to hop back out, but it doesn't matter. Zeri is here. It's Viper's turn to carry a fight, but a buster shot from Jackie Love means they can't find much. It's only Mark to go down. Wait, what?
No, Tien's chasing Scout that whole time.
Hunted. I don't know what he expected. I don't know how he expected that one to go, but Scout gets yet another kill.
Yeah, now for the side of EDG, this should be a Baron. I would expect Scout and Mako, as it looks like, right, hover around and zone them off. Don't let some kind of like straight orb come out and steal Baron because JJ missed spikes or anything along those lines. And they do, and they will secure the objective. My God, man, 10K gold at 20 minutes.
Yep, 20-4. It's kind of a brutal lead right now in favor of EDG, and such a great game from them. I love that Top Esports just don't stop though. No matter what is going on, Wayward kind of messed up his hook shot there. I think maybe it's killable if they can chain the CC a little better. But
look, I still think the logic's right. I think when you're like falling so far behind, and again, your comp, you're the Syndra, you're the Lee Sin, you're these types of picks. You're like, we could wait. Like, try and prey off enemy mistakes, let the Corki keep scaling, let the Zeri keep scaling. They can force any fight they want. It's like, no, go for these crazy Hail Marys, go for the cheesy plays, hope you find something, and, you know, if not, you're just gonna not even slowly bleed out. EDG would quickly bleed them out, even if they weren't going for those plays.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fast loss, no matter what at this point, so you might as well make the low percentage plays that give you a small opportunity and it not being a loss at all, right? That's the logic that they're employing, and now going for a place Wayward behind enemy lines goes on to Mako, but the play's already over, and now EDG starting to turn it around. Solar Flare in. Wayward will be the first to fall as they chase for more. Mark anchors himself out of that one. Viper knocked up, slow on to 2 though. Knight and TN, there is no counterplay to this one. As Viper over the wall, flashes away from the hook. 2v1 on Jackie Love and Mark, who are forced into their base, and Scout is here to finish the job. A triple kill for Scout as Viper grabs one on the end of the play. EDG, revenge for game number 1, and they remind Top Esports who the world champions are. Scout with a 15-kill Corki game. That is how you play League of Legends right there.
Yeah, really great stuff coming out from EDG. I mean, Top Esports were starting to find some momentum in terms of the plays we're hitting, but that one Rift Herald fight completely flipped the script, put momentum in EDG's favor, and then they just kept up that aggression the whole way through. We're punishing the lack of summoners on the side of TS and just ran it home. As, you know, you guessed 23 minutes, I guessed 22. It was 22-40. I think me and you take a team victory on that one.
Well, it was closer to 23 than it was to 22.
Whoa,
But you know what?
whoa,
I'll take the
whoa.
parlay. It's a team victory. Everyone's a winner. You guys in chat are winners too. Good job, everyone. Round of applause. Yeah, that was brutal. Scout having, honestly, I mean, easily the best game he's had this year. One of the best games of his career, probably. 15 kills. That was insane.
Yeah, I mean, Scout, like, monstrous. Even Xiaoshang, right? We're seeing now the damage graph, but even, like, ignoring the damage, just the opportunities he was able to find with some of those Meganar ultimates was really cool to see. At a point, he just said, you know what? We're winning so hard elsewhere. I don't even care about my lane. Wayward, you can split push all you want. We're just going to keep forcing aggressive plays on the opposite side of the map. And heck, you know TS. If there's aggressive plays coming their way, they do not back down. They don't care if they get beat up, but they are not going to let you think that they don't have all the mojo in the world. Sadly, though, mojo was not enough to beat EDG in this game. And again, we have two pretty decisive games coming out from each team. Luckily for EDG, considering they won this game, the most recent one, they will have the momentum and the confidence going into Game 3. So hopefully EDG can keep it together. And again, they're the ones who, their last series was a loss. So they're the ones looking to get some momentum back going forward, playing towards playoffs. So nice recovery from them in this game too.
I love it. Like, give me more drafts like that, EDG. Give me Mako on hard engaged supports, because it just looks so good when you do lock it in. We're going to jump into break. Then we'll find out who finishes this series off. We've got a 9-game day, and we're not going anywhere until it's done.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的 大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
So with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 TES 团队保持了紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible. 所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side.
throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going. I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, we follow heart.
我觉得这个赛季感觉每个战队都有一些补强嘛，然后其实感觉上就是大家都是蛮强的，没有说所谓的弱队。我觉得像一些排名低的队伍，其实也是有机会能掀翻一些排名高的队伍。
Definitely feels like a lot of the teams, even lower in the standings, are stronger than people believe. I definitely agree with that statement. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our 9th and final game of the day. Game 3 between Top Esports and EDG. Let's get straight into the MVP. You already knew it was Scout. 15 kills on the Corki out of 25 that his team got in the game. Unbelievable performance.
Yeah, just overall great coming out from him, right? Early on in the game, we see from level 1, like him covering JJ. They have the information. Then that massive package in the first fight. And he pretty much kept that up, right? There was numerous packages that he layered across 4 to 5 people. This obviously being one of them. And always great to see performances like this from Scout, where we hit on, like, Scout has been having a good season so far, but I haven't been seeing as many of these, like, highlight performances coming out from him, where it's, like, very, I'd say, like, showy, like, big, grandiose clips. But this game filled with a ton of them. And, you know, he defaulted back to the Corki. It was in a lane where he was getting pressured quite heavily early on, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter to Scout. He was still able to find the game-defining impact.
And the crazy thing is, Knight had an insane game as well. So many crazy moments on this Syndra, and was still massively outdone, massively negative by the end of things, because Scout just went Super Saiyan in this one. Absolutely beautiful to see. And Viper, I feel like was a little jealous of the spotlight that Scout was getting this game with that final play. Wanted a bit of the action for himself, but either way, Scout, amazing job, very deserved MVP. And EDG finally showing us some great gameplay once again, showing us that they are not done. This is not a team that's just going to say goodbye to their record, right? This is a team that is fighting for every single game. And as we head towards the draft for game number 3, we'll see what the strategy is for the 3rd and final game of the series.
Yeah, so far defaulting back to the game 1 bans. Again, we are back to game 1 sides with TS back on blue. It was TS taking away the LeBlanc last time around. And to be fair, I don't necessarily know if I look at anything in draft and say, that's the reason why TS lost game 2. There was, again, it pretty much all exploded at that Rift Herald, but I think TN, especially having a very, one of his off performances, which I think TN is very hot or cold. TN is typically either like, hey, I impact everything, I'm setting everything up like we saw in game 1, or could single-handedly be the defining factor, taking everything away. As EDG, this time around, going to leave open the Viego. They didn't in game 1, this time taking away the Graves. So you would expect the Gwen priority to still be there for EDG, just not wanting to deal with that matchup that they had to go for in the first game.
Xiaoshun goes with Xiao. We then have Viper going for the Aphelios as well. So very, very standard stuff coming out from both sides so far. Kind of going back to completely standard meta with things like the Zeri taken off the board now. But this Gwen left open. This has been Wayward's go-to pick comfortably. 50% win rate, but 4 games played is the key thing. This is his most played champion and has had some amazing team fights on the pick as well.
And you got to expect that EDG have an answer if they lock it in, right? Because EDG banned the Graves, and they didn't take the Gwen on first rotation. So in my mind, they're hinting at like, hey, we're fine with you taking this. We have an answer. We hit on some of the, again, the typical counters we usually see in the LPL of the Kennen and Jax, obviously being the ones that come to mind, the Jace as well. But now TS Maybe going to bring a different flavor onto the Rift, going with 2 meta power picks so far. And Tien looking super excited, but there we go. We talked about it last game, right? This was the champion that he was defined by last year. Almost all of his wins were on the Viego with FPX. He pretty much picked it every chance it was available. Was banned against him a lot in the first series he was in before he did get subbed out for Xiaopeng. And with their backs against the wall, Top Esports are going to default to more comfort.
Certainly are, but this split, I will say, Tien, 0% win rate on the Viego so far. But that said, he's only played it once, so I'm exaggerating slightly. It's going to be a Thresh locked in here for Mako on the bottom side. So a bit of peel, but also the ability to engage, the ability to try and outplay in the 2v2. We'll see how that's going to go as the Nautilus banned away. Very standard. Not only a great pick for Mark, but also great into the Thresh.
Yeah, other things that obviously come to mind for the side of TS that they always look for EDG could ban is obviously the Thresh. I mean, the Tahm Kench, I'm sorry, because we've seen the Tahm Kench prio in the LPL rise incredibly high, but sadly, that one is taken away by EDG. Obviously, the last pick that jumps to mind that you expect Top Esports to go into the support role will probably just end up being the Leona for Mark. Now for the side of TS, they already banned away the Jace. The Kennen was the other pick we highlighted for that top lane. Wonder if EDG will have other answers, or for the side of top, if there's any other like annoying mid laners they would rather get away from. And no, team's not really caring about the Kennen matchup these days. Seems like not wanting to deal with the Akali.
It's just 369. 369 is the Kennen guy. Everyone else kind of just ignoring it for the minute. And interestingly, hovering... Oh, just locking a Fiora up against Gwen here for Xiaoshang. That is a confident lock-in.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Again, this is not a matchup we see picked every day. I feel like Gwen should have decent tools to be able to deal with this between all of her sustain and even the mobility coming in, right? But hey, if there's a champion who is fine getting into your W and looking for that 1v1, Fiora loves those tools. Now for the side of TS, going back towards the aggression, bringing out the Vex, which Knight did have a phenomenal game on in game 1. And I'm surprised going towards the Rakan. Again, whenever I think of Rakan, like, sure, you can act as the primary engaged champion, but you are not very tanky yourself, right? So if you jump in and you get locked down, you are just blown up. So Rakan typically does have something paired alongside him to be able to jump into the backline with. I guess he does have Knight on the Vex, but will take pretty good coordination coming out from the side of TS to make this one work.
Scout needs to lock his pick in, and it will be a Zoe to round this draft out. Not something I was necessarily expecting to be picked today. I feel like it's a fringe pick in the LPL right now. Occasionally we'll see it locked in, but certainly will give a little bit of range and good objective play available to EDG if they are in control of the game. But as always, you have to reiterate, Zoe, if you start to fall behind, can feel pretty useless. So Scout, I feel, has to find himself some advantages early on to be able to snowball this one. But whether or not that's going to happen, I don't know, because Top Esports, like you said, very aggressive composition here.
I also just got to say, Scout, phenomenal Zoe player, but whenever I see Zoe, I'll always just think of our fallen brother who's not in the LPL anymore. Molt, you are greatly missed, but I'm happy that we're still seeing aggressive champions come out, right?
I thought we were talking about Teachable. I thought you'd transitioned away from Zoe at this point. And we were just talking about the greatest mid laner to ever grace the LPL in Teachable. What a legend.
You know, the next time a Soul or Nocturne mid gets brought into a game, we could highlight him. But I like that we didn't see the teams default to the Victors, the Corkis, the Orianas in game 3. Like we were kind of speculating they would. Falling behind, we got a lot of flavor coming out on both sides. Again, the side laning ability coming out from EDG, especially if this game goes on longer. For Top Esports, they don't have too much engagement, but still have some tools to start the fights that they need to find. So I expect a lot of early action coming out from both sides, especially around these mid juggles.
So how does that happen is my question, Lyric. What are we expecting? Because you're saying we want early action. We're saying it's mid-jungle, but is that just like straight up fighting 2v2 in the lane, or is that moving to the sides and trying to influence the side lanes as well?
I think for the side of EDG, you can send Xin Zhao to look for these mid ganks. I think Zoe, Xin Zhao offering more in the early 2v2 than Vex and Viego do. And then probably pivoting up and putting some resources into your Fiora, right? I assume in this matchup, especially with Wayward, of course, taking the aggressive summoners, right? If he gets ahead, can just become an absolute monster for TS, might need to wait a little bit longer to get online. Again, Viego hit that level 6 mark, have access to that ultimate, and to just easy opportunities to be able to find those resets. So I think EDG will be the ones on the front foot in the early game in terms of mid-jungle. For TS, maybe having a bit more proactivity in terms of their bot lane matchup. So different things to come out from different sides.
See what the calls are going to be as EDG go for an early invade. No, they don't. I thought that there was going to be a ward drop. There it is. Ward onto the chickens. Comes out very late from Scout, but will have vision of Tien as he starts his jungle off. But we'll be able to go for a sweeper. So, Tien denying some information, but realistically, they're going to know he's starting on that bottom side regardless. So, Scout playing with information where Tien is. That should be able to help him in this early learning phase. Great trading straight off the bat from Scout here.
Yeah, and this, I mean, this matchup, right? It's pretty much all-in champion versus what is essentially a control mage, right? So, Scout has the range advantage to play with these paddle stars. You know, barring if Knight can hit any obscure Qs, but that is a very easy spell to dodge. Once Knight gets access to that ultimate, though, Scout will be very vulnerable. Did opt into the Unsealed Spellbook to have more utility throughout the game and in teamfights.
There's Mark and Mako duking it out in this bottom side. But I'm keeping my eyes on these junglers because Tien going for that full clear here, starting off with Krugs. But JJ has not done the same thing. He went to forego his Krugs. He's already on the bottom side of the map. That indicates to me he might be looking for a little bit of action in this early game.
Yeah, we know, right? EDG just love playing around their bot side so much. TES do have a ward in River right now, but by the time that JJ just get through his camps, that one should have timed out. Looked like TS bot lane does have the push as well, so potentially could set up a pretty nice gank for the side of EDG. They actually even just pinged out the ward in bot, so full aware of the information that top esports do have. Or I guess don't have yet.
Soon to have. We'll see. We'll have to see as Mark, grand entrance, using it as a grand exit there, dodges away from the death sentence from Mako, though, crucially. JJ starting to path back upwards now, back towards his wolves. Scuttle Crab's coming up on the map, and Tien slowly but surely finishing that first clear as he's up on the top side of the map. It does feel like we're having a bit of a quiet one to kick us off. No early shenanigans, no early invades coming out from either jungler, just playing it safe and trying to figure this one out. But Knight moves down for a bit of vision in the river, and it's just as JJ goes for the crab. So top esports know where JJ is.
Yeah, and like you said, no early shenanigans. I mean, top esports bot lane did start to respect once the aggression came out from EDG's bot lane, so no obvious gank opportunities. And Gwen does get pressure in this early top lane matchup, even opting into the lethal tempo over the Conquer, which is what we typically do see. Lethal tempo does give you more aggressive options in terms of lane, especially once you do get that stacked up and get bonus range coming out. So Wayward has been able to keep control so far, and yeah, both junglers just going for the standard clears.
Yeah, stock and standard so far in this game, but a nice little knock up onto Viper there. Mark able to dash away once again, but just aggressive trading. And I love seeing Mark on something like the Rakan, right? We keep on talking about how aggressive he is. Rakan, one of these champions that allows you so much freedom to not just be aggressive, but be quite creative in the way that you play. The way that Rakan's kit works, like, it feels like there are lots of different ways to approach the same.
I mean, even in terms of just like even other nuances of the game, right? Rakan being one of the only champions who can sort of blindly walk into the enemy jungle and get his vision down because he could, you know, safely W over a wall and get away. Looking for flanks in team fights is very, I'd say, more unique to him than certain other champions who obviously are playing a tank role, so they're typically playing frontline and playing front to back. So very cool to see as we come back to top, get a bit of heavy trading coming out here as well. Obviously, Wayward pushed in the wave, so he does get the bounce back under his turret now. And even though we haven't had any action yet, Munch, 5 minutes and 3 more, it will be Rift Herald time, and that's where we know both teams are definitely going to go. No one's going to look to trade for plates and maybe denying enemy minion waves.
Tell me about it, Lyric. Tell me about it. Whisper sweet nothings in my ear. We're going to get a 5v5. We're going to get just pure banger.
You know, I'm going to double down and say yes. Yes, we are. You know, Knight's kept pressure in mid, so I think TS have some avenues to be able to look for some of these plays now, especially with Knight hitting that level 6 mark, right? Xiaoshang play extremely aggressively as well, so could set up some easy avenues. But if you look At the topside river, EDG do have a ward there to try and spot out any roams coming out from Knight.
Knight will drop a control ward, clear that vision away. But Herald, that's going to be a conversation for later on because the Drake is a bottom map. JJ, in true EDG fashion, he has priority in that bottom side. He has priority in the mid lane. He can just start this one off. He's on vision. There's full information here for Top Esports. JJ knows there's no universe where they can contest right now. So we'll be able to get that first Drake of the game for himself. Very nicely done. Oh, good little hook from Mako. As Mark tries to answer it, knock up towards Viper, but just goes ever so slightly shallow on that one, and it will be the first play of this bottom lane going the way of EDG.
Yeah, so right now, a bit of trading sides coming through. Looks like JJ is going to path back up towards that top side, but Tien should be long gone by that point. Potentially look for a gank on top after you do finish off these Scrugs, right, with the fact that Wayward is holding this wave up here. Even looking at the minimap, Knight is hovering over.
Yeah, this could be the first big play of the game. Tien moving over in Tribrush right now, but JJ is nearby as well. This could get precarious for the side of Top Esports as Wayward. Xiaosheng, aggressive trading continues as always with JJ. Spotted them. Knight moves over as well, gets the fear with the personal space. Now stun on Xiaosheng, forced to flash. Scout's bubble goes a little wide on this one. Means Top Esports, though, with no flash on the enemy top laner, can move in and claim this red buff.
Yeah, EDG quickly back off. Like you said, the personal space and the Doom coming in from Knight being so clutch, assuming I'm remembering Doom being the fear correctly. EDG, though, still playing aggressively towards the bottom side.
Ooh, big knock up. Mako basically just gets one shot at the bottom side, flashes out. I'm not sure if the Ignite is enough, and Viper can't finish off the counter kills here. Oh, yes, he can. Moonlight Vigil! Viper just waltzes forward and bodies Top Esports.
Yeah, with the fact that their wave is pushing in, right, killing minions, able to hit the level 6 mark, the Moonlight Vigil comes out, flashes in, finishes off the kill, and this is the EDG bot lane that we were expecting to see in Game 1, where, right, frankly, they got caught out, they got bodied, but this time around, finding the 2v2 kill themselves. Hook comes out, but instantly with the knockup, again, huge damage coming through, doesn't get locked down, but then right here, about to hit the level 6 mark, one minion dies, has the confidence, hits the Moonlight Vigil, flashes forward to finish it off with the auto. It is a beautiful coming out from Viper.
Viper's just a beast. He's just a monster. And look at his gold league now, 800 in his favor as well. EDG feeling pretty strong on this one. I actually can't count that 700 gold.
No, Munch. They're not contesting because of the 2v2 kill. Top Esports confidence is in the bin, and they're keeping Jackie bot.
Oh, I thought Bin was on RNG these days. Either way, it will be a Herald for EDG. And no contestation, as you say, from the side of Top Esports. But Jackie Love, at least, will get some solo time on that bot lane tower. Xiaosheng, the one to go down and answer that as he swapped to the other side of the map. But it will be 2 tower plates solo for Jackie Love. So realistically, this actually puts pressure on EDG to use this Herald effectively and make sure that that gold trade is worth it.
I mean, ultimately, right, I think TES did make the right choice overall. I mean, EDG having the pressure from bot, getting on objective first, Zoe especially being so insane in these early river skirmishes just from the amount of summoners you have access to once people start blowing those. So, huge gold swing for Jackie Love with this one. But, I mean, EDG are going to have free time with this turret. They should be able to guarantee that this one goes down. Look at the minimap. Mark and Tien are on their way over.
Yeah, Top Esports don't want to let this one go down without a fight. 2 plates down right now. Wayward moved in. Next wave about to arrive here. But enough of a threat for EDG to back away. So just the 2 plates shared between 3 people as well. Comparatively to the, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 plates that Jackie Love got down on that bottom side entirely solo. So when you look at the AD carries, gold's still slightly in favor of Viper, but that's definitely going to help Jackie Love close the gap.
Yeah, and now you know their bot lane's going to pivot back down towards the bottom side because Dragon coming up in 1 minute. EDG securing themselves first Dragon. Would be nice if they could start getting towards Soul and Soul Point very early on, especially with the fact that, again, Cloud is the 2nd Dragon, and we know the LPL teams and just pretty much most teams, right? Even if it is undervalued, right? They all just care about combat power and, again, things like damage and tankiness. So you're going to feel very good fighting over that Soul as EDG get complete control over the bottom side river.
Wayward loves that emote. Like, every time the camera goes over Wayward, it's a crying a moo above his head. Every single time. He is playing the mental game against Xiaosheng in this series. He has been spamming it at Xiaosheng all through these laning phases. 10CS leading that top side. And as to be said, Wayward has been getting the better of that matchup in terms of actual laning itself. But, that said, it's not going to lead to too much so far this game, but he is on that. There's always the potential for the late game craziness. And Lyric, I'm afraid to tell you that we were correct on our assumptions that we have a crazy game 1 and game 2, and in the LPL that almost always means, okay, game number 3, we got to take this serious now, got to play sensible and not just do crazy risky plays all the time. So now both teams playing it relatively slow as the Drake comes up, and it will be a Cloud Drake, which does mean that the Soul will be a little bit more valuable. Even gold though right now as EDG start this off.
I even remember from my coaching days, that's what you do, Munch. It goes to the third game, and you're all super serious. Okay, doesn't look like anything's gonna happen. You get super serious. You're like, okay, we can't make mistakes. We gotta win this series. And yeah, that's when it all starts to slow down. Ooh, we might get a bit of a skirmish here, though.
Might do the bubble. Oh, great play from Scout there, but it doesn't matter because you're playing against Diego. Just jump straight over the wall as Mark, quickness, looking for the engage. Oh, JJ, that was gorgeous. And now the rest of the team jumping in as well. Mark burning down, but he will go down eventually as in goes JJ, low HP. Knight gets one for himself. Viper, so many Chakrams, a rocket in from Jackie Love as well. Knight and Jackie Love versus the world. In goes Knight, Jackie Love low on HP. The Shadow Surge is there. Knight with a triple kill. Knight versus Scout, the 1v1. Red Smite to reduce the damage. Shadow Surge goes wide, and Scout wins it out.
Man, being able to pick up those summoners is so ridiculous. Knight almost able to make it happen, but Scout pulls through in the end. Super close for both sides. Again, just like the small mechanical execution going either way. I also want to highlight, that's why I highlighted typically, like, Rakan as your main engager can be quite dangerous because you are very squishy. Beautiful ult by Jedges we're going to see to start it off, but you were hitting on Scout, forcing Tien to use that ult right away. Mark sees an opportunity, he goes for it, but bam, beautiful ultimate coming out from JJ. Is still able to lock down some members of the side of EDG, and I love that Knight immediately follows in. Him and Tien being so decisive in this play. Jackie Love able to free hit on the opposite side. You get the resets coming through for Scout. Sets up easily for him to be able to follow through. And then this is where it gets a bit depressing, right? Scout misses the bubble. Knight is able to hit the damage, but then with the flash and the red smite coming out, I mean, Scout's able to secure the solo kill. I guess not really a solo kill because it was a team fight, but...
Well, Herald down in the bottom lane now as they look for a tier 2 as well. Big damage out from Viper. Caliber goes slightly wide, but that'll be a tier 2 taken. And suddenly, what was a dead even game off the back of this dragon fight now, EDG with a huge amount of pressure. 3,000 gold lead as Scout protects the red buff on the top side, stopping any counterplay from top esports. You can't play both sides of the map when Scout is so terrifying.
Yeah, they're going to try and answer in mid, but they really don't have anything to be able to take this turret. They might be able to collapse, though.
Move down towards his bottom side. Viper trying to escape. Mako does have that dark passage available to help Viper escape. Looks like EDG will walk away with their lives. Top Esports wanted to make it happen. That Drake, by the way, still up. Nobody even got that one. We're 15 minutes in as the second Drake still not even taken down. So I'm not sure Soul is going to be a big thing in this game. And if it is, it's going to be a long old way away.
I also want to highlight one thing with that last play. You hit on Scout covering for top side. It's also so massive for the fact that since TS couldn't find the play, they feel like the only course of action is to try and answer on bot side, which also just allowed Xiaosheng to push in another wave and, you know, deny some farm from Wayward, get a bit of a reset himself. So overall, helping out both sides of the map, just finding a nice gold swing. 2k gold so far is the advantage for the side of EDG. And heck, look at the mythics coming out across the board, squarely in favor of EDG, sitting at 4 compared to 2 for top esports. Oh, now 3.
Yeah, as the resets come through, we'll see more. But crucially, Wayward not finishing his off just yet. JJ knows he has the advantage, knows that they've got the gold lead, and knows he can just start this Drake off. Test the Viper there just to help him off. Help him finish it off, sorry. As that will be the third. I didn't even get to see what the soul was. Okay, it's a Mountain Soul. It says it on the other. So, will be a Mountain Soul this game. Tien answering on the top side with a Herald and an engage in the mid lane as well. Mako just found out. Just caught in the mid lane and taken out immediately. Viper wants to answer as Knight takes a bit of damage. Shadow Surge dodged away with the Gale Force.
Yeah, I can tell Mark was the one to start that one off. Quickness is down where pretty much everything else is open. I guess it could have been Knight, because Knight's ult is also on cooldown. You just want to try and get the stove.
Gonna go for a 50-50. JJ knocked on up, but he's quite deep on this one. Went in pretty much alone there. It means Top Esports get the Herald and a bonus kill as well. The rest of EDG kind of looking on with surprised faces like, JJ, what are you doing, friend?
Yeah, especially right when Xiaosheng was nowhere close. Scout is on Zoe, so not really being able to run in arm's reach of the Top Esports composition. And still though, nice collapse by TS to be like, hey, this guy's kind of just running it. Did pop the ultimate, so we all do have to get close to be able to deal that damage. And we're going to get a replay of what happened in the mid lane. Knight waiting off to the edge. W and the quickness comes out, chain it with the Shadow Surge. This is a really nice pick for the side of TS. That's more how I think of their composition, right? For the fact that, okay, you do have pseudo frontliners in the Gwen and Viego, but for the fact that they do have like a squishier composition with like this kind of lockdown and burst damage, it's like, okay, setting up these kinds of picks, that's your avenue to finding ways in the game and skirmishes that you're able to win.
And there's so much follow-up, right? When Mark does find a way in like that, you've got the rocket coming out from Jackie Love. Knight can just fly into the play. Tien will be able to, if he has flash and ultimate available, he can fly into the play from a long distance as well. It does feel like this is a really great competition to be playing Rakan with, because you can find these setups and find these picks. So it's exciting to see Knight playing this Vex as well, though, because Vex, one of these champions, we said it before, that hasn't seen that much play in the LPL. It's been on the edge of the meta, and I feel like is still sort of finding her place within these teams, but some players do like to lean towards it, and it feels like Knight becoming one of those players.
You know what's crazy, though? She is like, let me see here. She's the 6th most played mid laner in the LPL. That just shows how much we see. It's because of how much we see Corki, Rise, and Victor.
Oh, true.
Yeah, 6th most played at 23 games. Compared to Corki, who's at 83, so... Yeah, that's the world we live in.
Kind of insane. I mean, 20 games at this point, that is a fringe pick, right? That ultimately is just a fringe pick. It's going to be tier 1 taken down up in the mid lane here. As remember, the 2 towers were taken earlier on in that bottom side from EDG, so they have a lot of ways to play around Wayward, who is way too far forward on this bottom lane. He knows it. Might have to TP. Or he might just try and go for a recall. He was spotted on the ward, though. I don't think he gets away with this one. And now he's been unable to make up his mind. Maybe he finishes a tower at very least. Going for a 1v1 now, sticking his back to the wall so that the vitals can't be procced. And a TP coming out from Knight to save the top laner. And somehow Top Esports, they actually get a tower off of this play. They're charging a Herald in the mid lane as well. How is this ending up as a positive play?
Man, just the fact that the second they realized that they were rotating down towards bot, Tuesday like, quickly, we need to push out mid, we need to drop this Rift Herald. That now opens the fact that EDG have to be conscious of not only the TP that Knight was channeling, but the fact that the other members can very quickly follow up and rotate down towards that bottom side, and it's enough to dissuade. Once I saw the TP being channeled, I thought that might just be both members of TS going down, but EDG showing them a lot of respect.
Yeah, and in the meantime as well, I think understanding that if they don't just respect this and go back towards the mid lane, Jackie Love will take the tier 2 in the mid lane as well. So kind of pressure on both sides from Top Esports. Even if the bottom lane pressure wasn't really intentional to start with, it became intentional. And Top Esports kind of getting away with murder a little bit. 5-5 on the scoreboard, though, as we broach the 20-minute mark. 45 seconds on this Drake. Lyric, let's set some expectations, because EDG are the ones in position right now.
Yeah, EDG definitely going to be using Zoe and, again, your ability to find picks over terrain to try to set up some of these members of TES. Top Esports need to be the team that pull the trigger since EDG are on objective first. They need to find the engage, right? So we're going to be looking at both Mark and Knight to be able to get onto that back line.
Mark already threatening the idea of going in. Quickness available. So Mark, if he can find a few people grouped up, he'll be able to do some serious work. There's the quickness. Going to jump on forwards. That's going to be a knock-up onto the back line. The follow-up coming through, but isn't there. Mark just gets destroyed. The rest of the team doesn't go into the fray. Knight using that ult. I'm not sure if he just missed.
I mean, for the side of TS, right, he got blown up way too quick. I feel like there's really no great way of following up. And once again, JJ's ultimates at shutting down the quickness have just been on point. They haven't allowed Mark the ease of access onto all the members. They pick up third Drake. They are now on sole point at 20 minutes. And, I mean, for TES, they can try and find gold trades elsewhere. They're still not at least behind in terms of gold or, you know, stats with items, right? So they'll still find to be able to take these fights. But heck, one misstep, EDG get that soul, everything becomes a lot harder.
Certainly does, and a Mountain Soul as well, reducing the burst damage that can come out from this team that we've already talked about. They kind of need to burst someone right at the start of the fight. Mountain Soul certainly won't help Top Esports in that regard, but keep your eyes on JJ here. Once again, just knocking Mark away to try and deny this engage.
Mako as well, right? Throws the play just in case, drops the box. Like, they're doing everything to make sure that he doesn't get that multi-man engage, and they are just able to, I mean, burst him out, right? We've already done the recon point a few times, but this is why I was very skeptical of it. Why I expected them to just go towards something like the Leona in draft. But still, right, they will have a Jinx. They have the Viego. They have the Gwen. They have champions who in the late game, I mean, Jinx gets one kill. You know, she gets excited. Viego, Tien can take advantage of that, get a reset. You can take over. It just takes one misstep from the side of EDG, or heck, even the quickness just landing on one target who isn't completely with the team.
Oh, Wayward will not be able to get this recall off. Can they somehow miraculously make this positive again? I don't think so. Scout to grab the kill onto Wayward on the bottom side. In the meantime, Top Esports, they get a red buff, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, I was kind of scared that EDG might be presented with an opportunity to push in on this tier 2 mid, but not going to have confident thinking, hey, they could already be rotating back over, because if you see EDG don't have any vision in that topside jungle, I'm sure Top Esports had just cleared before we panned over back to topside. So nice by EDG. They find the pick on bot. They pay respect up towards top. They lose a red buff, but in the end, I think you're happy getting a kill, denying a wave, and also taking away their beloved chickens.
Feels good though to see EDG playing this like slower style again. Not that I don't love watching crazier games, I really do. Those are my favorite games, but it does feel good to see EDG calming things down a little bit and having control like this, because this is when EDG look their best, right? When they are in control of the game and can just set up these nice normal team fights later on into the game. They can scale into things, they can use their side lanes effectively. That's when EDG look the best. And so in this game, doing a really good job at Top Esports, still threatening them, still even in gold right now. That's the crazy thing. 23 minutes in, the biggest difference is those Drakes. And that next one spawning in 2 minutes will be bad news for Top Esports. Xiaosheng just about getting it.
Yeah, and we also want to highlight kind of some of the items we're seeing outright. Surprise, Wayward just committing straight towards the Morello, even though there's no fight breaking out. Just now just sitting on Oblivion Orb, maybe making his way towards the quicker Zanya's, with, you know, having to deal with Xiaosheng and pretty much all of EDG's comp, right, being AD other than the Zoe. So is going to have a bit more power in terms of stats if a fight did break out right now. But we also look at the top side of the map, and Scout is getting free time with an inner turret.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He's just off on the side, and Zoe's actually surprisingly good at destroying the towers. Not that great at side laning, generally speaking, because you're so immobile, but using that passive, you can take through towers pretty damn quickly. So Scout happy with that one. Just gets the solo local gold as well on that one. So very nice stuff from EDG, and that is going to push their gold lead ever so slightly in their favor.
Yeah, Top Esports are really trying to bank on finding some sort of pick around mid, which is why they were just outright ignoring that side. EDG, though, did pay the respect necessary. And, I mean, heck, we're getting to a point where Dragon's up in 1 minute, resets coming out exactly, you know, a minute before for EDG, so now that they're back on the map, they can start getting this vision control down. Xiaosheng will be able to push in this bottom lane. And, you know, Munch, I know you. You're getting antsy. You're waiting for the fight, but TS definitely going to need to fight this one. I wonder if Mark's going to try and opt into looking for a flank this time around rather than just going outright at the side of EDG. But EDG have gotten so much vision down so far. They know Mark's position.
Xiaosheng TP's in early here to make sure that he's with the team. This is a team fight Fiora. Not usually ideal. There's a great bubble comes out from Scout. Jackalip actually cleansing super late on that one. Boom! Viper is here. Kiss the ring, Top Esports. And now the rest of the follow-up Mako with a double flay. It's too beautiful. Xiaosheng chasing them down one by one. Gets himself a double as Top Esports are just destroyed
Gwen is immune though, and Scout underneath the tower right now gets away on the Dark Passage. Oh, when she goes down, Wayward finished that one with the turret shot, but it'll be a bot lane inhib tower taken. Baron is up, Dragon is up, EDG, they've got a smorgasbord of options.
Much, I just want to know, how is that allowed? That was so dirty. They just were all gone. Viper destroyed all of them. TES funneling into that Tribrush and bot, which was pretty confusing overall from the fact that, you know, they'd push in mid. Their bot was getting pushed in, but wow, TES trying to force some tough options. I don't think they go for this. Do they go for this?
I mean, it is top esports, and their backs are against the wall. Name a more iconic duo than them doing Baron at this point in the game. They're going to start this one off Viper, moving over. But Mako and JJ are here as well. Oh, looking for a pick here. Baron will reset. Top esports realize that this is not doable.
My God, I just can't get over what we saw. They were all gone. They were all exploded in an instant.
If you needed an argument for a collector, that's it. That's the 1 point in the game. Like, LDR is going to be better for the rest of the game now.
Ooh,
but we
wait.
were 3-14. As here we go. Top esports trying to just burst this Baron down. JJ over the wall. No blast cone there. Flashes into the pit. Can they kill JJ before the Baron is low enough? It's Jackie Love to get the Baron now. JJ low on HP. Xiaoshan trying to escape. One kill for top esports. No way do they actually pull this back against Soul, no less. Shadow Surge in onto Viper as well. The resets come on through for every single player on top esports. 4 kills strong, and now their map is going.
Man, this is just too crazy. TS, they bind it. They have the Baron. You got some like 30, 40-second death timers coming out. This is at least going to be an inhib. Knowing top esports, they're probably just going to look for the game-ending push.
No way the EDG lose. Not after that soul fight. Not after
The
that ult
Mojo!
from Viper. Top esports Mojo is the name of the game. And top esports say, sod your ring, sod your world championship. We're going for the base. One tower down, looking for the second one. Trying to end the game before the resets come through, before the respawns come through. Top esports have done it.
That was probably the best series of the year, hands down. My goodness, that ending. The fact, again, they were so bold, they were so decisive. They commit to the Baron, they back off. They know EDG probably want to commit to some resets because they just got a bunch of kills. They wait a couple of seconds and they instantly turn back towards the Baron. My goodness, this top esports team, the Magic Munch, the Mojo, it's back.
Oh yeah, they are marching north, and by north I mean up the standings. They're looking to be kings of the north at this point because the Chinese community is rallying behind them, and they are not looking to stop anytime soon. And that game, top esports win it just as everyone's given up hope, right? Just as it looks like it's now impossible, that's when top esports pull it out. It's unbelievable.
Like, I'm still just in shock of how that happened. That game, mostly even, pretty much even, right, for the first 20 minutes. I remember after one of the pushes that top had in mid lane, and then after the third dragon, we're like, hey, like, EDG getting all these dragons, but look at the gold, it's so close. That one misstep around the soul pretty much cost them the game, like you're saying, but the fact that they're able to bring it back in one instant, and also know, like, hey, again, there's like 30-second death timers. We just got Baron. The mid wave's neutral. We're going for the end right now. And even once EDG started respawning, they didn't try to find those kills. They're just like, no, we're ending this game. We're getting the win. Top esports now making their way up to 6 wins. There's just no word for it there. That was just, again, like, very clutch.
No.
Great
there
clutch
is a
play.
word for it. There is a word for
Mojo.
it. Mojo. Mojo is the word for it. I'm just saying, Weibo, V5, top esports, all doing insanely well recently. They're the teams with the most mojo. I'm just saying, it is the thing. Viper, though, I think actually the player with the most mojo in this game. That Infernum ult was insane. The kill that he got in Jackulov in the laning phase as well was absolutely beautiful. I feel like had EDG won, Viper was maybe an MVP candidate there, but I mean, they didn't, so that'll be forgotten.
Look, all I know is, right, like you're saying, Rookie and the Shy are doing well. Jackie Love's team is now doing well. What you're saying is the bottom tier teams, one each has to pick up Ning and Baolan because they are due for, you know, top tier status. So teams, if you're listening, pick up the other two 2018 XIG members. It must be in a script somewhere, and I
every 4
still
years.
have
That's
no
the thing.
words.
We're learning now. We're just discovering the prophecy that every 4 years the LPL teams will re-win. So the IG players now coming back into their own. Next year it'll be the FBX players that suddenly come back into a massive win streak again. I don't know. Amazing performance here from Top Esports. 4 wins on the trot now. It's 5 wins on the trot for Victory 5. It's 8 wins on the trot for Weibo. But these win streaks have to come to an end. Eventually, these teams will have to face each other. It's all getting so exciting in the LPL, honestly. But EDG, we have to talk about the negative side of this as well, right? Because, you know, they were looking amazing earlier on in the split. They had a great win streak to start things off. Everyone was heralding them as just still being the best team, just hands down, like world champions coming back, etc., etc. That's 3 series now that they've lost against some of the top teams. And it does make you question, like, what is going wrong for EDG within this roster? What is happening for them to drop these series?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this one's a very hard one to look at, right? Because, I mean, in terms of like the fact that every win counts towards playoffs and there has to be a winner and a loser, like Top Esports get that. But I mean, right, if there was 2 more games and this was a best of 5, like who knows who comes out? These teams were very evenly matched in terms of how it played out. So that's my biggest takeaway is like, man, just like I think it was either Knight or Mako. I don't know which one said it in their pregame interviews, right? But one of them highlighting there is no like anyone can beat anyone right now. It feels like we have like a ton of strong teams. Like you just can't count anyone out. I just don't know. Playoffs. What's going to happen? Who's going to win these best of 5s? These teams are so close. For EDG, right? It was one mistake that lost you that game. One singular mistake and one bold call coming out from TES. The other takeaway we get from this series for EDG is just stick to tanks in the support role. just stick to tanks.
Yeah, that's the big takeaway. Honestly, the crazy thing to me is that we're talking about how many great teams there are in the LPL right now. Top Esports in 8th place, or at least before that series, we're in 8th place. I'm not especially sure exactly where they are in the standings. I would imagine 7th or maybe 6th off the back of that one. But regardless, kind of unbelievable. But that's the kind of performance we're getting from a team that's towards the bottom section of where playoffs is right now. So kind of insane. Plenty of amazing teams in the LPL right now, and it feels like it's ramping up. I was kind of nervous for the LPL at the start of spring. I felt like we had some really messy teams. I felt like we were not looking that great in the grand scheme of things. We're still messy, but we're looking pretty good, I would reckon, at this point. We're going to head to the stage, though, as Christina is standing by with Jackie Love.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we are joined by JK Love, the AD carry from Top Esports. Congratulations on your win, and now you guys can got 4 consecutive wins so far. Why did you guys to maintain such a great performance currently? 让我们欢迎 JK Love 选手来到赛后采访。今天的第一个问题要问到的是，赢下这场比赛之后 ，Top 已经拿下了4连胜了，为什么最近会获得一个这么好的表现呢？
因为年前打的不是很好，然后后面就是想着，就再不好好调整一下，季后赛可能进不了。然后最近兄弟们也都很努力，状态也比较好。
Actually, everyone in our team now currently they have in a good form. And before the Spring Festival, maybe we lost too many games. If we don't adjust it fastly and to adjust into a good form, maybe we can make to the playoffs. So next question is about game 1. That is a massive win for you. You can end the game in 24 minutes. So could you please share me about your general strategies of game 1? 接下来想问一下，今天第一局的时候，你们是24分钟很快就推掉了对面的高地，获得了比赛的胜利。想问一下，第一局大概的思路是什么样的？为什么会打得如此丝滑？
因为第一局对面选的阵容就是主打下路的，然后对面对线上出现了失误吧，然后就是被我们找到机会，所以第一把会赢下来比较顺利。
Actually, our opponents, their draft is they're played around with our ball lane, but they maybe made a little bit mistakes in the laning phase. So we can seize this opportunity to make them punish their mistake and to win the game smoothly. Nextly, I want to talk a bit more about the game 3 because it was so close. And maybe when the EDG they secure the Dragon Soul and their AD carry to make a explosive damage, but you guys turned to the Baron Pig and secured the Baron and ended the game. Share some more your communication about that time. 最后一个问题，第三个问题想要问到的是，你们在关于最后当 EDG 已经拿下了土龙魂团战之后，那一波，那他们的厄斐琉斯也是打出了一个爆炸性的输出嘛？但是你们非常灵性的复活之后，马上转向大龙，拿下大龙之后一波掉了比赛。想问一下，这两波沟通的决策是怎么做的？
那一波就是首先我们上单就是打得比较好，在高丽面前就是把中路杀了，然后也阻挡对面一波的就是局势嘛。后面就是想着对面要去打小龙了，可能就打完小龙可能会避，然后我们当时就是想就说白了就偷鸡嘛，然后想把大龙拿掉，然后后面没有办法了，就只能硬着打，然后对面给的机会了，所以就结束。
Firstly, our top laner Wayward really did a great job on the base, and he to manage the tower dive pretty good, and he killed their mid laner. In that case, our enemy opponent they can't rush our base, so we think maybe after they taking the dragon cell they will recall. So we just decided to have a try into that Baron pit to secure a Baron and ended the game smoothly. So my final question is about your personal expectations in upcoming matchups. 那最后一个问题想要问一下你个人对于接下来赛程的一个期待，因为最近很多人也在说滔博开启了北伐之旅嘛，那么你个人觉得接下来的赛程是一个什么样的看法呢？
就是后面的对手就都比较强嘛，然后我们状态也在逐渐变好，就希望后面就是打得越来越好，然后赢下更多的比赛。
We're going to face off a lot of strong opponents in the upcoming matchup. I just hope we can adjust our form and to play better and better to win as many as possible. Thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢 JK Love 选手接受英文流的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina. Fantastic to hear from Jackie Love, as always. And I think a candidate for the MVP. I'm not sure who's going to get the MVP, honestly, on the back of that one, because it was kind of a crazy game. And honestly, most of them were losing for most of the game. So it's kind of an interesting one. Knight is going to be our MVP, which actually, in hindsight, makes sense. All of the Shadow Surges, the resets, the follow-ups in the fight.
My God, again, it was just great this series to get Scout having insane performances as Knight as well. Looked absolutely cracked in all three games. Even again, we highlighted the 1-4 Syndra doing so much, but this game, his Vex, my goodness. Not only, like you were saying, do we not see a lot of Vex, but we've also had some bad Vexes. Like, again, even though Rookie's a great player, like Rookie's Vex, not that standout. Knight's Vex, my goodness. I think Knight, Xiaohu, like these guys on Vex, absolutely scary. This fight, he almost completely wiped the whole side of EDG. Scout being able to bring it back at the end with things like, again, got the extra flash, got the red smite, but I just can't say more about this player. It's great to see him finding his form with TS as a whole stepping up. And I also got to point out that the curse stays true. EDG have never beaten top esports in a regular season series. Never.
True. It's kind of insane. As this fight, I just can't believe that they managed to pull this off. I cannot believe that Top Esports won that fight and then took the game immediately. It is the most Top Esports way of winning the game I think I've ever seen. And EDG did so much work. They played it so slow and so careful for so long, only for Top Esports to do Top Esports things at the end and just ruin all the best laid plans. It was that was something, Lyric. That was an absolute banger.
Yeah, it was, but you know, Munch, is I'm going to steal your hosting role today.
Do it,
If you missed today, we got some results for you, because today we had 9 whole games. It's almost 9 a.m. where I am, but with today's series, it was worth it.
Yeah, it was a banger. It was a banger. WE losing out to Ultra Prime starters off 2-1 in the end. Weibo beating out OMG again 2-1, with game number 2 being dicey at very best. And then series number 3 going the way of Top Esports in the end, 2-1, and a damn good series to watch. And that means there's just a singular game difference between Top Esports and EDG now. Top Esports making it all the way up to 7th place. They were 12th earlier on in the season, and they have officially got a neutral game difference for themselves.
Yep. Finally having the neutral game difference. Also on the opposite end, just to highlight for anyone who didn't see the first series, Shie did play today for WE. So even though they lost, hopefully with him on the roster, maybe they can start picking up some wins. And again, like the players of TES and EDG were saying in the interview, seeing the lower tier teams putting up the fight that we all know they could, because again, there are standout players on each of these rosters.
See if Shia can make a difference. And it's towards the bottom of the playoffs. That's where it's really starting to heat up now. Is tomorrow 3 more matches coming your way. First 2 in Shanghai, last one going to be in Suzhou. It's going to be TT versus FBX to start things off. Myself and Kelson Moser will be bringing you that one, as well as BLG versus JDG. And then we'll be finishing things out. I believe it's you and Mazel casting tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
For LNG versus V5.
Yep, gonna be a fun one. That will be our match of the week as well. LNG and V5, right? Doinb versus Rookie, as well as Karsa versus Tarzan. Just all around exciting matchup. Tomorrow's game's going to be insane. I already know anyone who's still watching us right now, they're not missing tomorrow's games. Joe, you think they're missing tomorrow's games?
Absolutely not. They'd be a crazy person. They'd have to be completely insane. Missing LNG V5, you'd have to go to a ward at the end of the day on that one. But that is just about everything from us. It has been a mental day of games. It's been the full 9. In fact, it's been a full 18 so far across yesterday and today. We'll see if we go the distance to the full 27 tomorrow as well. But until then, we will see you guys in Champ Select.
I'll miss you, Munchables.